$400,000 purse, including a $100,025 payday scheduled for Saturday night for a modified racer. In addition to all the excitement and action that we're going to see from our modified racers, we'll also throw some stock car action your direction as well, as they will be racing Saturday night for $10,025 to win. My name is Dan Bailey. Standing next to me is Guy Hammernick as we continue to watch a few heavy implements work in some of that moisture that we received today here in west central Wisconsin. Started raining overnight. It wasn't really the heaviest rain, but it was a solid heavy sprinkle that just kind of soaked in all day long until around about maybe 2 o'clock, 2:30, 2:45. The rains let up a little bit, and then it took a few minutes before Bob, Tim, and his track crew were able to get the heavy implements out onto the racing surface and start rolling it in preparation for night number one. What is night number one? Well, here's what's headed our direction this evening. We will have a couple of hours of practice. Good old-fashioned hot laps broken up into different groups of drivers who will be on the track trying to figure out the big third mile and make sure that their modifieds are ready to go. And as a matter of fact, that's all we will be seeing tonight are modifieds. None of the stock cars hitting the tracks here this evening. So we will have practice sessions, 3 practice sessions for the modified racers. Once they are done with their practice sessions, we will then be stepping into qualifying. That's right. So tonight is an important evening. Not only do these drivers and their crews need to figure out the race cars, perhaps make some adjustments due to the weather that came through the area overnight and early today. But they're also going to have to focus in on qualifying for the Thursday and Friday portion of the program. Thursday and Friday will be made up of complete programs here at Mississippi Thunder Speedway for both the modified racers and the stock cars. But specifically, those modified racers are trying to work their way into the big show on Saturday. Saturday is going to be one of those good old-fashioned alphabet soup programs where any of those racers who have not directly qualified it by that time are going to have to figure out how to race their way in through a wide variety of A, B, or rather B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, maybe mains, and they will have to run the ramp to see if they can make it into the Saturday evening program. But again, tonight, Wednesday night, the 28th, it's all about practice, getting the car figured out, getting the track figured out. Remember, we have some racers who have never been to Mississippi Thunder Speedway. And then once the practice sessions are done, we will be stepping into qualifying. Myself, Dan Bailey, and Guy Hammernick will be doing our darndest to help those of you in the grandstands and those of you who are tuned in via the live streaming coverage on Racing Dirt and FloRacing. We will try to help you through the program this evening, tomorrow, Friday, Saturday, etc. But we're also going to have staff member down in the infield. Trent Berry is going to have the cordless mic, and he will be trying to give us some behind-the-scenes anecdotes, perhaps what these drivers are experiencing down on the track. Of course, once we do get to green flag action tomorrow, Friday, Saturday, Trenton will be able to talk with some of those race winners. Trenton, it is a bit heavier than we had anticipated for track conditions, but you know what that means. Bob is going to get it smoothed out, and we're going to end up with a fast racing surface on qualifying night.
Yeah, and one of the things Bob does so well here, and good evening to everybody watching around the country on FloRacing and Racing Dirt. What a really cool collaboration this is to be a part of. Man, our Racing Dirt staffs look forward to producing this almost a year now, so really neat to see this all come together. And Bob's on the motor grader right here going down into turn one, and you know, pretty good chance we might see a new track record tonight, especially as hooked up as this is, but we'll see. Maybe not with qualifying a little bit later in the night after they've already kind of burned the track into, so just something to keep an eye on. But it certainly will be heavy to get started here tonight, but that's the way it is. You know, there was a pretty light mist throughout much of the morning and a lot of the day, so it's awesome that it's all cleared out. We got a little sunshine right here too, and man, I'll do my best. Dan and Guy, you guys do such a great job upstairs, but just to add some stuff from the infield whenever I see it, you know, changes to the racetrack conditions, news from the pits about drivers, and I'll try to be all over this infield the entire week. I'm really looking forward to this. There's been a ton of planning and preparation, as you guys well know, that's went into this race, so it's exciting times that it's finally here. And I want to encourage those people that are watching around the country, if they're in earshot, to try to get yourself here. There are plenty of tickets available, and make a weekend of it as well. I know we got a lot of campers as well, so a shout out to those folks that have arrived early, and thanks to all you great race fans here in the grandstands and everybody that's tuned in all around.
Well, those folks who are watching the live streaming coverage on Race and Dirt and Flow are seeing a nice aerial shot of the big third mile, looking a bit darker than perhaps we had hoped with the moisture that came down on the racing surface. But Trenton Berry and Guy Hammernick, how appropriate is it that on this, the first night of the Modified World Championships, we're going to be looking at a very fast racing surface? Track record for the Modifieds was set on the 26th of August back in 2022. It was a 14.852 second lap by Cool Hand Lucas Schott, former track champion here at Mississippi Thunder Speedway, standout superstar in the USRA ranks and USMTS World as well. That record almost fell a couple of weeks ago when the World of Outlaws were here at Mississippi Thunder Speedway and the Northern Lights Modified Series qualified in that evening. Jacob Bleese missed setting a new track record by about 0.05 of a second. So you see what happens when we get some moisture down on the racing surface. The speeds come up. Guy Hammernick, we love the way that this track works both sides of that dynamic. We could have a dry slick track that could be an equalizer, or we could have a heavy track that's just going to let the engines eat and let the drivers drive it as hard as they can, and that's probably what we're going to be seeing here this evening.
Well, I mean, we had the World of Outlaws late models here just about 3 weeks ago, I believe, and with very similar track conditions where we had kind of a misty rain like this. Not one of those heavy downpours where the track can get ruddy with just a deluge of, a couple of inches in a very short time. It was a nice, slow, soaking rain, and we saw record times throughout the whole late model field. So I think we're going to see the same type of thing. And, it's kind of an equalizer to some degree in the groups, because oftentimes if it's a sunny day, even early, after you've run the hot laps and stuff, you get to qualifying. If you're the last half of your group, that track is going to be more used up than for some of the first people that are around the Speedway. So I think the moisture is going to be retained in this. It might even work to some people's advantage, where the group might be worked in better for their qualifying session if they're in the middle or towards the end of their group. So we'll see what happens. I mean, we got a couple hours of practice here for for both divisions, and they'll get a chance to work their way around it and see what works and make adjustments accordingly, and get their cars all ready for qualifying, which is scheduled to start at 9 p.m.
Originally, we were hoping for practice sessions to get started at 6 o'clock. They moved things back an hour. We're only a few minutes past 7 o'clock right now. Bob and his track crew continue to try to work this racing surface into a condition that will be suitable for the practice sessions and also for the qualifying coming up later on tonight. Here's the neat deal. Those of you at home are watching the live stream on this Wednesday evening portion of the program. A huge thank you to Race and Dirt and Flow for coming to Mississippi Thunder Speedway for the Modified World Championships. But the grandstand's absolutely free. We've even got some folks who wanted to come out here and just watch practice sessions, wanted to watch hot laps, and also, of course, we're looking forward to qualifying a little bit later on tonight. Trenton, I'm gonna put you on the spot here for a moment, because you're actually down in the infield, which means in order to get into the infield, you had to walk across the racing surface. Guy Hammernick and myself are up here in the nice air-conditioned announcer's booth. We haven't been on the racing surface. What sort of feel did you get on your walk down into the infield? What do you think these racers are going to be experiencing, especially these first few groups that come out for their practice session?
Yeah, no, the track was in pretty good shape, honestly. It's muddy right there on the side. Bob's kind of put a windrow down here across the bottom, and he's grading this one back down too, and he's just scraping just a very little bit off each time by. The track's actually, it's pretty good right across there. It wasn't slick or slimy at all. It's just a tad bit spongy, but that'll get itself hardened out and rolled in. Definitely, if somebody gets off in here, maybe just inside the tires there, maybe a lane inside the tires, they could easily get their rear wheels hung up in the berm right there. And that'll probably just be there for tonight. I'm sure Bob will grade that back across once the racetrack's done, and we'll be good to go. So just having to knock some of that top off, some of the wet stuff that's just not going to really be able to come in. I'm telling you, I have so much faith in this guy working this racetrack. I have as much. There's nobody that preps a dirt racetrack in the country I have more faith in than Bob Tim. And I tell you that because it's like, if this place rains out and can't race, it really can't race. And, he's almost to the point with this dirt, and it took him a little bit, and he'll tell you, and we all talked about it. He just had to get familiar with what it does and what it needs. And so now he's gotten to the point, he's like a mad scientist, and he can make this thing do whatever he wants it to do based on any given weather condition, rain or shine. And it's fantastic to see the work that he's put in and the improvements that he continues to spearhead and make around this place. This weekend's going to be a testament to all of his and Tyrone's and this entire staff's hard work.
You know, Trenton, I was watching your discussion with FloRacing on the socials, and you brought up a very important point that we were able to bring a whole bunch of new clay into the racing surface here recently. And I think that has been extremely helpful in being able to accept the moisture that we got today, early this evening and last night. Unexpected that it was.
Yes.
And you also mentioned another important point. You said that you trust Bob to get the track into shape. Another important point is that all these racers who are showing up here, they have learned through the years that they can trust Bob as well, and they know that he is going to put the work in that is necessary to give them a surface that's going to be conducive not only to them figuring things out here tonight, figuring their cars out, but also laying down some fast laps.
His work's unbelievable and unparalleled. I have so much faith in that man and his ability to make the right decisions and make the right things happen. It's crazy. And you are right. This new dirt was so helpful, and being able to have a lot more options for things. You know, we all love that black dirt. You know, you'd go out, put a little water on it, roll it in, and you could go really hammer on it for a race or two. And then, you know, he'd have to be back out there putting a little more water on it because it just didn't stay. Well, we got so much more longevity out of this dirt. Even though it was different dirt, it came from about an hour down the road. But it really has proven to be the best surface that Bob's had to work with in his time here. And he'll tell you the exact same thing. So it was quite a project a couple of years ago. I know they were awfully appreciative. Steve Yaggy was a big part of helping get that dirt over here. And Bob and Tyrone were certainly very appreciative. They've told me for Steve and his efforts to help make that happen. So the fruits of that labor were on display at the Dairyland Showdown, and they'll be certainly front and center here this weekend.
I tell you what, the Dairyland Showdown, I mean, you don't very often start your season out with a Daytona 500 type race that on new clay. So
no pressure, right?
No, yeah, everybody was kind of crossing their fingers, hoping everything held out, but that track was phenomenal. And even our weekly program we had 2 weeks ago, the Hobby Stock feature, man, that was really something. We had 7 drivers in contention, going 3 and 4 wide the last 5 laps. Trying to decide, and it's really something when you're a driver and you can race the competition and don't have to worry about racing the track. You know, that's like, you don't want to push it too hard in this corner because there's a rut, because then you might get into the guy that's to the outside of you. You don't want to get yourself in a situation like that, but you can just put your car in there if you're running low or up on the cushion, and you can, or even in mid-groove, and you can know that it's going to stick wherever you run it, and you don't have to worry about getting into your competition. And I haven't talked to any of the drivers after that Hobby Stock race, but I'm sure that everybody.
A couple of weeks ago.
2 weeks ago. I'm sure everybody that was in that top 7 group was just smiling, saying, "Oh man, I was just so close," or "Oh, that was such a good race. It was so good," you know, because everybody's friends off the track. You know, the feelings change a little bit sometimes on the track.
Oh, yeah.
But for the most part, you know, I'm sure that there was some beers drunk and
stories told.
Yeah, some people chatting about how awesome it was down in the pits. Because when you can do that and you have a good run and you feel good and you put the car on the trailer clean, it's a good feeling for everybody.
And you know, one of the other things too, you know, discussing some of the changes here in the past few years, you guys know it well, but the exit used to be right over here in turn 1, and so obviously the new fence has taken that away, and the bulldozers kind of reshaped the land over there on the outside of that exit to the racetrack. But the interesting part, and I bring it up, I talked to Ryan Gustin a little bit earlier today. It's over on our Racing Dirt Facebook page. I had a great chat with him, and you know, he's arguably had close to the most amount of success, if not the most, of anybody that's in that pit area as far as number of big races won here over the years. I mean, there's 3 of them right off the top of your head. The 2015 B-Mod Nationals, the 2016 Modified Nationals, and the Dairyland Showdown race here a couple of years ago. Just easy ones that come to mind. And he said one of the biggest changes to the racetrack that he noticed, you know, he knew that the dirt was new, but he didn't race enough, hasn't raced enough on it to really notice any difference between what it was and what's there now. He said, but for him, he knows that if he needs to go rip the top in turns 1 and 2, he said he was always a little gun shy because there was kind of blunt spot there where the track opening was to exit the racetrack. In his mind, he said that was the biggest thing that had happened on the racetrack, racer-wise, as far as quality of shows. He said, man, he said, I'll send it right off there right now, no questions asked if I need that spot. So that was cool to hear from him.
Well, I tell you, on TV, too, it doesn't look very steep, on the Racing Dirt flow feed here, but even in the grandstands, it doesn't look that steep. But you get in a car and you try to get over that, it's really blind when you're going over that hill. So I'm glad they changed that. I mean, you just, first of all, working the clutch, trying to get the car, you're standing in line waiting to get for the people that are in the scales ahead of you, trying to get your opportunity to go over that hump. So going over that blind was always kind of, okay, well, let's see where this lands, You hope you land on the path. A couple of drivers didn't, but
for sure, you always hope you did.
Yeah, so I mean that eliminates the guesswork, as far as what's going to go on in that corner. You can always hit your mark a little bit easier now in turns 1 and 2 as you could in 3 and 4. So
they also worked a ton over on this access road over here, which a lot of the fans in the grandstands aren't going to necessarily notice right away. But the new entryway that was kind of put into play there late in the year last year has really come full circle. And Bob's got the land built up over the back there and really widened out and flattened off, and is nice. I was rolling through there with Tyler Rinkin on his golf cart yesterday, and boy, that's sure nice. That was kind of unusable land, even 3, 4, 5 years ago, and they've really cleaned out back into turn 3 all the way around the back, and built a little berm with the few grandstands that are over there in turn number 4, and added that access road, which is certainly going to help things for ease of operations with on the racetrack and then off the racetrack.
So again, here is what we are going to be looking for this evening. We will have modified practice sessions tonight. We will have 5 groups of modified practice sessions, each group comprised of 18, 19, 20 cars, not all at once obviously, but those groups will have their practice sessions, excuse me if I misspoke, practice sessions early. And during those practice sessions, we are going to be able to have Tyrone Lingenfelter come up here to the Advanced Media Solutions broadcast booth. Also, Bob Tim's going to come up here and chat with us through one of those practice sessions. And I think that's going to be interesting because that will give us the opportunity to query Bob about how he feels the track is coming around, perhaps how he, as a former standout racer, would be approaching a night like this. So all of that and more coming up this evening, and that'll be just during the practice sessions. Again, 5 groups of practice sessions coming up this evening, and then we will have qualifying for both the Thursday night portion of the Modified World Championships and the Friday night portion of the Modified World Championships. We'll give you more details on that in a moment.
Dan, I got late breaking news from race director Casey Indra. 10 minutes. We're going to start with the practice session for the hot laps with the modifieds.
There you go. That's good to hear. So it's about 20 minutes past 7:22 on our clocks here in West Central Wisconsin. We are going to take a short break here in just a moment. Give everybody an opportunity to stand up and stretch. Those of you at home can grab an ice cold one from the refrigerator if you'd like. Those of you in the grandstands can visit some of the concession stands here. A big welcome to those of you at home who are watching via Flow coverage and Racing Dirt's coverage. Again, we will have practice sessions coming up here shortly, so sit tight. We'll have cars on the track, according to race director Casey Indra, within 10 minutes as we get started for the almost $500,000 purse that's up for grabs as part of the Modified World Championship.
Not very good, I guess. No, I don't know. I have some confidence, not a bunch of confidence. We haven't raced here twice this year, and I've been all right, but haven't felt as dominant here as I was last year. Last year I felt really good coming into this, but the car has been pretty decent. It runs with the USMTS pretty well yet. Qualifies good, so that'll be nice for tonight and if we can get a good qualifying spot. So I don't know if we'll be able to top what we did last year, but we're going to try.
So let's talk a little bit about the qualifying, how they set up the heat race lineups. You qualified tonight for Thursday and Friday heat race lineups.
Yep.
No matter if you have an okay qualifying time or a really good qualifying time, if you're towards the top half of the field, you're still sitting pretty good in the heat races.
Yeah, and I'm not sure how they're going to do the heat race lineups, if we're doing an invert or if it's just going to go straight up. Is it straight up? Yeah, time trial is going to be huge. There's going to be a lot of guys starting on the pin and probably winning heat races and stuff, so time trials is probably going to be the separation factor. So hopefully a guy can get in a good spot and be kind of early so the track's still fast, and yeah, you can just rip a really good time.
Let's talk a little bit about the strategic platform that goes into play here this weekend. And obviously you and your team have probably talked about this. If you do happen to get within the top 5 on Thursday night for qualifying, do you take that 5th position? Do you take that 4th starting spot, knowing that you're probably starting in the middle of the field on come Saturday night, or are you going to try again on Friday to get closer to the top of the field?
Man, I don't know. Hopefully I'm missing the top 5 and don't have to worry about it. I don't know. I've thought about that same thing, what a guy would do. I don't know. That's a tough one because, yeah, you could be like, well, I'm sitting 6th, so I'm just going to wait. Well, the next night there might be a guy with a ton of points, and you might go from 6th to, 13th. You just don't know, 12th, 13th right in there. You might just be right at the bottom of the barrel. So I don't know. I'm not sure what to think about it yet. You might be able to wait it out and be in front of a B main, but I mean, it is 80 laps, so anything's possible. I mean, there's a lot of time to pass guys and make things happen, so we'll see. I mean, this place race is good, so I mean, it wouldn't be a bad deal to have to start in the front of a B and work your way in that way, but it'd be awesome just to be a top 5 in one of those 2 nights and just be done. Yeah, you know what I mean?
That's catching up with Brandon Davis, no doubt a local favorite, and also a favorite to win the $100,025 here this weekend at Mississippi Thunder Speedway. We're here with Central Kansas racer Brandon Givens. Brandon, we've seen you a little bit this year bouncing in and back out with USMTS, but also the Heartland Modifieds as well. You're back at Mississippi Thunder Speedway. Car's unloaded, beautiful. Are you ready to rock and roll?
I think we're pretty ready. I haven't been here since... I think it's been 3 years since I've been here last, and I entered this deal when it first came out and wasn't really sure if I was going to make it. Then obviously my car builder over here in the pink car, he kind of twisted my arm. He was like, just go. So, yeah, here we are. I got 2 good crew guys with me, and so we'll just see if we can have some fun.
I feel like you found a lot of speed this year, and you've been fairly consistent in your modified program, and each year you're kind of getting a little bit better. Do you feel also that same way?
Yeah, so for sure this has been probably our best start and consistent year to date. And honestly, I got to thank Tanner for that. My father-in-law helps me out a lot. We got a lot of people that help us. We're leading the Heartland points right now, which is really cool. And just the new car that he's built, I mean, ours was the first one out, and then obviously you've seen what his has done. It's pretty much kicked our ass ever since it's hit the racetrack. So no, it's been good. I'm happy.
I really want to ask you this question. It's non-racing related. It is, but it's not at the same time. Chunky Poodle Company.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, a fan favorite. How's your wife doing with the company, and what's on the baking agenda for this weekend?
Well, she's growing at rapid pace, and I couldn't be more proud of her. She just bought a trailer, and we obviously got it all dolled up, ready to go. We were honestly thinking about bringing it here for the first trip, and Sharon, obviously there's a lot of northern people that like her cookies. She ships up north here a lot, so no, it's super good. Obviously I can't keep my hands off of them, obviously you can see, but no, I'm super proud of her, and like I said, if you want to taste probably the best cookie, obviously I'm biased, but it is the best cookie you'll ever put in your mouth, especially over crumble and insomnia. They suck. But yeah, just visit the Chunky Poodle on Facebook or their website and get you some ordered.
You probably shouldn't have a hard time making scales after diving into those cookies, is what you're saying?
Yeah, I went to pre-tech this morning, and they're like, your stuff's a little high, and I'm like, well, I'm 270. Like, I mean, there's not a lot of 270 guys walking around here, I mean, it's all fun and games, but yeah, unfortunately, I don't get to eat as many cookies as probably people think. I wish I did, but they're all sold before I can get my hands onto them, or my kid gets them. So
there you go, catching up with always the fun and entertaining Brandon Givens.
Welcome back to Mississippi Thunder Speedway as we are preparing for the inaugural Modified World Championships. Almost $500,000 up for grabs. It will be a Thursday, Friday, Saturday green flag program that all gets started tonight on Wednesday with practice sessions, a trio of practice sessions for our modified racers, and qualifying coming up later on this evening. We will have 2 sets of qualifying tonight. Drivers will be qualifying for the Thursday program and the Friday program. But racers will not know the lineups for Fridays because there's a unique wrinkle to the program here that gives drivers an opportunity to run Friday if they did not qualify in Thursday, or even if they did have a good Thursday run, they can still run on Friday, but if they use their Friday program, they scratch whatever they did on Thursday. So there are some unique scenarios about the entire program that we're going to be talking about, not only through this evening, but through the entire week as well. And of course, it's all leading up to a $10,000 and $25 to win main event for the stock cars and the huge $100,000 and $25 to win main event on Saturday for the modifieds. My name is Dan Bailey, Guy Hammernick standing next to me, and Trenton Berry is down in the infield. Trenton, we've got cars gathering in the staging area, which means we're just moments away from our first speed shots of the Modified World Championship.
Man, I'm really excited. It's finally here, and the cars are in staging, ready to roll. It's kind of a pinch me moment, guys. I mean, this is an unbelievable undertaking with so many people from all across the country, from the competition side, the business side, the production side. You know, there's several T-shirt trailers and whatnot out in the vendor midway, which certainly adds to the appeal of the event, and it's going to be a great night here. Just needed just a little bit more time to get that slime bladed off the racetrack with the road grader there, and Bob was taking charge of that, making sure he had the racetrack just exactly where he wanted it, so it'd be perfect for this first group of hot laps that are getting ready to roll. I'm so locked in, showing 92 cars on my race pass, which is a great turnout. We're going to have 60 stock cars rolling here tomorrow as well, so it's going to be a really big time. I'm so looking forward to this event. You know, we're fortunate enough, Dan, to go across the country every single weekend to different places, and we go to a lot of great places, but we don't get events like this, and that's kind of the, you know, variety's kind of the spice of life, and this one certainly adds some variety. You know, there's not many places in the country that you'll see David Stremme pitted back over here, and you'll see the contingent of MTS cars over here and U.S. MTS cars over in this end. And, you know, a guy like me, I'm just hoping somebody like Stremme could draw right beside Jim Chisholm in a heat race, because, you know, like that could just be so incredible. And if we could throw, you know, maybe like a Zach Brom, who's brand new to the division, and somebody like a Brandon Davis or a Dustin Sorensen in there too, and just like, there's going to be a lot of guys that aren't used to racing each other that are going to really, really add to the appeal of this event as well.
Well, you bring up an important point, Trenton, and I hope that the race fans understand this, that just because we have huge names here, and we do have some huge names here, does not mean that the quote-unquote regulars or those drivers who may not regularly travel to big events do not have a chance. I mean, we had last year, when we dabbled in a format very similar to this, the Big Deal, which was a $100,000 to win event, we had drivers like John Daly transfer on the very first night into the big show on Saturday. Also, Kennedy Swan was a heat race winner in her first evening out, and was a great representative of WISSOTA, and that's another neat wrinkle, Guy Hammernick, about this. We have drivers who are racing under WISSOTA rules. We have drivers who are racing under USRA rules. We have drivers who are racing under other sanctioning body rules as well. So it's one of those events where we see everybody congregating at once, and we get to find out who's who in the modified world.
Yeah, I was just looking at some of the states that are represented here. There's like people from all over the world here, North America here, but New Mexico, Kansas, Tennessee, Minnesota, Wisconsin, New York, you name it, Arizona. So we're going to get things rolling here pretty soon. They're just working on the infield road there so that the cars can exit the speedway and head back pit side through the infield.
Yeah, for those of you who perhaps have never been to Mississippi Thunder Speedway or are tuning in to live streaming coverage from Mississippi Thunder Speedway for the first time, how about a gentle introduction to Mississippi Thunder Speedway? Big Third Mile is what we call it because it is a third-mile racetrack. As Guy Hammernick had mentioned earlier, the banking at Mississippi Thunder Speedway is much steeper than it may appear on the streaming coverage. It's not a Bristol. I'm not trying to say that. We're not working with 36-degree banking or anything like that, but it is much more substantial than sometimes it appears on the streaming coverage as we begin rolling our first few cars out onto the track. The layout of the facility, turns 1 and 2, where the Red 99 of Steve Levasseur is currently rolling into, is the east end of the Speedway. Turns 3 and 4 is the west end of the Speedway. And if you're familiar at all with West Central Wisconsin, we are literally right on the Mississippi, hence the name Mississippi Thunder Speedway. It is less than a mile to our left, to our west, just outside of turns 3 and 4, where the mighty Mississippi separates the state of Wisconsin from the state of Minnesota. And then off to our east, on the outside of the pits, outside of turns 1 and 2, we have the bluffs that are such a visual indicator of this area of the United States. It is a beautiful setting, and we are excited to welcome you to Mississippi Thunder Speedway. So there's your brief introduction. The cars enter the track, as Trenton Berry was mentioning earlier, atop turn 4 in the staging area outside of turn 4, and they exit the track in turn 2. They usually come down through the infield. That's why we had a grader trying to work that windrow in between turns 3 and 4 away so that they can roll through the infield and then exit the track in a reverse order out of turn number 2. So that's the general layout of what we're going to be seeing here at Mississippi Thunder Speedway. I did mention first car out onto the track was that red 99L of Steve Levasseur. Steve is one of those drivers who calls his home River Falls, Wisconsin. He comes down to Mississippi Thunder Speedway on almost a regular weekly competitor,
Yep.
but he has also enjoyed a lot of success everywhere that he travels, supported this year by Vermin Designs, Jeff Levasseur Trucking, Extreme Destinations Travel in that 2024 SSR race car. So the first car out on the track, I think it's fitting, Guy Hammernick, that it's one of those cars that is a regular competitor here at Mississippi Thunder Speedway.
Oh, he certainly knows his way around. Steve's a tough competitor. It seems like his program really stepped up like the last 4 or 5 years for the 99L. A very competitive racer. So first car on the Speedway to get this weekend rolling.
The car right behind Steve Levasseur is the 5D. That 5D is Devin Havlik from Waterloo, Iowa. So there's another state that we get to mention. There are quite a few Iowans who came up here. Devin piloting a CDR Race Cars chassis number 5D with Havlik Trucking, Capital Signs, Bilstein Clays Coating along for the ride. There's the 21 machine of Jacob Bleese. I mentioned Jacob earlier because couple of weeks ago when the World of Outlaws were here, Jacob almost set a brand new track record. I know almost doesn't mean anything. It's not going to be written about in the records books, but that Kevco Racing number 21 machine turned in a fast lap on conditions that were very similar to what we see here tonight, Guy Hammernick, with some rain that came through the area.
Well, yeah, and then 2 weeks ago, he brought down his stock car as well, and he won the feature in not only the A-Mod division, but also the stock car division. So we'll see what's in store for the 21 race team as we get more cars joining on. There's a 19 SB of Lance Mari. He always does pretty decent when he comes here.
The 2C, Dave Kane out there, going to get some laps in. Kane Racing with support from Wallet Construction, Wares Machine and Racing Products, CMB Concrete, amongst others, in that Longhorn chassis.
Yeah, Kane's a perennial WISSOTA top 5 national points competitor.
We also see the 3W of Bryce Graber. Bryce coming up from Paris, Illinois. So there we are, already up to 4 states well represented. And there is the 69 of Lucas Schott. Lucas, current MTS mod track record holder, as I've mentioned a couple of titimes, a 14.852 second lap back in August of 2022. And our first practice session of the Modified World Championships is underway. Guy Hammernick, it's going to be interesting to see how this track develops through these 3 practice sessions. Normally on a regular Friday night race night, we will see cars down on the bottom. We will see cars utilizing at least 2 grooves in the middle, and we will see cars pushing the cushion all the way up at the top of the banking near the concrete wall. They're going to have to let this track come to them a little bit this evening, and what we're noticing down in turn number 1 right now is that they're favoring a slightly mid-groove entry and then trying to come down to the bottom of turn number 2.
Well, this track is pretty green right now. The first fast laps taken on it. And I can tell you, some of these drivers in this first group, they're going to be going through some tear-offs here early on. And they're throwing some dirt around early, so It'll take a few laps to get everything worn in here pretty good, I think.
Another car out on the track during this first practice session is Zach Brom. Zach, as Trenton Berry had mentioned, is new to the A-Mod ranks, but he has already tasted success. As a matter of fact, he picked up his career first A-Mod feature win, and he has been celebrating ever since. Zach Brom in the number 43 out on the track with his first practice session. So we've got our first practice group out onto the track. Guy Hermannick, I mentioned it'll be interesting to see how this track develops. Everybody tending in that first group, as I mentioned, to utilize kind of a mid-groove entry in 1, a low exit to 2, a low entry to 3, and then a low or a mid-exit out of 4. But again, that's only one group with a handful of cars getting on the racing surface. I think that is going to change as the practice sessions continue.
Oh, certainly that will widen out as they get rolling here. People just trying to play it safe. You don't want to slam into the wall on the first hot lap session around, going around the Speedway. So you want to make sure the car is going to stick there first, and then you can start taking some chances once you get the feel of things, I think.
I gave some race fans who have never been to Mississippi Thunder Speedway a gentle introduction to our big third mile. One important point that I think we do need to introduce the race fans to is the potential for action in turn 2. We could call it treacherous turn 2, or as we're a regular Friday night track, we call it the Friday night funnel, because the cars pick up so much momentum coming through turns 1 and 2 as they try to lengthen that back straightaway out, that momentum oftentimes carries cars up to the top of turn 2. And that is probably the narrowest portion of this 90-foot wide racing surface, because they need to adjust the walls there just a bit to allow the cars to exit the speedway, as we're seeing them do right now. And every once in a while, Guy Hermannick, that'll catch somebody off guard as they tiptoe just a little too high on that exit of turn 2, maybe catch the right rear quarter panel or even the right rear tire on that concrete barrier that sticks out.
Yeah, I think the entrance into turn 1 has a direct reflection on how you're going to come out of turn number 2 oftentimes, and a lot of people will choose a higher line going into the turn and then sharpening that corner to get a better run down the backstretch. But sometimes people, they go in low and they end up coming out high, and it looks like it dips in. Just it's an optical illusion from our vantage point here. But it's really at the same width as most of the speedway around it, but it does tend to catch a few people. A couple more drivers that from the first group that are out there competing. That's Josh Bevelow from Bemidji in the 22B car out there. The 12-0, Adam Ogle from Gatlinburg, Tennessee, coming a long ways up here to compete with us this weekend.
Hey, check.
Down along the sponsor boards in between the front back straightaway tread.
Want to just add in here real quick, Ryan Gustin in the 12 car. That's the Hughes house car, so you're going to see some fast laps out of that thing all weekend. Gustin, of course, has had all kinds of success here. Case Recycling, Murphy Oil, picking out the partners there on the 12. Jason Hughes is working on it this weekend, and Ryan's driving it.
Ryan Gustin, of course, has enjoyed a lot of success here at Mississippi Thunder Speedway, so he would be one driver to keep your eyes on as he adjusts his driving style to that race car and this racing surface. Ryan Gustin, not only in the modified ranks, but in the late model ranks, seems to very easily find success whatever he's piloting. So he might be somebody who could take home $100,000 at the end of Saturday. A little bit later on, we are going to get Mississippi Thunder Speedway track owner Tyrone Lingenfelter up here to the announcer's booth, get his thoughts on the way that our practice sessions are going. We're only a couple of groups in, and practice will continue until we get to our 2 qualifying sessions a bit later on. So it'll be interesting to hear Tyrone's thoughts. As I mentioned earlier, we're also going to get track owner Bob Tim up here into the announcer's booth to let us know his thoughts on the way that the track surface is rolling in through night number 1. Wednesday night fun here at Mississippi Thunder Speedway. Car on the front straightaway just making its way down into turn number 1, the red and yellow number 35, David Stremme, joining us from Mifflintown, PA, in that Penske Racing Shocks All-Star Performance Weir's Machine 5-star bodies, lethal chassis entry. So we will be looking for some good things from Mr. Stremme. Other cars out on the Speedway for this practice session include Keith Hammett piloting the 29H machine. We've also got the 24G Dylan Gadel, who's going to be turning laps, and we have the 97JR of Landon Volkman. There's a neat little story. Landon got started in the B mods last year, had both a B mod and an A mod, and then about 2/3 of the way through the season decided he was having so much fun with that A mod, he decided to focus solely on the A mod, and Landon has actually been able to pick up a top 10 finish already this year with that 97JR. Landon's down there in the back straightaway headed towards turn number 3. Tanner Mullins out on the track as well with that Mel Hamilton Sandlin Iron and Metal Autos salvage Mullins Racing chassis, Mullins Racing's engines entry. Tanner did not have the big deal experience that he had hoped for.
He certainly did not, no.
Ended up on his lid between turns 3 and 4. He's hoping for a better experience this year. As a matter of fact, as we watch this group enjoy some time on the track, former race director and current track owner Tyrone Lingenfelter has made his way into the Advanced Media Solutions broadcast booth. Tyrone, I know you're just trying to catch your breath after working out on the track all the time. We're going to have you pick up a microphone here and chat with us a little bit while this practice session is underway. You know, the rains came through and threw us all the curveball, but that's kind of the way that's kind of our story these last couple of years. We have a big event, and Mother Nature comes out and says, well, how about a little bit of this moisture?
Yeah, it's never a dull moment, it seems like, when it comes to racing, especially this year. It seems like, you know, the first night of World of Outlaws, we never put a drop of water on the racetrack. Now the first night of the Modified World Championship, I doubt we're going to have to put water on the racetrack the whole day today, too. But I will say this, if it's going to be rainy or, you know, overcast a day, I'll take it today over Thursday, Friday, or Saturday. So we'll get the whole thing in. Bob did a great job last night getting this place sealed up, so we're even able to practice tonight. We were just talking about that. We would have never did that. There's no way we'd even be able to practice or qualify tonight. So it was a great call by him to do that, and I'm kind of looking forward to seeing how this track will work its way up. I mean, obviously it's very heavy right now, but I think as the night goes on, it'll work its way up and then it'll get wider.
So I want to pick your brain a little bit about this whole event. When you guys announced what you were putting together for the Modified World Championships, started off as just kind of a thought last year after we had a positive experience with the big deal. You guys wanted to do something special at the end of last year. Mother Nature, of course, kind of took that out of our hands, and now here we are this year with this big deal. I think the excitement level, not only from the race fans, but especially the racers themselves, has been, almost off the hook since the moment you guys started explaining what you were looking forward to for this week.
Yeah, and it's, I was kind of telling this to Bob as we were leading up to everything with today, like, last night, so I left the racetrack and I got home last night like 8:45, took a shower, kind of sat down, and I sat and answered messages on my phone for 2 hours. Just people that are asking about getting tickets and getting camping yet and just different things like that. So it's had a ton of excitement. It's been like that, like you said, from the get-go, kind of as we announced it. Same thing with stock cars. I mean, when we announced our entries, where people get signed up, I think stock cars were full within like 2-3 hours. Yeah. And then we ended up doing some invites there, modifieds. We got a bunch right away, and then kept going and kept going. And we started doing invites. We got some more people, and it's tough. You only got, we only got 92 modifieds here. I think is what we ended up at. But at the same time, 92 modifieds for a race is a lot of modifieds. So, and you usually always have some fall when people sign up and it just doesn't work out last minute. But Bob and I have been talking about this event since December. Just the format and everything we wanted to do with this whole thing, and now having everybody out here and having the UMP cars and WISSOTA cars and USRA cars all mixed together, that's what excites me the most, because I don't get to watch all these guys all the time. USRA cars, yes, I obviously see them all the time, but these mixture of UMP, WISSOTA guys that are here, I just think it's cool how we can mix everything together, and it puts on, last year it was almost dead even across the board. We had WISSOTA guys that ran well like Candy Swan. We had UMP cars that are out front. Tyler Nicey got top 5. And now you got obviously all the USRA guys that are good for around here and that run USMTS. Putting them all together in one mega show, having Race and Dirt and Flow involved, and just all our crew with yourselves announcing and stuff too. I just think it's so cool to be able to do this whole thing. And for me, it's so cool knowing that I grew up about 2 miles as a crow flies from here at just some little tri-oval in Fountain City, Wisconsin. Now here we are. We have Mississippi Thunder Speedway and the biggest modified purse in the country.
No, but seriously, when you woke up in the middle of the night and heard rain falling on your roof, how many gray hairs popped out of the top of your head?
It was, I'll be honest, there was at one point I do remember hearing the rain on the window, and I pulled up my radar and I was looking at it and I'm like, it should be done by the morning. And then I looked in the morning when I got up and I'm like, hopefully it'll be done by 10, hopefully it'll be done by 11, so on and so forth. So it gets to be stressful, but at the same time, you can only control what you can control. I can't control Mother Nature, so it's kind of just like, it is what it is. You go back to bed, you deal with it. Kind of the same thing here. We dealt with it. Bob did a really good job of staying patient, not getting on the track too early. Now we're able to work it in. I think it's going to be great. I don't see, right now, I don't think it's going to be choppy or anything. I mean, it's hard to really tell because the dirt's so loose right now, but we had a really good base going into this weekend, which I think is going to help us a lot.
You have obviously been working on the track all day, but you've also had a chance to talk with a lot of the drivers, crew members, family members of the drivers. I think 99% of them understand what you just said. You can't control Mother Nature, right? So they're here for the event. Unfortunately, we've got one car smoking a little bit up there on turn number 2. And they know what you're up against trying to bring this track together. It seems like it's been a very positive acceptance from all the racers.
Yeah, and I think the track record helps a little bit. We've been, obviously, Dairyland Showdown, kind of same situation. We've had other events in the past where Mother Nature doesn't always cooperate. I mean, I think of the last time we raced, it was drizzling and raining during the races while we were running. So we'll always put our best foot forward, and the only time we're ever going to pull the pin is if we absolutely, all right, we've thrown everything at it, we're done. So that wasn't the case by any means today. We were even willing to move it back another half hour if we needed to, but we didn't have to, so we were able to get everything rolling. But I think it just started, first of all, it starts always with Bob. Bob has kind of got this whole, if you tell me I can't do something, I'm going to do it. And I feel like I'm starting to adapt that a little bit because there's a lot of times where I just kind of do stuff, but then all of a sudden if someone tells me hey, I don't think you can do that, it's kind of like, all right, well, now I'm going to do it just because you said that. So, and that's kind of, I think, how Bob looks at it. That sometimes, I think a lot of people are just like, they'll just rain out tonight and they'll do it. Bob's like, no, we're going to get it in tonight. So
I want to talk about the way you and Bob and the whole ownership team have constructed this week, this program. We're going to get kind of deep into the weeds about how everybody qualifies and all that sort of stuff. But what for you, how did it all come about? What was the genesis of this, and what were your first plans, your initial thoughts about putting this program together?
It was, when we first started talking about it, we talked to Trenton and Stick, I would say almost weekly. If it's not weekly, for sure bi-weekly. And a lot of times it's just getting caught up in where things are at with them, with us, with the track, just everything within the industry. And when we first started floating around, they were definitely excited, to do it. And they, there's a reason they got on board with this whole thing to begin with and part of our ownership group. So when we got this whole thing really going and kind of putting the nuts and bolts of it, and that's the part I think why the relationship works so well is when it comes to the racing side of it, it's like, all right, we trust what you guys are doing. We're going to let you guys make what you believe is the best call, put the best program together. And we're kind of the same way, all right, when it comes to TV stuff, we trust that you guys are going to put the best program in there, whether that means how many different camera angles you need, how many different people you need. So there's really no ever second guessing on what each other does. We just understand, okay, that's your expertise, this is our expertise. But then when we throw ideas at each other, that's where it kind of makes you feel better. It's okay, we feel good about this, but now we want to throw it to someone who isn't involved as much in the racing program. What do you think of this? And they'll tell us oh yeah, we think that's great, or we're kind of whatever about it. And it's the same way with them. They always give us different feedback and things they'd like to try and what we think of it, and we go back and forth. And it's a really good, healthy working relationship, that's for sure, with everything. And just as everything's going on, the more we've learned about the TV side, the more they've learned about just running a race program. I think it's only made both of our entities stronger overall.
So about the race program itself, we're looking at practice and qualifying tonight, obviously. We'll have a full program on Thursday, a full program on Friday, then, of course, Alphabet Soup and the big events and the non-qualifiers on Saturday. So how much has that race program format changed from when you guys first started kicking around the idea of a $100,000 modified world championship?
Oh, it's gone through some changes. That's probably the part that makes it the best with Bob and I working in the office together is we can kind of, I mean, we're doing Oak Ridge stuff, and then eventually, like, Oak Ridge maybe kind of has a lull, so I'm working on some racing stuff, and then it might be the end of the day, and it's like 5 o'clock, and you just kind of were starting to wind down. Between 5 and 6 is usually when Bob and I leave, and we'll just sit down, and all of a sudden I'll be, all right, what do you think of this, and what do you think of that for the format? And we kind of just put all the eggs, like, together, but we didn't really, like, lay it all out. We were just like, okay, we like this, and this. Not really sure about this, but what if we did this? And then eventually we just all came together like, okay, well, with this whole program, what if we do it? And then this is the way we laid it out. And we loved it. We told it to Racing Dirt. They loved it. It's unique. It's something that nobody else really does. So we're like, I kind of want to go forward. I think it's the most racer friendly, and the biggest aspect of it, that's fan friendly as well, because there's no inverts or passing points and stuff like that where they don't understand maybe exactly what's going on, unlike, you know, we understand it. So it's just basically, if you qualify good, you're gonna be starting up front. You finish up front, you're starting up front again.
And another point that I know that you and Bob have brought up several times during your live social media presentations to the racing fans is that you wanted to try to figure out a way to configure this program so that that driver who has one miscue early in the week is just not out of hope for the rest of the week.
Yeah, and that's where having the pro program where you run, you know, even when you qualify tonight, we originally even talked about doing just 2 laps. And the first lap was going to be Thursday and the second lap was going to be Friday. And then I was like, yeah, Bob, but what if you messed up that first lap? You know your second lap is going to be better, but it still ain't going to be good because you messed it up. Do we really want to take someone's whole weekend away off of 2 laps? Can we at least run another session and give them another chance come Friday? And at first it was kind of like, yeah, but we have to qualify everybody twice. But then, like, as we went on, Bob's like, no, I agree. We need to do that because, he's like, well, okay, what if you go out and you run the 1 lap and you break? Well, you're just out Friday. I was like, well, that could happen that way, but at least you get an opportunity now where if you run 1 lap, you break. Okay, you got your 1 lap for Thursday. You can go back and fix it. You run again Friday. Or if you messed up Thursday, you have a chance now Friday to still run a good lap. So it kind of works out hand in hand. Everyone's going to get some more laps. Even if the first one didn't go well, you didn't really mess up, but it just didn't go well, you can change. Or if it did go really well, you can really decide, you know what, things didn't go real well, but I've always wanted to try something. I think that can make me a little bit better, and maybe you're the same. So no matter what, you're still in the same spot come Thursday and Friday.
So we did have the heavy implements out there before this practice session rolled out onto the track, continuing to work on the racing surface, and that's one thing that Bob does, right? If the track needs a little TLC, he's going to want to go out there and address it.
Oh, for sure, and that's, you know, that's... I could tell he was chomping at the bit. He was in the grader back there, like moving dirt around in spots that he never moves dirt around. He was moving equipment around just to move equipment around. I think he was doing everything he could to stay off the track. As much as Mother Nature can hurt you, she's also the best one to help you as far as when it's done, just letting that air, the wind, the sun. Now, we didn't really get much sun today, but that will naturally do more wonders working the track, and then us being on there with the equipment. You start doing it too early, you can actually tear it up more and make things worse for yourself. And Bob has become really good at staying patient when it comes to that. He might not be patient in a lot of things in life, but when it comes to that, he does a pretty good job at staying patient. So, and as we did when we first pulled on the racetrack, I seen people watching. I mean, now if you've seen it right away, it was a mess. I mean, the whole time, like, I guarantee you, there's people like, what are these guys doing out there? But it's the process. You almost have to make it a mess before you can make it look good. And that's the part you got to get to. It's just a lot of times people don't get to see that part of it.
Caution lights are out. The wheel and caution lights letting the drivers bring it back down under control as this practice session comes to a close. We talked a little bit about the kind of the race program for this entire week. Is there one little wrinkle that's new that has you kind of excited? Is there something that just makes you smile when you think about the way this week is organized for the racers?
I am honestly super excited to, when this qualifying's done, to be able to take all those lineups and start to put them together and see how these heat races are going to look, because you're going to have fast guys get spread out, but you're also going to end up, it's sooner or later, there's so much talent here that they will end up being some heats that are just loaded. And you're going to, I'm just as much of a race fan as anybody, so is Bob. That's why we do this stuff. That's all we've been talking about is just the racing and watching these guys compete against each other. Now, when these heats get set up, I can't wait to tonight have them all done and look at it and be like, holy cow, you guys see heat number 2 tonight? Like, heat number 2 tomorrow night, it's going to be loaded, and I can't wait to watch. Maybe it's Thornton against Guston, or maybe it's Cade Dillard against Keith Foss, one of our, just the mixture of the local guys and the national guys that you're going to get together, and hopefully, you get some local guys that qualify really well, and you're like, oh, sweet, maybe Zach Brown qualified really well, and now he's starting right up front. Be curious to see what he can do and if he can take it, and that's the part that excites me the most. And then the stock car aspect gets added tomorrow, and we haven't even had them out here yet, and the stock car talent that we have that's going to be here. So it's all of it. That's what brings the most joy to me, is just the racing and watching these guys go at it and watching the crowd get excited. And it's just the only thing that makes the promoting side of it not always fun is just everything leading up to it and dealing with the weather and all that stuff. But
Tyrone and Guy Hermannick, look into turns 1 and 2. The 99 machine is the candy man. That's Josh Angst, a 7-time track champion. Josh has done his traveling, but he's not known as an uber traveler. He enjoys a lot of success here. Do you guys feel like the way that this program is organized this week is maybe a bit of an equalizer for, as you just mentioned, Tyrone, those quote-unquote big-name drivers who are going to be here trying to collect $100,000, and some of those local big-name drivers like Josh Angst or some of the other guys who are regular weekly competitors here?
Well, if you look, throughout the winter and throughout the whole season, actually, a lot of our local guys travel abroad and do very well at different tracks, not just here at Mississippi Thunder Speedway. I mean, Josh has proven himself here at this Speedway time and time again. But he also had success at not Cedar Lake, Deer Creek Speedway. A lot of success up there. I mean, he's a family man. He's got kids at home and a wife and other things going on as well. But I'll take our local drivers up against anybody in the country.
Does that give you, Tyrone, a little bit of pride? Because our local drivers are pretty stout.
Yeah, and that's where I think I take the most pride. It's not just our guys saying it.
Right.
It's the Rodney Sanders, it's the Tanner Mullins, the Terry Phillips. I mean, that's all they talk about when they come up here, is how hard the competition is between Cedar Lake, ourselves, Deer Creek, things like that. So, and like you said, I think when you have a national guy, they race at all these different tracks, which what makes them better, because when you go to different tracks, they can adapt quicker. But our local guys, they know what our track does all the time. They've seen every different way that Bob is throwing things at them. They've seen it all. So even like a night like tonight now, where obviously it's more heavy than what we normally have it, they've been here before when it's like that. They were here for the Dairyland. They were here previous years, so they know what the track likes to do, how it will progress as the night goes on. Where some other guys have maybe only been here 1 or 2 times and never seen it like this before. So they might be a little tighter. They might even be a little off on gearing, depending on where they were at to begin with. And that's just the national guys will pick up on it quick anyway, because they race so much, they get used to it. But at the same time, that's what gives our local guys a great chance, and because of how talented they are, it gives them a little bit of leading edge, at least going into tonight.
Trenton Berry is down in the infield, and he's trying to keep an eye on the racing surface as we work our way through these practice sessions. Are you seeing things change already on the race surface, Trent?
Yeah, definitely. And one of the big things that is really helpful here is the big implement. What is this thing, Tyrone? Have you driven this thing down a highway that's getting ready to pull out here, that's pulling the white tires?
Big Tarrigator with the weight on the back. That's what Trent's talking about. What do you call that thing?
That's the Tarrigator.
Is that one?
That doesn't have a tank on it. And yes, actually,
is that one of the
Tarrigator that's rolling right there.
Okay.
It took me approximately 4 hours to get that here driving on the highway. And the other Tarrigator that's actually not been out on the Speedway yet, I drove that one here as well. So they do very well on the highway. I don't know about gas mileage, but I know they go pretty well.
If anybody in agriculture out there needs a Tarrigator roof, Tyrone's your man. You know what? Back roads, gravel roads, I-90, it's all the same to Tyrone. He doesn't care. He'll get it from point A to point B. But no, to speak about the racetrack, one of the biggest things is just continuing to roll that, get up off the bottom there as you're trying to widen it out. When tracks are heavy like this, it's almost always right at the bottom to get it started. So that's a huge thing. You know, we see a lot of times in the U.S. MTS races when the tracks are heavy, Todd will even tell the guys when they roll out on the racetrack, all right, 2 laps around, we're going to pack the top. And we're doing this right now, one, not only to save the racetrack for the weekend, but to just keep that thing from building a berm, because if you don't do that in this condition right now, that thing will build a ledge that you can't get over, and that's just as wide as it is right now, as wide as the track will ever get. So that's one of the biggest things, is just staying on it here. It's probably honestly going to be, I don't know, Tyrone, you know this dirt better than me, but probably going to need to be constant maintenance throughout the course of the night here to really get these corners dialed in.
Yeah, we're going to have to, as the night goes on, that's why we're kind of bringing the Tarrigator out now and trying to work it up. once we get that kind of, like you said, that ledge, we can keep working that up the racetrack, it'll be fine, because you could see how it's lighter. Like right now, for example, where Terry Phillips is rolling, like right below him is lighter right now. That dirt right there and that surface is good, but the problem is you can see where it's so much darker above that. That's all that moisture, because all that loose dirt is just being tossed up right now, and it's so wet that it's not carrying up to the top. It's just kind of like setting right down right there. It's just like having a ball of wet dirt right there. It's not going to roll very far. If it's lighter, that's when you start to see it really move up the racetrack, and you kind of see fine crumbs that'll go across the track. So we'll definitely have to do this for a little while throughout the night, but the more we keep racing like this, the more that'll just naturally widen out, and that brown will be from top to bottom. And depending on how it goes, we might even get a little black streak that'll get in the racetrack tonight, but it'll definitely take a little work to get it up that high.
So practice sessions continue here at Mississippi Thunder Speedway on night number 1 of the 2025 World Modified Championships. We will have these practice sessions until we get to qualifying. Tyrone Lingenfelder, we did have to move things back just a little bit today because of that moisture. What are we thinking as far as qualifying times go?
We're kind of in a wait and see here. We'll see how these, no matter what, we're going to do 3 separate groups of qualifying, or separate groups of practice. Everybody will get a chance to go out 3 separate times. If it works out time-wise to maybe do a 4th one and we can still start somewhere between 9:30 with qualifying, we'll do that. But no matter what, I'd like to stick with that time. I don't want to try to get too late in the evening. So if we just do the 3 and maybe it works out, we can get to 9 and we can just roll right into qualifying still and not really delay that side of it too much.
Terry Phillips, a gentleman who Tyrone Lingenfelder had mentioned, out on the track for this practice session with his Andy's Frozen Custard, Karst Industries, the Seal Valley Transportation Bloodline Chassis number 75 machine. We've also got a youngster out there on the racing surface who is quickly making a name for himself, and that would be Joe Chisholm, who's making his way into turn number 3 now, coming out of turn number 4 and onto the front straightaway. Joe Chisholm, a 2-time track champion here at Mississippi Thunder Speedway. He's also had AMOD success as well, and he is showing this year that he's very easily making that transition from the B-mods up to the A-mods. So they call him Smoke, and he's not afraid to put some smoke in the air. We will see if Joe Chisholm might be one of those racers who can taste success. That would be an interesting storyline, Guy Hermannick and Tyrone Lingenfelder, because his brother Jim Chisholm, picked up a huge payday as a USMTS national champion in 2024. Now, if Joe were to be able to pocket $100,000 this weekend, that family would be doing pretty well.
For sure, and Jim won $100,000 earlier this year down in Salina.
That's right, yep.
With that XR show. So if Joe brings home $100,000, I would say their racing program is going to be sitting pretty strong.
Retire.
Just getting started. They're just getting warmed up. As a matter of fact, that's what's happening for everybody. They are just getting warmed up right now with our practice sessions as the checkered flag comes out to bring this practice session to a close. You can see some of the times there on the screen. Those of you who are watching the live stream via Racing Dirt or Flow, some good times here. A big thank you to Tyrone Lingenfelder, who came up here to spend some time with us. 14:7:10 fast lap. Our track record is 14:852. So, Guy Hermannick, we might be seeing records fall here this evening once we get into our qualifying. And as both Trent and Tyrone were explaining, you're going to see that Terrigator out there throughout these practice sessions as Bob continues to try to break down a developing berm at the top of the mid-groove in an effort to allow this track to widen out and present more racing surface for these racers as they get a little bit closer towards their qualifying sessions, which are coming up a little bit later on today.
Well, you can always see that, already see that groove widening, but like Tyrone says, that the dirt that would normally fly up towards the wall isn't traveling as far because it's retaining so much moisture. So for safety's sake and also to keep the track going in the right direction, Bob's out there knocking that down a little bit so that widens that groove a little bit more. And as the time goes on here through these practice sessions, as they ride that cushion around the big 3rd mile, that will widen out even more, and we're going to have a great racing surface tonight.
We've got a great collection of locals and visitors. We've got Tate Hansen is out there with his number 96 Vanderbilt chassis with structural buildings and Hansen Concrete and Mies Outland and Hatfield Racing Engines along for the ride. And then right behind him, we've got a former 2-time track champion here at Mississippi Thunder Speedway, Parker Hale. Parker won those championships in the B-Mod. here at Mississippi Thunder Speedway. Moved up to the A-Mods a couple of years ago with the Brom Racing Stables as a teammate to Zach Brom, who we were talking about earlier. Parker had a great run this past weekend at the USMTS program up at Deer Creek Speedway with a second place finish. He's hoping for a good night with that kick-ass beef jerky Riverland Trucking number 28 machine. Darwin Carew right behind him with that 22 killer chassis by Carew. Darwin is one of those racers who's always here at Mississippi Thunder Speedway. He's always battling and he's always hoping for something a little bit better, and this might be one of those weekends where he could put together a breakthrough performance with that Broadway Car Care South Point Motors Joker Customs number 23 machine.
So we have two 28s out there. That's Parker Hale in the turn number 4, and also there's a 428 with a little tiny 4 right underneath the kick-ass beef jerky sign there in turn number 3. That's Caden Blazer from Chippewa Falls. Run a couple times with us already this year, and really had some good finishes out of that driver.
He did. He was here running that modified in the Northern Lights modified portion of the Dairyland Showdown, which was when we had the World of Outlaw late models here. And during that 3-day program, which ended up being a 2-day program, he was able to pick up 2 top 7 feature finishes. On the Friday night portion of the program, finished 7th. On the Saturday night portion of the program, he was top 5 with a 4th place finish. So keep your eyes on that youngster, Caden Blazer, with that MB Customs Vodka West Hill Bar and Grill CMB Shops entry. He could be one of those modified racers who turns this weekend into a hugely satisfying bank deposit if you're able to get a good run through the qualifying this evening, through the qualifying events on Thursday, Friday, and into the Saturday show.
Sean Walski out there in the 95X, the orange and blue 95X. Got a couple of 95s out there. Former B-Mod track champion here at Mississippi Thunder Speedway. Moved up to A-Mod a couple years ago. Struggled a little bit the last couple of years, but this year things look different. That car's a lot faster. There was never a handling issue. I think it was just a matter of finding the right gear combination and the speed. But so far, Walski's one of the drivers to contend with and might be in the running here come Saturday night.
You notice the black Zero machine out on the Speedway, currently headed down the back straightaway and towards turns 3 and 4. That, of course, would be the Zero machine of Jake O'Neill, the real deal out of Tucson, Arizona. He's turning some good laps here tonight. Former USMTS End of Summer Bash winner, and a lot of success for Jake O'Neill, and he's looking for a great weekend with the Texas General Mechanical Red Eye Radiator Hodges dredging entry. Getting that qualifying session in for this evening. As we look at our practice times, we mentioned earlier Kurt Spalding with the 5S currently has laid down our fastest lap, which was a 14:7:10, I believe. Will Krupp with the number 9, second fastest. Cole Falloway, third fastest with the 12:5. These, of course, are just practice times. We will see how that will transition into qualifying times a little bit later on tonight, Guy Hammernick. Not only, Guy Hammernick, are we going to be looking at a fast race surface because of the moisture, but also you start that letting that sun set and the temperatures cool a little bit. She's going to be a quick one this evening.
I think so, yeah. We're going to put down some really fast times. Boy, the modifieds just keep coming and coming and coming and coming. Another practice session coming on. There's Jim Chisholm in the 24C, one of the drivers you were talking about earlier. Jake Tim in car 49.
Where's that Bob to?
Yeah.
I don't know. I didn't check the sheet. I just spoke blindly without even looking at the rundown sheet.
I haven't seen Bob for a while, so I don't know.
Well, he was standing by the fence here watching while you guys were chatting earlier.
I guess he is.
Now he's on the infield, so unless he's going to put on a racing suit and a helmet and jump in a car, that's probably Jake.
Hey guys, if I could jump in here just 1 second. One of the big things you need to watch about practice tonight, Strickler's testing both cars. He's out here in his UMP race car right now. He plans to race his USRA car, but he said he did want to turn a few laps in his UMP car just to get a feel for it, because he was still a little bit somewhat undecided on which way he was going to go.
So that's an interesting wrinkle here tonight, as Strickler bringing both cars out for practice, trying to figure out which way he wants to go.
Yeah, I have the same problem.
Also, Tyrone Lingenfelter trolling the nation and trying to get some stories going to see if that's Jake or Bob Tim. It is Jake behind the wheel of that Gorilla Mill Herco Company's Rage chassis by JTR number 49 machine. He is is looking for a good night, and it's not starting off on the right foot as the smoke starts to show from that.
Yeah, it's hard to tell if that's tire rub there from the left rear or...
Yeah, it definitely looks like that left rear quarter panel could be rubbing. You see it kind of flapping in the wind there a little bit.
Another car on the speedway is Dan Ebert. Dan exiting turn number 2, headed down the back straightaway with his Collins Brothers towing of St. Cloud, Minnesota truck headquarters, Woody's Racing, Mullins Racing chassis number 60 machine. Dan has been having, an interesting season this year with his late model as he is taking the reins of a late model charge this year, trying to figure that whole world out as he continues to expand his experience behind the wheel. Of course, Dan, the former great racer here at Mississippi Thunder Speedway. Last year, he was able to pick up a feature win. In May, was able to pick up a top 5 finish. In April, he's hoping to transition some of that into a strong showing here this weekend.
I'm kind of looking even at the lap times, just looking up there. I know like our track record is like a 14.8, so as fast as it actually looks, they are a little bit off of that yet. So I would say it's definitely, I guess, not as fast as I was anticipating. I figured we were going to have between these practice session laps that would be maybe pushing that track record, but it takes some pretty unique circumstances to get to that, because that was a very wet night too. I remember when Lucas Schott broke that record.
15.272 second lap, fast lap in that practice session by Brad DeYoung out of Wheatfield, Indiana, with that P&G Power Extreme Style Graphics Diamond KT3 chassis. The 7D machine was able to turn in some fast laps in that practice session.
Apparently Bob Tim needs me.
Right. So Tyrone, thanks again for jumping up here to chat with us a little bit as we work through another practice session. We'll begin the process of rolling another group out onto the speedway, including a young lady from Chippewa Falls, Wisconsin, Kennedy Swan with the 18S machine. Kennedy had a great run last year, picking up a heat race win during the Big Deal and transferring directly into the Big Deal event. And during one of the preliminary events, she was able to take home a top 5 feature finish with that Mag Stainless Superior Choice Credit Union Greenwood Equipment SSR race car. Kennedy Swan, the young lady out of Chippewa Falls, Wisconsin with the 18S. I was talking with Kennedy's dad earlier tonight. He said, you're not going to see Kennedy here tomorrow night for sure, because she's got a softball game she's got to go play.
Well, priorities.
Yeah. He said, we are a busy family when she's not racing her quad on the ice during the winter, when she's not graduating from school, when she's not playing softball, she's strapping herself into a race car. There's always something going on with the Swan family. Kennedy's going to try and get that car dialed in tonight, try and lay down a good qualifying session later on this evening, and we will see her back on Friday.
Well, I managed to see her, the first time I saw her was at one of her biggest races in a B-Mod, and that was for the Dwayne Maynard Memorial Race a couple years ago, and she took the lead, and then I found out how young she was, and really turned a lot of heads that night, and I became an instant fan of hers that evening. And then I found out last year that she qualified for the Big Deal, and looking for good things from that young lady.
Another car out on the speedway is the Red 58. Gary Christian out of Broken Bow, Oklahoma, with that Hochtown Saloon, Smith Equipment, Pennell Shipping.
Now we got a breakdown. Looks like Kennedy Swan shut it down.
Race cars chassis
Dan.
entry. Yeah, there's Kennedy slowing in turn number 2. Hopefully it's nothing terminal, and she's just deciding to shut it down early rather than do major damage to that machine. Brandon Dolman, the 24 machine, also out on the speedway. Dolman joining us from Evansville, Minnesota, with his Dolman Auto Body TRE Race Parts SSR Race Cars number 24 machine. Brandon Dolman coming out of turn number 4, zipping down the front straightaway, followed by Christian. We've got the 73 machine of Andy Jones out there as well. Andy Jones from Princeton, Minnesota. And that M&D Services Jones Chassis, JDI Signs and Graphics Jones Chassis entry.
You can also announce.
Another practice session in the books. We've got a short break here. We will step away from the live coverage, the live stream here at Mississippi Thunder Speedway, as we're just working through practice in preparation for qualifying coming up a little bit later on this evening. So race fans, those of you at home, never fear, do not fret. We'll be back with more Modified World Championship practice in preparation for qualifying coming up later on tonight. Back at Mississippi Thunder Speedway as practice continues in preparation for the Modified World Championships. Wednesday night practice will lead into Wednesday night qualifying. For those of you who are hoping to come to Mississippi Thunder Speedway and sit in the grandstands, we do have some news about how you can go about getting your tickets. You can obviously get them online, but...
Yeah, the box office here will be open at 2 p.m. tomorrow, so you can get your tickets then. And what time do we open up here? That's the question. Got so many papers in front of me, Dan, I'm not sure where I'm looking here. But you can get tickets at 2 o'clock. Also in the grandstand, they're going to be shutting down the beer garden and the bar. So if you want a refreshing alcoholic beverage, make sure you get that now before they close it down. Another practice session underway. This is the second session for a lot of these drivers. It's a lot of our drivers from our first group that were out there.
Mark Smith and the 2SS out on the Speedway. Mark joining us from Anthony, New Mexico with the Viva Chevrolet, BRZ Investments, Mesilla Valley Transport, MSC Mirrors Machine, MB Customs, 2SS Machine. He is trying to figure out the big third line. Zach Brom of the 43 Machine also out on the Speedway. Zach racing that Riverland Trucking, Kick-Ass Beef Jerky, the Loose Team Real Broker, LLC Oz Lifting Products Range Chassis, 43B Machine.
Matt Lear in the 30 car out there.
Matt Lear out of Ladysmith, Wisconsin, racing the White City Glass Olson Custom Farm Skyrocket Balanced Speed 30 Machine.
He's got Tyler Warner Racing supporting him this weekend, pitting for him down in the pits.
Stormy Scott then next in line with the 2S CDR Race Cars chassis entry with support from Easy Open Garage Doors, Mesilla Valley Transportation, Penske Shocks, so on race engines. Stormy Scott with the 2S. Tyler Nicely in the 25N out on the track that session as well. Turning in the fastest lap in that practice session, 15.137 second circuit for Nicely in that Elite Chassis 25N machine with support from Kelly Trucking, Lucas Oil Center, Ted Brown's Quality Paint and Body Shop, Diggers Incorporated Portable Buildings and Carports, Algar Performance Parts, amongst others. Tyler Nicely with the fastest lap in that practice session. We talked a bit earlier on a couple of occasions about Jacob Blease. Jacob was second fastest unofficially in that practice session with his Kevco Racing Oil Parts and Components, Kevco Drive Shafts, Nelson & Sons Farm, 2024 Longhorn with KS Engineering engine. Jacob Blease in the 21 machine.
Yeah, it looks like we're going to have just a minute here while they bring the grader, the heavy machinery out. They're going to scrape off the top of that cushion a little bit, kind of knock it down and move it out of the way so we can get that upper groove coming in during these practice sessions. There you see a good shot of the grader on our live feed.
All right, so now that we bring the heavy implements out, we will break away for a moment since we don't have cars rolling on the Speedway at this particular point in time. We will take a quick break for some track prep here. We'll be back with more practice session action and in preparation for qualifying, which is coming up a little bit later on tonight at Mississippi Thunder Speedway. It's night number 1 of 4, practice and qualifying night of the Modified World Championship.
Every sign or left them in bullet holes. It wasn't nowhere as bad as we all said that it was. Yeah, looking back at it now, I didn't have my
Troutman here with me. Drake, you've turned laps around the Mississippi Thunder Speedway, both in a modified and also in a super late model with the World of Outlaws. Are you excited to be back at this place or what?
Yeah, man, this place is badass. Like, it's a lot of fun. It races really good. So, I think the car's pretty good. We raced there a week and had some speed. So, I don't know. It'd be pretty cool to walk out of here with $100,000.
Let's talk a little bit about how you're going to set yourself up to that $100,000. We qualified tonight. Draw process hasn't been open yet. When you lay down those laps and you find out where you are in the heat races, what are some of the strategic stuff that you guys are thinking about to get yourself locked in for the show on Saturday?
Just really everything just has to go right, you got to have a lot of, I don't want to say luck on your side, but, you just got to have everything go smooth and go right. And a lot of good cars here, obviously, from, all different kinds of sections. So, it's going to be tough, but I got a lot of confidence in these guys here that, take care of this thing. And they make my life pretty easy on this side of things. I just pretty well get in it and drive. So, I'm excited. Hopefully all the cards play in their favor here, and I don't know. I think it ought to be interesting.
What were some of the things that you took away earlier this month when the World of Outlaws were here for the Dairyland Showdown? Is there any notes that you're thinking about or setups, or what's going through your mind?
Just honestly, I think it did maybe help me out as far as just kind of learning like the lines and stuff that you have to race. It's a lot different between a late model and a mod, but when to tighten up, how to tighten up, like kind of what you need a little bit. That stuff still kind of plays in a factor. It's kind of the same. So hopefully we can take some of those notes a little bit and maybe play this in the equation. So I don't know. Hopefully it helps us out.
You're representing the UMP banner this weekend here at MTS. Talk to me about the mixed rules package. It's such an interesting concept. It's an interesting topic. You are in USRA area where it's a USRA weekly track, but you still feel like you have a lot of confidence that you can compete. So is everybody else.
Yeah, I last year, it played out to be about the same. I felt like, Cade was really good at the USMTS. Like Ethan Dotson, I think he started like 12th or 14th or something last year. And I felt like he was every bit as good too, until he broke that drive shaft. Like, I feel like, there's a time and a place. Like, I feel like qualifying, and maybe even the heat races, our tires are a little bit better. I feel like in the feature, you get long stretches of green flag runs. I think that maybe their tires are a little bit better. So, at the end of the day, I think it turns out to be pretty equivalent.
One last question here. $100,025. You win that on Saturday night. What's the first thing you're going to do?
Well, I don't really know. I guess I'm going to go home and get ready for Eldora. That's the next thing on my mind, you know what I mean? Like, it's just shit, it is what it is. It'd be huge. That'd be awesome. But hell, you still gotta keep on racing, keep your nose down. So yeah, we won that thing. I'm gonna go back to the shop. We're gonna get things ready for Eldora and go try to win another $100,000.
There you go. He's trying to win 2 $100,000 races in back-to-back weekends. Drake Troutman.
Mississippi Thunder Speedway is the place, and the Modified World Championships is the event as we prepare for this 4-night special. Give the drivers an opportunity tonight to turn some laps with practice sessions. And a little bit later on tonight, they will have qualifying. Now, the qualifying is going to be utilized to set the lineups for both Thursday and Friday. Those Friday lineups will not be made available until after we run our Thursday program. But both nights are going to have a couple of features for the modifieds. We'll have 2 30-lap features for the modifieds both Thursday and Friday, and we'll have a 20-lap feature for the stock cars Thursday and Friday. It's an interesting format as it gets started this evening with what we're seeing here now, our practice sessions and our qualifying, and then we will have those heats and features on Thursday and Friday. Top 5 finishers in each of those 30-lap features for the modifieds will transfer to Saturday's main event, that $100,025 to win main event. And then, of course, we will also throw in the stock cars battling for their $10,025 to win event. So we had, as we've mentioned several times already this evening, we had some rain move through the area last night and early today and on into early this afternoon. So Bob, Tim, and his track crew went to work as soon as they could, bringing the racing surface into green flag conditions. We were able to get that first group of practice out onto the track, tried to stay ahead of a slightly developing berm on the outside of the lower mid groove, not the low groove, but the middle portion of the track. And after that first round of practice was in the books, Bob decided that he wanted a little time here to try to bring that top surface, the top of the banking, back down into play. And he's got the grader out there. He's got a couple of interrogators out there trying to work that in. So we are giving Bob and his track crew an opportunity to work on the racing surface here before we get into our next round of practice. But this is all in an attempt to make sure that we have a positive racing surface for tonight's qualifying events. I do want to let you know that Dirt Draft is involved this week. It's an opportunity for you to get involved with this event. Also an opportunity to have some fun. So you can check them out online and become a part of the event with the Dirt Draft portion of the program. I want to let everybody know that not only do they get to watch some great green flag action here, but they also kind of be involved as well. We are going to try and wrangle a couple of drivers, get their thoughts as we work through our practice sessions here. And once we are able to pass that along to you, we will let you know what the drivers are thinking as they work their way through our practice sessions in preparation for tonight's qualifying event. Of course, in attendance tonight, I mean, it goes without saying that the gentleman that took home the $100,000 payday last year during the big deal is back at Mississippi Thunder Speedway. Cade Dillard hoping to back up last year's win, perhaps with another win. Could that happen? That would be pretty wild, wouldn't it? As Tyrone Lingenfelter was mentioning earlier, of course, Jim Chisholm coming off a $100,000 win a couple of weeks ago. So there's a lot of money on the line, and there are some drivers who could double dip and take home multiple big paychecks. And we're only into the end of May of this 25 season. So a lot of money already going home with racers, and we're hoping to add to that with the Modified World Championships for the 2025 season here at Mississippi Thunder Speedway. Again, a big thank you to Race and Dirt and Flow for streaming the event, including practice tonight. It's not too often that you can turn on the live streams and just watch the racers try to figure out their race cars in preparation for a big event, but we wanted to try to give you the entire experience for the Modified World Championships. So we're in the middle of our practice sessions here, and in the middle of our practice sessions, we're in the middle of a quick farming session with the racetrack to make sure that we stay ahead of it, not only through this evening, but also in preparation for the rest of the week. We have been looking at the weather forecast. Actually, looks pretty positive for the rest of this week. I think tomorrow, Thursday, and Friday, at least last time I personally checked in with the weather services, looked very positive. There was no R in the forecast, so that was good. I think one day had like a 3% chance, so I don't think we have to worry about that. Temperatures looked like they were headed in the right direction. As a matter of fact, tomorrow, I believe last time I checked, was supposed to be downright summerly. So we're looking for some positive weather conditions as we actually get into the green flag portions of the Modified World Championships. So again, practice session is what you are watching here this evening, while right now you're actually watching track prep. But we will have cars out on the racetrack here momentarily to give them an opportunity to run another round of practice. Schedule for tonight was 3 rounds of practice and then qualifying. Depending on how the clock is ticking, we will see if that will be adjusted at all this evening. And, of course, we will keep our eyes focused on qualifying as that comes into play. There's been a lot of talk about whether or not the weather conditions and the race surface would be conducive to perhaps toppling the track record here at Mississippi Thunder Speedway, which was set back in 2022 by Lucas Schott. Lucas, a former track champion here at Mississippi Thunder Speedway, has enjoyed a lot of success in the modified circles with his number 69. U.S. MTS Rookie of the Year one year, the 2012 and 2014 track champion here at Mississippi Thunder Speedway, the 2016 and 2020 USRA National champion. So Lucas knows his way to victory lane, not only here, but at a lot of the tracks that he visits. And, of course, he is the current track record holder, a 14.852 second lap. We also had talked a little bit earlier this evening about how that track record almost fell a couple of weeks ago during the Dairyland Showdown when Jacob Bleese laid down a qualifying session that was just 0.05 of a second off that track record. So we were speculating earlier today that with the moisture in the air, with the cloud cover, with the cooler temperatures, maybe we might see similar speeds when we get to qualifying a little bit later on tonight. I don't think that it would, I don't think I'm talking out of school here. We didn't quite see the speed during that first practice session that we thought we might see, but as the track widens out a little bit, perhaps we will see those track speeds increase as we near our qualifying sessions coming up a little bit later on tonight. Trenton Berry is going to be giving us some behind-the-scenes interviews with some racers. As a matter of fact, I think he's got somebody right now that he would like to chat with. Trenton, who you got standing with you?
Yeah, I appreciate it. Thanks a lot, Dan. You're doing a great job, both you and Guy up there right now. And just rolling through this little track prep session here. As Bob said, he wanted to take about 20 minutes to cut this ledge off because he didn't want to time trial anybody in that. So my first question for you, Tyler Nicely. You've probably figured out by now, but you're coming to a really racer-friendly place. How much does that mean to you?
Oh, it's awesome. Everything that they're doing, they've worked their butt off today with the weather that they were dealt all day. And, he's given us a good racetrack. He went out there and worked it. So, sure, after these few practices, the racetrack's going to be good for qualifying.
I've been through Owensboro, Kentucky before, stayed over in your part of the world and been to some racetracks and whatnot. How do people over there take it when you come up here? Do they ask you how much different it is? And what do people around home, what do they want to know about, like, when you come to Wisconsin to race?
Mainly, it's just like, I just tell them everything's totally different, especially out here where we're racing the USMTS guys and everything. It's totally different than racing around home. And the racetracks are totally different than what we got around home.
You're going to have to go out here and lay down a pretty fast lap. How confident are you going to be to roll up there middle to top? We haven't really been on it as far as practice-wise just quite yet.
Really in this deal, you're going to have to send it no matter what. We're racing for 100,000 and qualifying is going to be crucial. So just going to have to get up there and get you some and hope for the best.
Run a few different UMP modified chassis brands over the years. Currently, you're with an Elite. Boy, you got to be feeling pretty confident. Nick Hoffman's been really good here in the late model. He just won that Dairyland Showdown. He's won a prelim night here as well. Never raced a mod here. I was hoping maybe this would be the year he'd come try it. But is he able to tell you anything about this racetrack?
He helped me a lot, last year when we came here for the first time. And, I pretty much just came with the same stuff we brought last year and just do a few tweaks here and there. And just keep up with the racetrack is going to be the main thing.
No matter what the competition is, anytime you have 92 cars, you think about that. Do you run any other race? I know Volusia has a lot of cars. There's probably some that are close, but do you touch in advance of 90 cars ever throughout the course of the year?
Very rarely, most of the UMP stuff we don't get near that unless it's a big race at Fairbury or something. So it's a lot of good cars. Like I said, it's going to be crucial to get a good qualifying lap to put you in the front row of the heat race.
Sure, be cool to take some of these races like this type of format over to some UMP tracks. Is ever any scuttlebutt, any talk about that? I know that they get awfully protective over there, but man, it would sure be cool for the modified division if that could ever take place.
Yeah, I give Jonathan Clayton crap all the time. I think we need stuff like this. Get the USMTS guys and all them to come race our racetracks, and I think it'd be cool.
Well, man, I wish you all the best. Thank you. Thanks for coming to support the race. Thanks for coming out to the racetrack, and I appreciate you letting Rink scoop you up for a quick interview.
Yep. Thank you for having us.
All right, there he is. Dan, I'm going to send it. I'll just keep it right here. You know what? We'll just stay right here. Rodney Sanders is going to work his way over here right now and slide over here. So things seem to be working pretty good right in this area, Rocket. You've turned 1 million laps around here. This is nothing new. You see Bob Tim just working his tail off to give you a racetrack. You got to put a lot of faith in his program.
Yeah, absolutely. I think this is exactly probably what they need to do. So, yeah, they definitely work their tails off, and it's never from lack of trying from them guys. So I'm sure they'll get it packed in and, be good. It was awful heavy out there, so I'm sure they'll get it right. But, I mean, I feel like the track's good for the rain they had and, all that. So they'll get it right. I'm not worried about it.
Man, kind of wild 2 nights. You're going to qualify right here in the span of, what could happen maybe for you in about an hour, something like that. They're going to take just a small break after the Thursday night qualifying is done, heading into Friday. What's your mindset having to qualify twice?
It's, kind of the same for everybody. We're the 5th group in the first round about halfway through, and then the second car out of group, or the first group, the second round. So we're not going to have a lot of time, but I'm sure the track will be pretty similar from the end of one to the first to the next one, so we should have a good idea if we're good or bad or what we are. So, I think this is a good format for the racer. I mean, seems like plenty of chances to, if you have a bad night, you can, try again, whatever. So I think it'll be good.
Man, I appreciate you coming out here, taking some time. The Ricky Thornton deal, how did that all come about? And is he able to give any feedback? I know he's been out here.
Yeah, actually, we've, been friends for a long time, and, I just texted him here a few months ago, wanted to know if he'd be interested in doing this, and he said, yeah, I'd have to look at his schedule, and it all worked out. So, he went out there once. He went out, it was pretty early when he went out, so it was pretty wet. So he's gonna give her another round and see what he's got.
All right, they're firing race cars right now. They're going to get ready to roll them, so we'll let you get on out of here. We'll see. Tyler Rinken's going to take him back, so you got to hang with me for just a second. But Rink will get back here and get you out of the infield. Rodney Sanders with us right here. Dan Bailey as Ryan Gustin leads the field out. We'll send it back up top to you.
Ryan Gustin, of course, has had a lot of success here at Mississippi Thunder Speedway, and he's hoping for more success tonight. So we have our first group of practice session completed. We did that extensive refarming session with Bob and his track crew out on the track. Now we will get into our second practice session. We will run through all of the groups just as we did before, give them an opportunity to get a taste for the way the racing surface perhaps has changed, and perhaps even throw some new setup changes at their race car. And then the hopes, Guy Hammernick, is that we will have a third practice session as well before we get into our qualifying tonight.
Yeah, I tell you that good timing on that track prep right there. It looks fantastic from low to high. We'll see if how it holds up here. See how the lower and middle groove, how much clay they end up throwing up in the corners. But so far, I think we're going to have a nice wide competitive racing surface here for these time trials and also for qualifying.
So Trent Berry bringing us some of the thoughts of the drivers as they prepare for the second practice session here at Mississippi Thunder Speedway. You can see already that they are attacking this track differently than they did in that initial practice session. And we're seeing cars step a little bit higher on entry in turn number 1. We're seeing cars exit turn 4 just a little bit higher. So I think as we continue through this practice session, Guy Hammernick, we're going to see this track widen out, and that's exactly what Bob Tim was hoping for. That's exactly what the racers were hoping for. Ryan Gustin is pitching it even higher and harder into turn number 1 with that number 12 machine.
Well, one thing I noticed right off the bat is that a lot of drivers look tight going into the corners during those early practice sessions. Now as they go around the speedway and into the corners, you see the car settles up much better, gets in the corner better, it rolls over nicely. I say that as Lucas Schott pushes over the cushion there. But generally speaking, we got somebody slowing up here in turn number 4. Looks like
15W
Alex Williamson. But I mean, generally speaking, it looks like the cars are much more able to attack the big third mile now that things are worked in a little bit and they got some of the crumbs. Well, I would say crumbs, but some of the topsoil off, I guess.
So this is the way we see a normal Friday night program start, with a lot of the racing action in the mid-groove or down at the bottom. But as the evening progresses, that cushion gets pushed higher as they continue to ramp it up through the night. And Trent Berry, it would be interesting to hear from the drivers how they anticipate this track to change as we move through these 2 more practice sessions in preparation for qualifying tonight.
Hey, Dan, we're down here real quick with the 24C of Jim Chisholm. Jim, they're going to get loud here real quick, but what do you think about the racetrack so far?
Yeah, I mean, Mississippi Thunder was given a screwball today, but, Bob and his whole team, they're the best at taking whatever they got and making the best of it. And, for what the racetrack looks like, the place is still smooth. There's going to be a place for us to run tonight for qualifying, and I know it'll really give us a really good racetrack for the rest of the weekend, too.
I think one of the coolest things about this race, somebody like you able to race with somebody like David Strimmy. I know you don't care who you line up against, but it's got to be kind of neat to see new faces in the pit area.
Yeah, I mean, it's awesome to get a race against the guys you don't normally get a race against. Really brings, like the cream to the top, so to say, but there's a lot of really good guys in these other divisions, but we also got a lot of them on our own, so we hope to see a USA car win here this weekend, but, it's going to be really tough against all these other classes, too.
There he is, Jim Chisholm. Thanks, man. Rinkin's going to be back here to haul you on out of here. I appreciate your time. Best of luck. And Dan, with an assist from Tyler Rinkin, we were able to get some good stuff here from the infield.
Thank you very much, Trent. We appreciate being able to hear from the racers as they work through practice, and it's interesting to see them not only trying to figure out how the track is changing, but also trying to figure out how their cars might be changing, whether they're making major adjustments to their setups, minor adjustments. What we see on the track right now, second group of practice sessions. We've had a couple of separate groups in this second group of practice out on the track right now. This particular group made up of some locals and some visitors. The 24G of Dylan Gadel out there on the track with his CRC Motorsports Subway Cadillac chassis and Fab Cyclone race cars, number 24G. Dylan has been able to enjoy some success here at Mississippi Thunder Speedway, including feature wins. We also see out on the racetrack the 87H of Harley Dice. Harley is a racer who spent a trio of years behind the wheel of a B-Mod here at Mississippi Thunder Speedway before making the transition into the A-Mod ranks for the 2025 season and came out swinging. First couple of nights he did have some engine issues, but it didn't take him very long to visit victory lane. It was early this year down in Mason City, Iowa, picked up his career first A-Mod feature win. So Harley Dice with the Denny's Roofing and Repair, 5-Star Amusements, Horman's HVAC, Winona Welding and Sandblasting, Riverland Trucking, Gross Source, Rage Chassis by Tim, 87H. He is hoping for a strong tonight as he has most definitely caught the bug of modified racing and he's enjoying some great runs in the A-Mod ranks. Also Brandon Davis out there. Brandon, of course, last year with his 50 to the third was a top 6 finisher in the big $100,000 to win big deal event here at Mississippi Thunder Speedway. He's also a former Mississippi Thunder Speedway track champion last year, so he's the defending track champion here at Mississippi Thunder Speedway. He was fast qualifier, as a matter of fact, last year during the big deal. He would love to turn the trick 2 years in a row and perhaps lay down a blistering lap a little bit later on tonight when we do get into modified qualifying. He's a 2-time USRA modified national champion, so keep your eyes on the 50 to the third of Brandon Davis with that tri-built chassis.
Hey, Dan, we have our first sub-15 lap out there by Trevor Neville in the 7770N with a 14.9 time during practice laps here.
Trevor Neville from Mackinac, Illinois, on that lethal chassis, behind the wheel of that lethal chassis with support from Multi-Fire, Pontiac RV, Neville Farms, lethal chassis, Access Storage, and Penske shocks. So Trevor Neville in that practice session, a fast lap there, 14.987. So we are, as Guy Hermannick just mentioned, starting to see those track times decrease and perhaps getting a bit closer to our track record, which is actually not too far away. 14.852 is that track record, and Trevor just laid down a 14.9.
That's 48 thousandths of a second away. That's not a whole lot. That's less than a blink of an eye.
We got the other 777 machine out on the track right now. Al Haina back to Mississippi Thunder Speed. It's been a while since Al's been competing here at MTS. He's behind the wheel of that rookie sports bar, Sevens Restaurant and Steakhouse, Tapped House Rage chassis, 777 machine. So we need to see how Al does here at Mississippi Thunder Speedway during qualifying this evening in preparation for the Modified World Championships. Again, we're looking at a Thursday, Friday kind of post-qualifying but pre-big event qualifying situation coming up where we will run a complete show on both Thursday and Friday. Going to have two features, Guy Hammernick, for the modifieds, both Thursday and Friday night. Top 5 finishers from both of those 30-lap features, Thursday and Friday night, will be locked into Saturday's big show.
That's awesome, but I want to see a race tonight, Dan. I'm already chomping at the bit here to see some green-white checkered here.
Maybe not going to see some green-white checkered racing tonight, but we will see that qualifying coming up a little bit later on tonight. Also on the Speedway this evening, the 54 of Benji Lacrosse, Benji from over on the east side of Wisconsin, over by Green Bay, a small town called Costco, Wisconsin. He's behind the wheel of his Quiet Woods RV and Sales Prestige Custom Cabinetry Paul J. Georgia CPA Vanderbilt chassis number 54 machine. I remember many years ago when Benji became the talk of the town, picking up at that time a big modified victory, which was $20,000. And he came to Fox Ridge Speedway, and everyone was saying, oh my goodness, Benji Lacrosse just won 20 G's. He's going to win everything from now on. And it's not a diss to Benji, but it doesn't take long to find out that you just can't win every event that you go to.
Success is fleeting. Every dog has his day, too, you know. Got a very sharp-looking car, very distinctive color scheme on that really makes it pop.
Eric Lamb also out on the Speedway with his medieval chassis number 88 machine. Eric Lamb racing with support from JJC Outdoors, B&L Custom Trailers, JDI Signs and Graphics, Gold Standard Transportation. Eric used to come down here to Mississippi Thunder Speedway when he could to turn some laps. Nice to see the 88 machine back here at Mississippi Thunder Speedway. The 5T out on the track right now is Drake Troutman from Hindman, Pennsylvania, with that ABC Supply, Certainty, Jerry's Siding and Roofing, all about wraps, Mullins Race Engines, Elite Chassis 5T machine as he heads into turn 1 and 2. Coming out of turn number 4, we've got the 29H, who we talked about earlier, Keith Hammett, turning some laps with the 29H machine. We were just talking about Troutman in that 5T. He just gave us a 14.3 second lap. Yes, 14.3 second, 14.283. So,
well, that's even faster than last lap.
Good things happening here at Mississippi Thunder Speedway. White flag is out for this practice session.
Yeah, Troutman the fastest, Stremme second fastest, 14.390.
We heard Trent Berry talking with Rodney Sanders about Ricky Thornton Jr., Ricky in the 20RT out there on the track this session, and Ricky was able to, turn in a 15-second lap. It wasn't quite in the 14 seconds, but wasn't that far off. As these speeds increase in this practice session, Guy Hammernick, it makes you wonder, as these speeds increase, how much of it is the changing track condition and how much of it is setup alterations that they might be making from that first practice session into the second practice session, and how much of it might also be coming down to simple driver comfort, as they've been able to at least get a few laps under their belts here, those drivers specifically who are not quote-unquote regulars here at MTS.
Well, these are the best of the best in the country here, and they're pretty much, they can change it on the fly. They know exactly how the car is going to respond to whatever adjustment they make, as opposed to somebody like me who doesn't have any idea. So, I mean, I'm sure they come in with a wealth of knowledge prepared. And, actually, this is a situation where I think the track is coming to them, where maybe that first practice session out with the track being so heavy, it wasn't really a fair measurement of how their car is going to handle. But now we're seeing more race-like conditions, and I think we're seeing it more accurately to how the car is going to handle.
The machine coming out of turn number 4 and rolling down the front straightaway is the former $100,000 winner here at Mississippi Thunder Speedway, Cade Dillard, with his S&S Fishing and Rentals, Joel's Auto Sales, MBT, Wheeler Metals, Strength Roofing and Siding, Cypress Big Tex Trailers, CDR Race Car Chassis number 97 machine. Cade Dillard hoping to make it a twofer this weekend, $100,000 last year here at MTS. Could he make it another $100,000 event this year? Well, we will find out as we get into the Saturday portion of the program. Dillard is trying to turn in some quick laps right now. Reese Solander with a 5 machine. Well, I was just going to tell you that Reese had a fast lap, but I was interrupted by Cade Dillard laying down a 14.9 second lap. So speeds are most definitely increasing, as we do have one car experiencing some issues down there in turn number 2, getting a little sideways.
That's AJ Hoff.
With the rest of the field bearing down on him. Hoff's going to dive down to the infield. So Dillard, one tick quicker with that lap, 14.840, 14.840 for Cade Dillard. The 97 machine is looking strong and stout.
Boy, he gets this such good bite out of turn 2 down the backstretch. Just slingshotting on the inside. .840 last time around for Cade Dillard. Zarneski, the second fastest qualifier of this group with a 15.112. Gaylord third with a 15.253.
Yeah, so Dillard, the only car in this particular practice session able to break the 15-second barrier, as Guy Hermannick was just telling us, 14.840, his fast lap in that practice session, 15.112 for Zarneski, as Guy told us. Trip Gaylord, 15.253, third fastest. We'll round out the top 5 in this practice session. Reese Solander, who for a moment there had the fastest time in this practice session, 15.264, and then Kyle Slater with a 15.290. Those are your top 5 in that practice session. We move on to our next practice session, and I think, Guy Hermannick, that you are right. We're going to continue to see these speeds increase, the times decrease as we get a little bit deeper into this evening.
Well, they've the front runners that have posted the best times have already trimmed off over a second in some circumstances from their first practice time. So as this track gets worn in, we're going to be seeing worked in, I should say. We're seeing even faster times. That upper groove's starting to come in now. Still a little heavy on the cushion.
Yeah.
They're up there working that in a little bit. Some of the drivers packing that down just a hair.
For those of you who have never seen green flag action from Mississippi Thunder Speedway, it's very typical for our modified racers to literally be grazing the concrete with that right rear quarter panel, oftentimes sacrificing the right side of the spoiler on that right rear corner at both ends of the speedway, both the east end, turns 1 and 2, and the west ends, turns 3 and 4. Thus far this evening, not quite that high.
I tell you, they're getting such good bite pretty much anywhere in that groove that they don't need to be running that high yet. Usually you see them pushing it way up on the high side there when the mid groove is starting to rubber up a little bit, but so far the track has held that moisture perfectly.
Well, Josh Angst is making his name note as he has laid down a 14.979 second lap in this practice session. Josh Angst, 7-time track champion here at Mississippi Thunder Speedway, turning laps in this practice session, and now he's just a 1/10 of a second off of Cade Dillard's fast lap. Got a looper down there between turns 1 and 2 as the 3 machine of Bryce Graber goes around.
Got it straightened around here, just gonna roll it down the hill, get it back in line. And that will do it for that practice session as I head pit side down through the access road on the infield. See some body damage on the first car there, the 3 that's exiting. 2 identical cars out there. Another batch of cars coming out for their second session, led by Joe Chisholm that we talked about earlier, the 25 car from Osage, Iowa.
Joe's been to Mississippi Thunder Speedway a couple of times already this year. As we mentioned earlier, is a former track champion, 2-time track champion here at Mississippi Thunder Speedway. And the 2022 and 2023 USRA B-Mod national champion earlier this year, a 3rd place finish during the World of Outlaws Saturday portion of the program, and he picked up the feature win on the Friday night portion of that program with the number 25 machine. Last year he had a trio of feature wins here at Mississippi Thunder Speedway with that number 25 A-Mod. It's SATA Balanced Speed, Casey Lawn Care supported, Red Can, Randy and Sandy Norby, Bill and Brenda Weber Skyrocket with KS Engineering Power by Kevin Stowe, the number 25 machine, hoping to enjoy some more success here at Mississippi Thunder Speedway. They call him Smoke because he knows how to turn in some fast laps here at MTS. 428 is also out there on the Speedway. Guy Hammernick, myself, we're talking about Caden Blazer earlier this evening. He's got a couple of top 7 feature finishes during the Northern Lights modified portion of the World of Outlaws Dairyland Showdown here at Mississippi Thunder Speedway. He is hoping to continue a strong run with his A-Mod this year. Shane Bailey, fastest in this group thus far with the number 7 machine. Calvin Iverson in the 27X also out there on the big 3rd mile. Iverson out of Oliva, Wisconsin, racing with support from Iverson Trucking and Excavating, CNN Plumbing in that Longhorn by Sorensen, number 27X.
Spalding with a 14.710 fast lap so far. 17 car.
Dave Kane piloting the 33X machine. Kane out of Corcoran, Minnesota. Blue and white modified with the red numbers, headed down the back straightaway into turn number 3 of the kick-ass billboard. There's Iverson, whom I was talking about a couple of moments ago. Just a couple of cars behind him in the 27X. Iverson coming down the front stretch. Terry Phillips in the 75 there. Phillips with a 15.4, Iverson with a 15.6, Dean Willey 15.8 in the 68 machine, Will Krupp 14.7 in the number 9 machine. Krupp up to 2nd fastest in this practice group. 14.743 was his fast lap. Cole Followay in the 12F had a good run, a 15.158 second lap. So times are getting quicker as the evening progresses. Joe Chisholm in the top 7. Spalding fastest. Krupp, as I mentioned, 14.743. Get ready for our next group of practice.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if they come out once again and try to knock down that berm on the cushion. Nobody's willing to try on the top side of that. Keeps pushing up a little bit each time for each session. Things turned out to be a pretty nice night here. It's a little on the cool side, but the sprinkles have held off thus far. Knock on wood, as I knock on my head here. And times are super fast, so... Oh, we have one with no number there.
I think that might be O'Neill. Had the 0.
Oh, he lost a 0.
Yeah, 0's come off the right side of that car. Yep.
Well, that kind of threw me because I'm used to seeing his car. That didn't look like his 0 before, but now it's got the little the accents on the top and the bottom of the O, so now I can see that.
Dayton Hansen in the 96 behind O'Neill, Spalding in the 5S, Darwin Crew in the 23. Former track champion Keith Foss with the 95 machine on the track. Tom Berry Jr. in the 11X. There's Followay in the 12F. Those are the cars that are on the track right now. The 95 machine of Keith Foss out of Winona in that Bob Rink Incorporated LT Construction, Wares Machine, Sam Larson Construction and Builders Merchants, National Bank, Horman's HVAC, MB Customs Chassis with Engine by Action Engineering. This is the 2022 MTS USRA Modified Track Champion here at Mississippi Thunder Speedway.
We have the 11X going over the top of the cushion, our driver from Marshalltown, Iowa. That's Tom Berry Jr. Been up here earlier this year for our big race during the Dairyland Showdown.
Got a new fast lap. Kurt Spalding with a 5S, a 14.707 second lap. 14.707 now, our fast lap in practice. Krupp second fastest thus far, 14.743. Cole Followay, 15.051.
You know, it's really amazing to me how these cars can stick so well in the corners like that. We're talking about these times, there's so many drivers that are sub 15 that I can't imagine who's going to win Saturday night, take home the big money. It's going to take a set of circumstances, you know. It's up to the driver, it's up to the crew to make sure everything's tight and everything, You have to avoid the wrecks and problems. You have to hope your motor and machinery holds up. But somebody's going to walk away a lot richer come Saturday night.
Darwin Carew, the last car to exit the track, the white and orange number 23 machine. Mostly in the lower 16-second range in that practice session, at least, as we get ready for our next group, led by Dan Ebert with the 60 machine rolling out onto the track.
Yeah, some of these drivers are doing double duty, driving both the AMA division and the late model division. It's kind of hard to keep track. Dan Ebert's one of those guys who has joined the late model ranks as well in that 60 cars. So
Jacob Pohl from Spring Lake, Michigan, on the track with his Lakeshore Custom Suspension, Hempro fabrication, Kittle Quality Roofing Redline Chassis number 82 machine. That was the second modified out onto the track. There's Rodney Sanders again with the 20 machine. Rodney, the 5-time USMTS national champion, hoping for success here this weekend. Brad DeYoung with a 7D has already turned in some fast laps this evening. DeYoung behind the wheel of that P&G Power Extreme Style Graphics Diamond KT3 Chassis 7D machine. Jake Tim in the Herco Machines Gorilla Mill number 49. Jim Chisholm with the 24C. Nate Smith with the 88S. Mike Triscott running the 22. And Derek Green in the 32. As we heard, Derek pulling double duty this year with both, or this weekend with both a modified and a stock car that he'll have out tomorrow.
yeah, I see Jim Chisholm has also registered the 88 stock car as well, that throwback car. So he'll be competing in both classes as well this weekend.
15.272 thus far fastest in this group. Brad DeYoung in the 7D machine. Nate Smith a bit quicker, 15.215. And these are just practice times in preparation for qualifying coming up a bit later on this evening. Kyle Strickler with a 15.279, third fastest in this practice session. Jacob Pohl and Rodney Sanders rounding out the top 5. Triscott 15.6, Pohl 15.2.
Tim 9th quickest with a 15.510. Gallardo 15.576, 10th fastest.
For a moment there, we had Nate Smith at the top of the heap in this practice session with a 15.215. Then Brad DeYoung came by and laid down a 15.203 second lap. So in this practice session, Brad DeYoung fastest in this group, 15.203. Nate Smith, 15.215. Jacob Pohl, 15.242. Kyle Strickler, 15.279. And Rodney Sanders, 15.365. Those are your top 5 in that practice group. Chisholm, 15.369. 6th fastest. Gary Christian, 15.415. 7th fastest with a 58. Derek Green was able to get into the 15.4 range, 15.448 with a number 32. Jake Tim, 15.510 his fast lap. Jake Gallardo with the 17, 15.576. Mike Triscott just outside the top 10 in this qualifying, or excuse me, in this practice group, 15.619 as we bring our next group out. Dan Ebert was in that prior group that is exiting the Speedway, and we get ready for our next practice session. Eight cars going to be on the Speedway for this practice session. Lance Murray in the 19 SB headed into turn number 1. Coming down the front straightaway will be the 56 machine of Nate Tums. Gary Christian driving the 58. Aaron Johnson in the 442. Kennedy Swan in that 18S. Jake Gallardo across the line on the J17. Dustin Sorensen in the 19. Kyle Strickler in the 8. And we're back to Lance Murray in the 19 SB. Of course, Sorensen in the 19 machine. Dustin Sorensen is who I'm speaking of. Of course, a former national champion in the USMTS ranks. The 2023 national champion was able to pocket 100 thou.
Yeah, it looked like he it looks like he shut it off in turns 1 and 2, and
And
he's
come to a stop there at the bottom of the banking in turns 3 under the Steve's Carpentry billboard, and he's going to ask for an assistance from the four-wheeler there. Sorensen Racing with support from Pulse and Rock Products, Altenburg Construction, JS Repair Incorporated, CBR Drilling, Rochester Chevrolet and Cadillac 63 Club, Yagi Specialized Trucking, Heavy Hitch, Sorensen Painting, Decorating, TSM Manufacturing, Bilstein Shocks, Longhorn Chassis Action Engineering, in that number 19 Longhorn by Sorensen.
Kennedy Swan also pulled into the infield, did a 360 and exited the Speedway as well. So something not right on the 18 car. And also the 17 also, I think, pulled into the infield, although I cannot see that car at this moment. Yeah, it must have been, because we only have 5 cars left. You just mentioned there was 8 cars for this session. Might be behind the Tarrigator down there in the infield.
Back to green lights on the Whelen race lighting system here at Mississippi Thunder Speedway. Kyle Strickler in the 15.4 range. Lance Murray in the 15.5 range. Nathan Thumb still in the 16.3 second area. Christensen with a 15.5 second lap. 15.5 for Johnson as well. Aaron Johnson in that 442 machine.
Gallardo.
Johnson Racing with support from Atwater GM, Johnson Performance, and that Harris Chassis 442 machine.
Gallardo with a 15.575. Truscott with a 15.615. And that'll wrap it up. But there's more cars in staging.
Again, this is our second group of practice. We will have 3 practice sessions before we get into our qualifying this evening. Again, a slight wrinkle. There will be 2 qualifying sessions for each racer, and each racer will be in a group of 5. The first qualifying session will be for Thursday's program. Second qualifying session will be for Friday's program.
But the caveat to that is if the driver qualifies for the A-Main on Thursday, they might not be participating in Friday, so things can change.
Yep, absolutely.
So somebody that's outside looking in might have an opportunity to advance their position.
If a driver decides, even if they have raced their way in on Thursday night, they decide they can do better and they still want to come back on Friday, then they eschew their Thursday night results. So as Guy Hammernick is explaining there, a driver who may not have initially been into the program might be able to inherit a transfer spot or at least a good opportunity.
I think once you get in, you give yourself a shot.
Yeah.
Then you're in the big show. Anything can happen then. Of course, you want to be on the front row for that, but geez, my stomach would be just turning.
Stormy Scott out on the track with the 2S machine. Vito Gallardo in the G17. Mark Smith with a 2SS. Brandon Givens in the 10B. Adam Ogle driving the 12-0. Garrett Wilson in the 3W. Matt Lear in the 30 machine. Kyle Brown in the 21K. And Zach Brom in the 43. Those are your modifieds out on the track right now in this practice session.
You see Matt Lear on the screen going down the backstretch in the 30 car. Zach Brom in the 43 on your screen. Some of the drivers just pushing it a little too hard in the corners, getting over that cushion, getting into trouble that way. Not serious trouble, but it's going to certainly affect their times. 2S of Stormy Scott did that on the previous lap.
Have a nice smattering of times. Some racers on the track right now in the 15-second range, some in the 16-second range, even one down in the 17-second range. Stormy Scott with a 15.3. Mark Smith with a 15.4. Matt Lear with a 15.6. Fastest thus far in this practice session, Lucas Shaw with a 15.236 second lap. Ryan Gustin with that 14.851. Ryan Thomas with a 15.6. Tyler Nicely, 15.137. Jacob Bleese in the mix in the top 5. Peter Gallardo in that 17 machine. I think hoping for slightly better laps. He was in the 15.8 second range there.
Devin Havlick, the first driver on the Speedway in this next group with Tyler Nicely in the 2.5N.
Drivers rolling out onto the track now for this practice session include Nicely in that 25N machine. Ryan Gustin coming back out with the 12G.
Ryan Gustin there between turns 1 and 2 in the 12 car. As we're joined by Bob Tim, who's been working his tail off all day getting this track prepped, and all night too for that matter.
Bob, I want to start out with a question to you as a former racer. You've enjoyed a lot of success. On a night like this, when these drivers have 3 opportunities to come out for their hot lap sessions, some of them are trying to learn the track. Some of them are trying to improve their race car in preparation for this program. What's the first thing that you as a driver would be focusing on? Trying to figure out this racing surface if you're new to the track, or trying to get some speed in that race car of yours?
Well, I mean, if you haven't been here, obviously you got to get used to this track first. If it's your first time, you're going to want to get out there and just feel out the track or whatever. This is really strange because this is really uncharacteristic of this track typically with all the rain that we got the last 2 days. So generally that cushion would be all the way to the wall already, and it wouldn't be really anywhere half as big as what it is right now. So this is kind of throwing a curveball to everybody. Now the cushion's fast, but it's a little treacherous. If you watch, there's guys that hit it just right and they're fast, but if you don't hit it right, you jump over and park your right rear and them crumbs down above the cushion there, it's not very fast. So it's going to be different for everybody. I don't think anybody's really raced on this track very much where it's like this.
So we have seen that this track has widened out a bit after that farming session that you did between the first practice session and this second practice session. Do you, as the track guru here, do you want to try and get your implements back out there between practice sessions 2 and 3, or do you want to let the track kind of develop a little bit on its own?
I would like to do more, but obviously we got a little bit of a time constraint here. We've already taken about a half hour or so to do the first time, and I'm not sure, as wet as it is, that if I did it again, I would really gain a whole lot from it. And I'd have to take all that from the top down all the way to the bottom, and I think it's still moist underneath there, so they would just start right there again. So that's kind of what happened, but we bought them a couple extra car widths here, and it's a little bit more treacherous, so there's going to be a little bit more involved than just driving in there wide open and flooring it. So I don't know, it's going to be interesting. I was just watching the times in there, and when we first farmed there, the UMP cars seemed like they were pretty fast, but since then, since it's kind of cleaned up below that cushion, it's kind of established a nice edge there. They're pretty even. The fast guys are pretty even. I just see Lucas Schott run a 14.8, and I think Drake Troutman, his UMP car, was one of the fastest cars. He was like a 14.8. So, and that was right after we farmed. So I think Ryan Gustin just ran like a 14.8 as well. So, and those are USRA cars. So as you kind of look across the field and look at the different cars and the different drivers, the guys that you'd expect would be fast are fast, and I don't think it really matters what car they're in.
We're going to get a headset on Bob here and let him chat that way. That should work a little bit better. I think we were losing you a little bit with the microphone there. So what are you liking as you look at the racetrack? You talked a little bit about what you hope might be a little bit different, but what are you seeing that you like as the track preparing man here?
Well, clearly we got a good base because as wet as it was, if we didn't have that, it would have got rough. So really what's happening is just all of the moist dirt that was on top that you generally would race on and it would stick, is just kind of getting thrown up to the top and establishing that cushion. You can see the big wind row on the bottom. I mean, I took off about as much as I could with the time that we had and just can't really do much more tonight. But It's smooth, so I'm happy about that. It has widened out a couple car widths from when we just started, and that cushion continues to get pushed out. They got a few more sessions here yet. I think they're going to get it probably within a car of the wall here when it's done, and so it's a long ways around, and I think it's going to cause people to move around a little bit, and it's not going to be just about, come in, bump it, and floor it. I think it's going to be a little bit more to it than that. So I'm happy with it. I wish the berm was smaller, and I wish you were right up against the wall, so you had to be concerned about that. Right now, you can just kind of hammer it in there and floor it, but you still got to be a little bit careful.
Now, before you're going around the Tarrigator trying to knock that down, are you going to try that again before the qualifying, or do you think it's setting up pretty good?
No, I think right now everybody's had a couple sessions to work on their stuff. They see what they got out there. I'm not a big fan of changing it right now because they all been kind of preparing for what they've been on, and so they know it's going to move out a little bit here before they time trial. But other than that, they kind of know what to expect. And I wouldn't be a fan of changing it a whole lot right now. That's why I did it early, so they had a couple sessions left to kind of feel out what they got.
So with a track like this, we've seen other times where we've had races here where if you're at the back part of your qualifying group, the track is rubbered up a little bit more, maybe dried out, but it's certainly retaining moisture tonight. What kind of a difference do you think that's going to make to the drivers in the qualifying as far as their draw?
I think the times will be pretty consistent throughout. I think you'll see, the fast guys fast, whether at the beginning of a time group or at the end of a time group or in a later time group. I think it's going to be fairly consistent. I think the fast guys will be fast wherever they are. Now, it will continue to push out, and that could possibly slow it down a little bit, but that's why we've got 5 groups. So you got just about, a little under 100 cars. So each group has, 20 cars in it or so. And so, it shouldn't change a whole lot within the 20 cars, and that's all you're timing against, and then we move on to the next 20. So you're only compared to the 20 cars that are kind of closest to you in time trials.
Right. Now, this night seems kind of similar to the first night of the Dairyland Showdown when we were doing qualifying, where we were just putting down screaming fast times. Do you see that happening tonight as well?
Well, I think they did break the track record earlier, but right now I think they're outside of that. I think at 14.8 is not within the track. What is the track record? 14.2 or something?
14.82, yeah. 14.852.
14.852. So they've come close to that earlier, but I haven't seen anybody close to that now. Seems like about 15.2. I guess Luke did run a 14.8 or 14.9, so he was close to it. So, but it's pushed out since then a little bit, and I think it'll slow down a little bit. Seems like every time we have one of these events, we got to deal with like a major rainfall, the day or two before. And, we had it situated really good last night to be able to accept some rain, and we were supposed to get, 1 to 2 tenths. I woke up this morning and we had a ½ inch, and it was supposed to rain until 3 o'clock today. And those slow rains, when it's somewhat cool out, they're just deadly. They just sit on top and they don't run off, and they just soak down. And then the fact that you don't get any sunshine and no wind or anything, it's just kind of hard to get that moisture out of the racetrack.
Now, Tyrone was talking about the track being sealed up. Is that where? Now you're talking about having it packed in really well so that the water just runs off rather than soaking in.
Exactly, and generally if you get a couple tenths, or even if you got a ½ inch over an hour or two or something like that, that seal holds up pretty good, and you just get a little slime on top and you're good to go. You just you let that dry out and run it in. But with these slow, long rainfalls, it just keeps going down and going down and going down, and then you got nothing underneath there dry to kind of dig up and work in with the moisture, kind of dry it out. You just gotta keep squeezing the moisture out of it by driving on it and digging, and letting air get to it. But when there's no breeze and there's no heat really, and there's no sun opening it up, it really still doesn't dry. I wanted to hold up longer than what I did, but I looked at about 4 o'clock. I was like, man, it's just not going to dry. We're gonna have to make it dry, and we had to get on it. And then you just you make mud. So
we've done amazing considering the circumstances of the weather. Got to say that. Then we were talking earlier too, is that Mississippi Thunder drivers don't have to race the track because you always provide a good smooth surface with multi grooves. And I think that puts a lot of confidence in the drivers to know that they can come here and they're not going to tear something up with a bunch of ruts.
Yeah, that's one thing we try to do is have somewhat of a consistent surface and make sure that it's not hard on equipment. Obviously, being wide open or whatever is hard on equipment as well, but I think it is slowing down a little bit. Week after week, they pretty much know what to expect. I do try and throw a couple curveballs to them here and there, whether it be a little wetter, a little drier, or some streaks of traction here and there, because when you run weekly and all your guys run at the same track every week, they get to know it so well. They know exactly where to go, and you can get kind of laney that way. So every once in a while, I do some things a little bit different to kind of, so guys are like, oh, we always come off of 2 here, whatever. Well, I let that dry out and put some moisture a little somewhere else. And, it takes them, a few laps to kind of figure it out, or the night to figure it out. So try and do things like that, especially weekly racing, to try and make it better. Now, all these guys, they haven't been here a whole lot. Most of them have been here before, but they don't have a ton of laps on it. So it's hard for them to know really what to expect. But I can tell you this, tomorrow, it's going to be nice. It's going to be mid-70s, but it is going to be overcast. But with 70-degree weather, an extra day of dry time where I don't have to wait to get on it, where I'll be on it right in the morning, open it up and let the air get to this, it's going to be a completely different track tomorrow, which is going to make it pretty interesting because there's a lot of people that argue this format where, fast time trialers get to start up front, doesn't make for good entertaining racing. My argument to that is that it takes good racers to put on a good show. So if you're manufacturing racing by burying fast guys behind guys that are slower than them and making it look like there's some good racing going on, I'm not a huge fan of that. I prefer to see a couple fast guys get after it and race each other hard, because they're the ones that are going to produce the best racing. Back and forth, sliders, hard racing, clean racing. You got a slow guy up there leading, and you got a fast guy in the back. If he does get through there, he's just going to drive right by that guy anyways. There ain't going to be much of a race for it. Put a couple fast guys on the front row and a couple fast guys behind them, you're going to have a hell of a race.
You're setting up for a good race. As you look at the track tonight, you get to wear both your track prep hat and your driver's hat as a former successful racer. Do you ever see any of these visiting drivers attacking your track differently than you might have anticipated? I mean, we are here week after week, and sometimes we tend to see the drivers doing kind of the same thing, either running way up high, down at the bottom, through the middle. Do you see anybody tonight trying anything different, even though they might have that cushion there hindering them a little bit without wearing a high run?
Probably, when I raced, the cars were a lot different than what they are now today. I mean, it hasn't been that long, so they were 4-bar cars, same types of suspension, but a lot of advancements in shock technology and different things, and just a lot of experience and knowledge that is kind of advanced since I've been in a car. But it's a lot different for these guys. Like we didn't have the kind of traction and the amount of dynamic movement in the car when I was racing. These cars move around a lot, and the attitude really helps them build a lot of traction. But the downside of that is when you have a bit of character or a big cushion like that, they can be a handful because you're sliding across the slick part of the racetrack there, and your car is really good, and all of a sudden your right rear gets to that little curb and it hooks up and the whole front of the car swings towards the wall, or you get a little wheel spin going, you get your right rear so that's spinning. When it gets that cushion, all of a sudden you jump over the edge of it with the right rear and you're up in the crumbs, you know what I mean? So the cars, they're very finicky, and there's a lot more adjustments than there used to be. And so I'm sure a lot of them are trying to figure out, where's that happy medium between where they typically run, where they're running through the middle in the black or cutting across the bottom, to coming in on that and then driving up to a 3-inch curb, where there's some traction.
We have a lot of our regular weekly competitors who have figured out how to find speed in that extreme low line all the way around, grave digging down at the bottom. I don't think we're seeing that quite yet. Do you foresee that maybe coming into play later on tonight, or is that probably going to be more of a tomorrow or a Friday thing?
I think definitely tomorrow. Yeah. Obviously, I won't have that big berm there tomorrow. That's what's going to be interesting is, guys that, during these practice sessions here have been dialing their stuff in for what we got here, try and be, good for time trials. They're going to get a completely different surface tomorrow. From where that cushion is down, will probably be very similar, but they're not going to be able to slide up to that and lean on that cushion on the exit, and that's going to change some things, and they're going to have to make adjustments. And so with time trials being straight up, the guys that are really good on this right now could be completely different tomorrow. Or we're going to get a good look at those guys really know what to do to their car so they can go from this to where they have to cut through the middle in the black and still be fast. So it's going to be very intriguing tomorrow when we see those heat race lineups. I think it's going to create for a lot of movement in the heat races.
So what kind of adjustments would a driver make between a heavier track like this and maybe a dry slick check? Are you talking gears? Are you talking shocks?
Well, it could be gears. It could be shocks. Obviously, when it's traction or a little bit of chop or a big curb, you got to slow things down a little bit, just kind of tame the car down a little bit. When it gets a little bit smoother and blacker, you got to get your car with the right attitude. You got to get, your loads right and your right front where it needs to be. And it can be all different kinds of things. There's J-bar adjustments, 4-bar adjustments. It could be a gear adjustment. So there's all kinds of things that you can do, kind of dial the car. And everybody has a different feel and likes a different feel, and they do different things to get where they want to be. Some guys might take care of the shock or spring adjustment. Other guys might do it with just bar adjustments.
Let's talk about, I was talking with Guy and I were talking with Tyrone Lingenfelder earlier about what you and he and the rest of the ownership crew went through to try to put this program together. As you were trying to put this program together, how much of your decision-making came from a promoter? How much of your decision-making came from a business owner? And how much of your decision-making came from just a race fan, someone who wants to see some fun, exciting racing?
So I'd say all of those things played into it. Obviously, from the business side, you try to put together a program that's going to work from a financial standpoint. I'm always a little bit at fault as a former racer of probably trying to always get too much money to the drivers and put myself at a little bit of risk there. But I think that, they appreciate that, and that's what allows these races to come back and be successful year after year. So a sustainable event from a financial standpoint, not only for the track, but for the racers as well. And so, one of the things I try to do is make sure that, it's a 100,000 win event, and I wish in some respects that it could be 50,000 and we could take another 50,000 and pay it back to everybody that comes here. I think that would be a lot better for the drivers, obviously, but it's a bit of a a novelty event when it's 100,000 to win, and it attracts a bigger crowd and a bigger count of cars and a more variety of racers. But I think the things that we looked at from last year's event to this year's event is making sure that guys had more opportunities to get in. So if they had a bad night, their weekend wasn't ruined. Yep. Thus the 2 days. Everybody runs 2 days. I think that the people that maybe just didn't have the weekend they wanted didn't make the feature event. We put together a non-qualifier event that pays $2,500 to win, so they get to still race on a big stage and for some good money, not just load up and go home after running a B main. And then qualifying, rather than doing inverts and passing points and all that kind of stuff, giving guys, the reward they deserve for being fast. Yeah. You know what I mean? Not penalizing them because they come out here and they time in good. Time in good, show that you're one of the faster cars. You get an opportunity to start out in clean air with another good guy alongside you and a couple of good guys behind you, and you don't have to try and come from the third or fourth row, take a chance of getting wrecked, or being on a track where maybe it's a little bit laney at your heat and you don't get to pass and you don't see the success that you should see. So a little bit modeled after, late model racing, and I think some people might argue that late model racing can be boring at times because of the time trial and the straight up kind of format. But I think modifieds actually do a little bit better job of that. They move around more. They're less aero dependent, so they're able to step out and follow guys in and still have some success. And so I think for us, we can do that and without as big a threat as it being kind of follow the leader.
And then additionally, of course, we're talking about the modifieds tonight because that's who's on the track right now with their practice and the qualifying coming up later on tonight. But you had mentioned earlier in some discussions with Trenton and even on some of your live social media casts that you wanted a quote-unquote support division that literally looked different.
Yes.
And hence we get our stock cars, and they're going to put on a good show because they always do when they come here to Mississippi Thunder Speedway, and they're one of our regular classes. Right.
I mean, it's modified country, so it's always easy to say, let's run modifieds and B-mods or whatever, But people get tired of looking at the same kind of cars. Sometimes you can't hardly tell the difference, So, I wanted something that was unique, and I think, it's hard to argue the fact that stock cars probably put on some of the most exciting races night in and night out of any of the classes. And so part of the decision-making process there was the quality of the entertainment. And I wanted something that people didn't watch the modifieds waiting for them to get done to go get a cheeseburger because they didn't care what was going on after that. Right. I wanted them to be glued to their seats every time there was a race on the racetrack. And I think these two classes and the program that we have does that. They're gonna want to wait till we take a break till we get a burger or beer.
You, of course, made a name for yourself running modifieds, but you've also had a stock car out here a couple of times. And I remember talking with you down in Victory Lane after your 2 runs in the stock cars. You had a smile on your face. The stock car was just fun to race, wasn't it?
It was. It wasn't anything what I expected. It was just a lot more fun. I thought, oh, this thing's going to be kind of a sled, you know what I mean? Where you come to the corner and put it on the mat and see what it does. But the traction and the horsepower kind of match up so that you got enough horsepower to be fun, and it sets you back in the seat when you got some traction and when you get on the right place on the racetrack. But at the same time, it's not just hammer it in the corner and smash the throttle. And I mean, you gotta work the throttle, you gotta work the wheel, and you gotta work on your setup a little bit. And so it makes them super fun to drive. I mean, obviously it's a slightly slower pace than you would see in a modified, but it doesn't feel that way when you're behind the wheel. I mean, you're working it, and
a lot of times it doesn't look that way either.
Absolutely, and modifieds, you know, I mean, just like every car, you get good. You can get away from one another, right? You got enough power and you got enough traction, and if you got a good car, you can kind of get away from each other. Even if you're good in stock car, it's hard to get away. I mean, even the guys that might not be quite as good as you, they can hang on to you, and you know, you got to have your A game going, because that's why they end up 2, 3, 4, 5 wide sometimes, because they're all so even and it's hard to get away.
And I think that's why, you know, I said it may not look. I think I said it looks like it's about as fast as modified. That's not it. The perception is there that it's fast because you've got such a big pack of those stock cars battling each other. Yeah. The excitement level is up.
Yeah, and the motors, you know, they sound cool. They got good horsepower for what you got for traction, and so I mean, they're cool race cars. They're awesome.
I was always impressed by, in the stock car division, the amount of respect the drivers have for each other. I fell in love with that class over 20 years ago, seeing them for the first time at Cresco, at the Mighty County Fairground Speedway down there. And it just amazed me how they could go on a track that's, Cresco's kind of narrow in spots, how they could go 3, 4 wide around there without touching, and the racing was so good. And, you know, you go to every speedway and it's mimicked the same way with the stock car class, where they're 2 and 3 wide continuously.
And then you give them all the room here at MTS, which is, 85, 90 feet wide.
Yep. I don't know what it is about that class too. Like, I don't know if the drivers are that good, or they obviously they have a lot of respect for one another to race that tight and close to each other. But God, how many times do you see them going 3, 4, 5 wide, and they're not bouncing off of each other and stuff? They're all going straight, and
nobody's out of shape.
Yeah, it's pretty intriguing to watch them and see how they all do that, because I mean, a lot of them that's all they've done, or they come up from a hobby stock or whatever, and so. I mean, if that's all you've run and you get in that car, I mean, they're a handful. You know, you got to get up on the wheel.
We've got a couple of drivers this weekend who are actually going to be pulling double duty, right? Racing both their modified and behind the wheel of a stock car. What sort of mind change do they need to make when they get out of one and strap themselves into the other?
I think they'll be fine. I think that, you probably when I did that, I mean, I obviously ran modified and late model the same night many, many times, and it felt a little weird when I got from one to the next for a lap or two, and after that I forgot. You know what I mean? So, from the modified to the stock car, I mean, it slows down. It does slow down. It's a slower pace, and things kind of slow down. So if you're in your modified, you get in stock car, you're fine. And I think if you're a modified driver, when you get back in your modified, you know what you're in.
So how does that rank with your other racing? I know you dabbled in some asphalt, of course. Many years in modified, several years in the late model class. Where does that stock car experience rank as far as a driving experience?
I'm a modified guy at heart. You know what I mean? I love late models. I think they're awesome. They're cool. Just the raw horsepower and the technology in the cars, and just how high of a level of dirt track racing that's become is intriguing to me. But if I had my choice of just one car to drive, obviously I'd want to drive a modified. That being said, at my age, if I was going to get back into it and I wanted to be competitive, which I obviously would, stock car might be a better choice for me. And I don't think I'd be disappointed racing one every night, because I think they're very fun.
Well, that's what I hear from modified drivers, is that it's kind of it could be a rather jarring experience in those cars, and it's a lot of wrestling and a lot of up and down and a lot of bouncing around. Whereas different suspension package in the stock car and hobby stock class and some of the other classes where you don't have the same experience.
Well, we see Kelly Shryock in a stock car quite often now.
Yep.
Like, when I was talking to Brad Waits, that's what he said. He said he got a concussion he got in a fight with a guy in high school, and he came out on the bad end of it, and he still has problems from that. And he said he wanted to go late model so he could run on the big cushiony tires and not be jarred around as much on the A-mod.
Yeah, I think he wants to get back in a modified now. I think he's already had enough of the late model, and I get it. I mean, stuff happens fast, and it's hard to, like, I feel like I could get in a modified right now and be competitive, and I probably could on tracks that I know well. Not like I was, obviously, the right circumstances, not wide open right next to the wall banging the cushion and stuff like I used to do, but in the right conditions I feel like I could do that. But the reality is I probably couldn't. and you can't put your finger on why that is for sure, because I feel like I could. Obviously your reaction time's a little bit slower. I suppose it could be that, or maybe you just think about how much work you got to do if you take a chance and bend it up or whatever, or the money that you're spending. I don't know, but obviously everybody with age tends to slow down, and I wish you could put your finger on what it is, but you really don't know. But I think probably the smart thing is probably to stay out of a modified right now.
My thinking is always it's a good night when you can put it on the trailer clean.
Yeah, exactly.
You don't have to fix anything other than wash it.
Well, Bob, we've wrapped up our second group of practice session here. Slight break here. We'll let you get back to the work that you need to do. Thanks for coming up to chat with us. We always appreciate your kind of inside, behind-the-scenes information that we can pass along to the race fans who are either in the grandstands here or watching via Race and Dirt or Flo's live streaming coverage. How about the streaming coverage? Great to have both those organizations covering our event this week.
Yeah, it's so cool that they can both co-stream it so everybody can watch it based on whatever streaming service they have. And obviously a very broad audience with both of those streaming companies. So pretty cool for all these guys to get the opportunity to race on that big of stage.
All right, Bob Tim, owner at Mississippi Thunder Speedway, and track guru who has been trying to wrestle this racing surface into the conditions that we see here. As we take a short break here, we will be back with round 3 practice sessions coming up, and then after that third round of practice, we will have qualifying this evening again. Remember, we're going to throw 2 sets of qualifying at you, Thursday night qualifying and Friday night qualifying, but right now, a short break at Mississippi Thunder Speedway as we are on night number 1, practice and qualifying night for the Modified World Championship. Qualifying time now on the track at Mississippi Thunder Speedway. Time pushing us into our qualifying, and we will begin our qualifying runs right now. Josh Ballou in the 22B, Steve Levasseur in the 99L, Kyle Brown in the 21K. Josh Ballou, 15.858 second lap. Steve Levasseur, 15.920. Kyle Brown across the track across the line with a 16.348 second lap. Checkered flag is out for Ballou, 16.0. Levasseur, 15.886. Tick faster, and Kyle Brown now fastest in the line with a 15.552. So your first three qualifying rounds on the track for our Modified World Championship, and Kyle Brown on the 21K. Second lap going to be fastest with a 15.552 second circuit. Second fastest of this trio, Josh Ballou with a 15.858, and Steve Levasseur third fastest, 15.886. So our first three cars on the track for their qualifying run. We'll bring our next trio of cars out onto the racing surface. Take the green coming out of turn number 4. Our first car is all out of sorts. That's Adam Ogle in the 12-0 machine. Alex Williamson, next car on the track with a 15W, and Brandon Givens with a 10B. First lap for the 12-0 of Adam Ogle as he crosses the line to take the white flag. That will be a 16.281 second lap. Alex Williamson, 16.629, and Brandon Givens, 16.025. 16.025 first lap for Givens. Checkered flag is out for Ogle. Ogle's second lap will be better, not quite as good, 16.402. 16.402. Givens works around Williamson. Givens a 15.780, and Alex Williamson with an issue on the 15W machine, so his second lap not so well. Fast qualifier thus far, Kyle Brown with a 15.552.
Yeah, both Ogle and Williamson both jumped the cushion there in turn number 1. And it's very unforgiving tonight.
Next three cars will roll out onto the racing surface. First car across the line will be the T9 machine of Ryan Thomas. Thomas will be followed across the line by Zach Brom in the 43, then Lucas Schott in the 69.
Ryan Thomas from Brownstown, Indiana. Zach Brom from Winona, and Lucas Schott from Chatfield.
First lap for Thomas will be a 15.902 second lap. 15.902. First lap for Zach Brown, 16.022. 16.022. And first lap for Lucas Schott, 15.255. Schott, your new fast qualifier in this group, 15.255. Thomas, second lap, 15.868. 15.868. Zach Brom, second lap, 16.740. And Lucas Schott, second lap, bit quicker, 15.216. 15.216. Lucas Schott, your fastest qualifier thus far in this first group. Next three cars to roll out onto the speedway will be Mark Smith with a 2SS, Garrett Wilson with a 3W, and Lance Murray with a 19SB. 2SS of Mark Smith. The first out of the chute and down the back straightaway into turn number 3.
He hails to us from Anthony, New Mexico. Wilson from Carlisle, Iowa, and Central California for Lance Murray in the 19SB.
Looks like Murray actually came out second. Garrett Wilson came out third. So we'll keep our eye on that. But the 2SS of Mark Smith going to complete his first lap. First lap for Smith will be a 15.977. 15.977. First lap for Murray, 15.671. And first lap for Wilson, 16.419. So Murray in the top 3 now, just behind Kyle Brown. Second lap now for the 2SS of Smith, 15.73. Second lap for Murray, a 16 even. And second lap for Wilson will be a 16.480.
Next group, sorry, Dan.
Lance Murray, third fastest in this group with a 15.671. Mark Smith, fourth fastest with a 15.734.
Next trio has Matt Lear in the 30 car from Ladysmith, Wisconsin. Dustin Sorensen from Rochester, Minnesota in car number 19. And Tyler Nicely from Owensboro, Kentucky in the 25N.
Nicely was fast during his first round practice session. Sorensen, of course, always quick here at Mississippi Thunder Speedway. He jumps the cushion down here in turn number 1 on his opening lap.
Yeah, I noticed that's happened a lot so far in this Thursday qualifying session as the white flag comes out.
First lap for Lear across the line, 15.769, 15.769. First lap for Sorensen, 15.851, 15.851. And first lap for Nicely will be a 15.727. Nicely in the top 4 already. Lear's second lap will be a 15.765, almost the exact same time as his first lap. Second lap for Sorensen, 15.011, 15.011. And second lap for Nicely, 15.536. So Tyler Nicely up into the top 3 now. Dustin Sorensen, fastest lap with a 15.011. That puts a shot back to second with his 15.216. Nicely third, 15.536. Kyle Brown fourth, 15.552. And Lance Maury completes the top 5 in qualifying thus far with a 15.671 second lap.
Next up, we have Chatfield, Minnesota's Jacob Lees in car 21, the first car on the Speedway. Followed by the G17 of Fido Giraldo from Las Cruces, New Mexico. We got 4 more qualifying in this first batch, so it looks like we're going to go 2 by 2 here.
Blees and Gallardo going to be in this first group. Jacob Blees down the back straightaway with the KevcoRacing.com number 21 machine, as we've mentioned a couple times already tonight. Almost set a new track record a couple of weeks ago. First lap for Jacob Blees will be a 15.657 second lap. He'll have to turn it up a notch, even though that's top 5 for now. First lap for Fido Gallardo, 16.175, 16.175. As Blees comes out of turn number 4, checkered flag is in the air. His second lap will be a 15.578 second lap. Not as fast as that first lap. Second lap for Gallardo, 16.037, so improves on that first lap. Jacob Blees in the top 5, compliments of his second circuit, a 15.578 second lap. Top 5 again as of now. Sorensen 15.011, Schott 15.216, Nicely 15.536, Brown 15.552, and Blees 15.578.
Next on the Speedway from Waterloo, Iowa, it's Devin Havlett in the 5D car and Stormy Scott in the 2S from Las Cruces, New Mexico.
Final 2 cars in this first group of qualifying for the Thursday portion of the program. First lap for the 2S will be in the books next time around. Right now, white flag is out for the 5D of Devin Havlick, a 16.586 second circuit of the big third mile. First lap for the 2S of Scott, 16.158, 16.158.
Oh, puff of smoke out of the 5. It's going to shut her down. That's bad news for Devin Havlett.
So Havlick with a 5D, a slow second lap as he shut it down. Stormy Scott also off the pace a bit, 16.728. So Scott 15th fastest. Havlick in the 5D 18th fastest. So our first group in the books for our qualifying session for the Thursday night portion of the program. Dustin Sorensen will be your fast qualifier in that first group with a 15.011, 15.011. Lucas Schott going to be second fastest in that group with a 15.216 second lap, 15.216 for Lucas Schott. Tyler Nicely going to be third fastest, 15.536, 15.536. Kyle Brown will be fourth fastest, 15.552, 15.552. Fifth fastest in this first group, Jacob Blees, 15.578, 15.578. Second group of 5, Lance Maury, 15.671. Mark Smith, seventh fastest, 15.734. Matt Lear, eighth fastest, 15.765. Brandon Givens, ninth fastest, 15.780. And Josh Ballou, 10th fastest, 15.858. Third set of 5, rather.
Ryan Thomas in the T9 with a 15.868. Steve Lavasser, 12th fastest with a 99L, coming in at 15.886. Zach Brahman, the 43, 13th fastest, 16.022. Fido Giraldo with the G17 coming in at 16.037. Stormy Scott, 15th fastest with a 16.158.
And our final 4 in this first group, Adam Ogle with a 16.281, 16th fastest. Garrett Wilson, 17th fastest with a 16.419. Devin Havlick, 18th fastest with a 16.586. And Alex Williamson. Alex Williamson, 16.629. 19 cars in that first group. Second group for Thursday qualifying will have 18 cars as we push the 5 machine off. First car out will be the 22B, will be the 13 of Charlie Mefford out of Belton, Kentucky. Second car will be the 12G of Ryan Gustin from Marshalltown, Iowa. And the third car will be the 21CZ of Cole Zarneski. Get the track clear, and we prepare for Group 2 qualifying. Again, this is for the Thursday program. We will run through all groups again for Friday qualifying.
All right, here they come, Dan.
First car out on the track. Rolls down the back straightaway into turn number 3. That'll be the 13 of Charlie Mefford. Charlie's going to get the green flag. Then it'll be Ryan Gustin with the yellow 12G. And third car out, the 21CZ of Cole Zarneski.
First lap in the books for Mefford.
Mefford's opening lap, 15.825, 15.825. First lap for Ryan Gustin, 15.678, 15.678. And first lap for Cole Zarneski, 15.615. Zarneski fastest thus far. Second lap for Mefford, 15.576, 15.576. Second fastest. Ryan Gustin, second lap, 16.039. And Cole Zarneski with a 16.40.
Now, he was all out of shape on his second lap in turn number 2.
So Charlie Mefford, fastest qualifier in the second group, 15.576 thus far. Cole Zarneski, second fastest thus far with a 15.615. And Ryan Gustin, third fastest with a 15.678.
Coming up next, we have Tanner Mullins from Wichita, Kansas in the 02. David Stremme from Miffletown, Pennsylvania in the 35 car, and Mason McEvers from Rochester in the 18M. In running their first lap.
Tanner Mullins coming out of turn number 4 to complete lap number 1. First lap for the 02.
Whoa, he loops it coming out of 4.
Ooh, gets down into that windrow at the bottom of the banking on the front straightaway. So the wheel and safety light system go yellow, and this qualifying session will be interrupted.
I believe he gets 1 lap now. Is that correct, Dan?
Nobody had taken the first lap, so we will take this opportunity to figure out how to get Tanner out of
they're not pushing him out of
the
there.
heavy mud, no. The 02 machine supported by Mel Hambleton, Sandlin Iron and Metal Auto Salvage, Bergman Tax, Swift Springs, USA Incorporated, Fast Shafts by Axle Exchange, Canuck Farms, Strength Roofing and Siding, Mel Hamilton Ford Racing, Fuquay Trucking, Mullins Racing Chassis, Collins Brothers Towing. That Mullins Racing chassis number 02 sits in the muck as Bob, Tim, and his crew were trying to pull some of that heavy mud off the racing surface. Roll it down to the bottom. Here's our FK Rod Ends instant replay for those of you watching from home. See Tanner come out of turn number 4. Got up over the berm there in the marbles. Rear end came around. He chased it down the first third of the front straightaway before coming to a stop.
He's all good behind the wheel here of the car, guys. He just goes, man, he goes, it's really gnarly up there.
Yeah, there's been a lot of drivers struggling that are running the top side there on the cushion. Hopping the cushion, the car just bucking wildly left and right, so they'll have to do something here to figure it out.
His door here over on the right side's kind of buckled up underneath just due to the mud, but they ought to be able to pull that back out and be okay. He's packed in up to the frame though on the driver's side, and there we see Johnny on the spot with the tow truck there. They got to get him lined back out here and ready to go.
Well, we'll see how he qualifies with 30 pounds of extra mud on his car.
So Mullins, Stremme, McEvers on the track, currently under caution conditions as we work through our second group of qualifying. Yes, Trent?
It's still even nothing just like on the backside of this windrow right here. I mean, it's just nothing but soup right down in here. So this could be some, you definitely could have mud wrestling after the show's over tonight right down here.
Skating down there.
This would be the spot.
So we've got Tanner right-sided, and the Wichita, Kansas racer. We'll try to bring it back up to speed as we will try to go green with our next, with this group again, bring them back up to speed for their qualifying rounds. We've had 3 of them turn laps thus far at this point. Fast qualifier, Charlie Mefford in the 13 with a 15.576. Cole Zarneski in the 21 CZ, second fastest, 15.615. And Ryan Gustin, third fastest thus far. Those are the only 3 we've had out on the track in this second group for Thursday qualifying with a 15.678.
All right, we have the wrecker off the speedway. We're going to go green this time by with David Stremme coming out of turn number 4.
Green flag is in the air. Stremme brings it up to speed. He will make his way around turns 1 and 2. McEvers also. All right, so here comes Stremme out of turn number 4. Lap number 1 for David Stremme in the 35 machine will be a 15.275 second lap. Good enough for the lead, our fastest qualifier thus far. McEvers, 5th fastest. Mullins now takes over that 5th spot with a 16.025 second lap. McEvers' first lap was 16.268. Checkered flag is out for Stremme, 15.988. David Stremme, still fastest qualifier. McEvers, 16.268. And Mullins, still 5th fastest, 16.025. So your top 6 are the first 6 cars that have been out. David Stremme, your fastest qualifier thus far, with a 15.275 second lap in the number 35 machine. Charlie Mefford backslides 1 spot to second with his 15.576 second lap. Cole Zarneski, third fastest, 15.615.
Next up, we have Ricky Thornton Jr. from Chandler, Arizona in the 20 RT. Joe Horgdahl from Manorville, Minnesota in car number 29. And Trevor Neville from Mackinac, Illinois in car 777N. And Neville was extremely fast during the practice session, so we'll see if it translates to a good qualifying time tonight as he takes the green.
Ricky Thornton Jr.'s first lap going to be a 15.915. Joe Horgdahl with a 16.042. 777 of Neville, 15.679. Good enough for 5th fastest. Thornton up to 2nd fastest now, 15.537. Horgdahl, 15.841. And Neville, 15.70, a bit off on that second lap. So Thornton jumps up to 2nd fastest qualifier thus far with a 15.537 second lap. Stremme, still your fastest, 15.275. Medford third now, 15.576.
Next 3 features Harley Dice from Winona, Minnesota in car 87H. Joe Chisholm from Osage, Iowa in car 25. Terry Phillips from Springfield, Missouri in car 75.
Looks like we may have had a change here.
Oh, there's Dylan Gadel out there. Yeah, we got the wrong
24. And the third car coming out of turn number 4 now will be the 7G of Sean Gaddis. So first lap for Harley Dice will be a 15.740 second lap. First lap for Dylan Gadel will be a 15.766. That's 8th fastest. And first lap for Sean Gaddis will be 15.641. Gaddis 5th fastest thus far. Dice's second lap will be a 15.802, so we've off the pace a bit. Gadel's second lap, 15.911, off the pace just a bit. And second lap for Gaddis, 16.72, so the track's slowing down. Gaddis' first lap, good enough to get him into the top 5. So Sean Gaddis in the 7G, 5th fastest with a 15.641 second lap. Thus far, your top 5 are Stremme, 15.275, Thornton Jr., 15.37, 15.537, Mefford, 15.576, Zarneski, 15.615, and Gaddis, 15.641.
Now that I have the right lineup in front of me, 88L of Eric Lamb from Malacca, Minnesota, the first car out on the speedway. Benji Lacrosse from Casco, Wisconsin in car 54. And the third car out there is 50 to the third. That's Brandon Davis from Hayfield, Minnesota. Davis, one of
First
our
lap for Eric
weekly
Lamb in
competitors.
the 88 will be a 16.295 second lap. First lap for Benji Lacrosse, 15.978. And first lap for Brandon Davis, 16.529. Second lap for Eric Lamb, 16.7. Second lap for Benji Lacrosse, 16.8. And second lap for Brandon Davis, 15.43. So Davis, the only one to go quicker on a second lap, and quicker by quite a bit, as he's now second fastest. Brandon Davis, second lap, good enough for second fastest, 15.438. So it's Stremme, still fastest thus far. Brandon Davis second, Ricky Thornton Jr. third, Charlie Mefford fourth, and Cole Zarneski rounding out the top five.
Well, Lamb and Lacrosse were really exploring the track on that one, trying out different grooves. Brandon Davis having a good run. Al Haina next up from Clear Lake, Iowa in the 777. And Landon Volkman in the 97 Junior from Rushford, Minnesota.
Two cars remaining in this second group, Volkman and Haina, right now on the track. First lap for the 777 of Al Haina will be a 16.307 second lap. First lap for Landon Volkman will be a 15.781 second lap. Great lap for Volkman there. Good enough for 11th, just outside the top 10. Second lap for Haina as the checkered flag flies will be a 16.220 second lap, a little better than the first lap, 15th fastest. Second lap for Volkman, 15.855. So his first lap will be best. 11th fastest. Landon Volkman, 11th fastest in the ranking. Stremme, Davis, Thornton Jr., Mefford, and Zarneski, your top five. Gaddis, Gustin, Neville, Dice, and Gettle, second five.
Our final two competitors in group number 2 for qualifying. It features Brandon Dillman from St. Charles, Minnesota in the 0 car, and AJ Hoff in the 55H from Manorville, Minnesota.
Brandon Dolman in that 0 machine racing with support from Limlam, Minnesota State College's Southeast Technical, RaceLeader.com, Scenic Landscape in that Dirt Dueler number 0 machine. First lap for Brandon Dolman will be a 16.168 second lap, 16.168. First lap for the 55H of AJ Hoff, 16.018, 14th fastest for Hoff. Dolman 16th fastest thus far. Second lap for Brandon Dolman will be a 15.665 second lap. Good enough to get into the top 10, 7th fastest. And second lap for AJ Hoff will be 15.867. Better than the first lap, 14th fastest. So your second group of qualifying is in the books. Fast qualifier David Stremme with a number 35, a 15.275 second lap. Second fastest in the top five will be Brandon Davis, 15.438. Third fastest, Ricky Thornton Jr. with a 15.537. Fourth fastest, Charlie Mefford with a 15.576. And rounding out the top five in the second group for Thursday qualifying will be Cole Zarneski with a 15.615 second lap.
Sixth place is Sean Gaddis with a 15.641 in the 7G. Brandon Dillman in the 0 with a 15.655 second. Eighth place, Ryan Gustin in the 12G with a 15.678. Trevor Neville in the 777N with a 15.679. Harley Dice in 10th place in the 87H with a 15.740.
Third set of five in 11th, Dylan Gadel with 24G, a 15.766 second lap. Landon Volkman will be 12th fastest with a 15.781. Joe Horgdahl, 13th fastest with a 15.841. So there's a quick look through your second group of qualifying for the Thursday program as we prepare for our third group of qualifying. First car on the track expected will be the 99G of Jason Grimes. The 99G of Jason Grimes. A GRS home-built chassis with support from Grimes Racing Service, Integra Shocks, Shocker Hitch, Schaefer Oil, West End Hide and Fur, Jason Grimes in the 99G. Also, we will have the 3F of Rob Fuquay on the track. Rob supported by Minco Logistics, Rob Fuquay Trucking, Real Racing Wheels, VP Racing Fuels, Bulk Loads, AFCO Racing Products in that CDR Race Cars chassis number 3F. And the 19K machine will be Kyle Slater from Muskogee, Oklahoma. First lap for Jason Grimes will be a 16.310 second lap, 16.310, fast qualifier thus far. Rob Fuquay, 16.946. Kyle Slater's first lap, 15.773. So Slater, your fast qualifier. Grimes' second lap, not quite as quick, 16.318. Fuquay's second lap, a little better, 16.018, second fastest. And Slater's second lap, off just a bit. His first lap fastest, 15.773. So Slater, Fuquay, and Grimes, your first three out on the track, and that's the way they line up. Slater fastest with a 15.773 second lap.
Next three drivers feature Parker Hale from Grand Meadow, Minnesota in car number 28. Tyler Grooms from Trenton, Missouri in car number 92, and Calvin Iverson from Oliva, Wisconsin in car 27.
Parker Hale in that Riverland Trucking, Oz Lifting Products, Mars Race Cars 2023 Rage chassis number 28 with additional support from Russell and Associates. Nate's Outdoor Recreation, A&A Electric and Underground, amongst others. Two-time track champion here at Mississippi Thunder Speedway. The 92 machine of Tyler Grooms, supported by Smith Furniture, Dirt Slinging Tech, CarQuest and Hughes Chassis. First lap for Hale, 15.862. First lap for Grooms, 16.564. And the first lap for Calvin Iverson in the 27X, 16.629. Iverson Racing this year, supported by Iverson Trucking and Excavating, CNN Plumbing, and Longhorn by Sorensen. Parker Hale, second lap, good enough for the top of the heat, 15.543. Iverson's second lap, not quite as fast. Iverson, third fastest with his second lap, 15.980. So your top five now, Parker Hale with a 15.543 second lap, Kyle Slater with a 15.773 second lap, Calvin Iverson with a 15.980 second lap, Rob Fuquay with a 16.018, and Jason Grimes with a 16.310.
Next up on the Speedway, it's the U.S. car of Jonathan Olmschild from Dassel, Minnesota. The 99 of Josh Hanks from Winona, Minnesota, and Zach Benson from Princeton, Minnesota in the 17B.
Jonathan Olmscheid, supported by RPMG, also Big River Resources, Absolute Energy, High Water Energy, and Red River Energy, and that SSR chassis U.S. machine. The 99 of Josh Hanks, supported by Strategic Tax and Retirement, Warleen Funeral Home, Gary Specialized Services. First lap for the U.S. of Jonathan Olmscheid, 17.208, 17.208, seventh fastest. Josh Hanks, top of the heap now with his first lap, 15.477. Zach Benson, 16.128, sixth fastest with his first lap. Second lap for the U.S. machine of Jonathan Olmscheid, 16.320. Josh Hanks, first lap was a bit better, second lap 16.11. Zach Benson's second lap, a little better, 16.127, but Josh Hanks now, fast qualifier in this third group, 15.477. Parker Hale, second fastest, 15.543. Kyle Slater, third fastest, 15.773. Iverson, fourth fastest, 15.980, and Fuquay, fifth fastest, 16.018.
Next up is the 3S of Bryce Graber from Paris, Illinois, the 5T of Drake Troutman from Hindman, Pennsylvania, and Trip Gaylord in the 77 from Lakewood, Colorado.
Bryce Graber, first car out on the track, and he will turn in his first lap as he comes out of turn number 4. First lap for Graber will be a 16.417 second circuit, good enough for 10th. 5T of Drake Troutman, 15.213, new fast qualifier.
I'm not surprised he was fast in the hot lap session, too.
Trip Gaylord, 15.954, fifth fastest. Second lap for Graber, 16.565. Second lap for Troutman, 15.035. Second lap for Gaylord, 15.572, better than the first lap. So 2 cars into the top 5. Now Troutman, your new fast qualifier, with a 15.035 second lap, pushes Angst back to second with his 15.477. Hale third with a 15.543. Gaylord up to fourth with a 15.572 second lap. And Kyle Slater still in the top 5 with a 15.773.
Up next, we have Jason Fall from Hammond, Wisconsin in the 03F, appearing on the Speedway. Next is the 33X of David Kane from Corcoran, Minnesota. And Reese Solander from Emporia, Kansas in the 5R, our next 3 qualifiers.
Jason Falls, supported by Ramsey Hill, Fishbach Forestry, Tri-State Engineering, and that SSR Chassis 03F machine. 33X of Kane. First lap for fall will be a 17.194 second lap, 13th fastest. 33X is off the pace. Kane's first lap, 18.721. First lap for Reese Solander, 15.588. Solander, 5th fastest. Second lap for fall, 16.420, better, up to 14th. And the second lap for the 5-hour of Reese Solander, bit quicker, 15.478, good enough for third. So Solander up into the top 5, third fast qualifier. His second lap was 15.478.
All right, next up is A.J. Diemel in the 88D from Elk Mound, Wisconsin.
58D.
Or 58D, I'm sorry. My aging eyes missed the 5 on that. David Brown from Kellogg, Iowa in the 21D, and Cade Dillard in the 97D from Roebling, Louisiana.
A.J. Diemel, supported by White City Glass, KS Engineering, and MB Customs, the 21D machine of David Brown, racing with support from Penske Shocks, Farley's Wholesale and Tire, Jurgens Enterprises in that 21D Harris chassis, and the 97D machine, of course, is Cade Dillard. First lap for Diemel, 16.493. First lap for Dillard, second fastest at 15.229. And the 21 of Brown, first lap, 16.730, 17th fastest. Second lap for Diemel, bit quicker, 15.834, 8th fastest. Second lap for Dillard, not as good as the first lap, 15.422, second fastest. And the second lap for David Brown, not as good as the first, 16.745. So your top 5, Drake Troutman with a 15.035 second lap. Cade Dillard, second fastest with a 15.229. Josh Angst, third fastest with a 15.477. Reese Solander, fourth fastest with a 15.478. And Parker Hale rounds out the top 5 in this third group with his 15.543 second lap.
Trip Gaylord, the 77, with a 15.572, puts him 6th. 7th, 19K of Kyle Slater with a 15.773. A.J. Diemel in the 58D, also looks like an 89 to me, in a 15.834. 9th place, Calvin Iverson with a 15.980. And in the top 10, it's the 3F of Rob Fuqua with a 16.018.
Your third set of 5, Zach Benson in the 17B is 11th fastest with a 16.127 second lap. 12th fastest is the 99G of Jason Grimes, a 16.310 second lap. 13th fastest, the U.S. machine of Jonathan Olmscheid with a 16.320 second lap. 14th fastest, Tyler Grooms in the 92, a 16.381 second lap. And Bryce Graber with a 3G, 15th fastest with a 16.417 second lap.
Jason Fall in the 03F with a 16.420 lap. David Brown in the 21D with a 16.730.
So there is your third group of qualifying. We'll get ready for our fourth group of qualifying. Again, this is for the Thursday night program. Fourth group of qualifying will start with these 3 cars.
Trevor Hughes from Westville, Oklahoma, comes on the Speedway in the 712. Keith Foss from Winona, Minnesota in car 95. And Kyle Strickler from Mooresville, North Carolina in car number 8. Your 3 competitors this time around.
Trevor Hughes racing with support from Kate's Recycling, JRT Trucking, Mullins Racing Engines, Murphy Oil, and BCC Graphics. Keith Foss racing with support from Bob Brink Incorporated, LT Construction, Weir's Machine, Sam Larson Construction and Builders. And the 8 machine of Kyle Strickler racing with support from Jarovitz Motorsports, G-Style Transportation, Cat Industries. First lap for Foss, 15.312. First lap for Strickler, 16.206. And first lap for the 712 of Trevor Hughes, second lap is a 15.990. His first lap was fastest, a 15.878. Second lap for Foss, 15.298. And second lap for Strickler, 15.800. So Keith Foss, your current fast qualifier, with 15.298. Strickler second fastest with a 15.8 flat. And Trevor Hughes third fastest with a 15.878.
Coming up next, we will see the 65G of Frank Gasparini from Iron Mountain, Michigan. The 25 of Smoke Joe Chisholm from Osage, Iowa in car 25. And Terry Phillips from Springfield, Missouri in car 75.
Gasparini's Shaw chassis number 65G, supported by Visual Concepts, New Vision Graphics, BW Classics, Mike Winter LLC, and 2G Contracting. The 25 machine of Joe Chisholm, that Skyrocket with KS Engineering engine power by Kevin Stowe, supported by State of Balance Speed, Casey Lawn Care, and Red Can. And the 75 machine of Terry Phillips, supported by Andy's Frozen Custard, Karst Industries, Mesilla Valley Transport. First lap for Gasparini, 16.355, 16.355. First lap for Joe Chisholm, 15.593, 15.593. And first lap for Phillips, 15.826. Fast qualifier is still Keith Foss. Second lap for Gasparini, 16.309, 16.309. Second lap for Chisholm, second fast, 15.425, 15.425. And second lap for Terry Phillips, third fast with a 15.774. Top three right now, Keith Foss, Joe Chisholm, Terry Phillips.
Coming up next, we have the 5S of Kurt Spalding from Waterville, Michigan. Taton Hansen from Spicer, Minnesota in car number 96, and Sean Walski from Rolling Stone, Minnesota in the 95X.
Kurt Spalding's Lethal Chassis 5S is supported by GT Products, Duco Performance, All-Star Performance, School Nick Trucking, and TS Designs. The 96 of Taton Hansen, the Vanderbilt chassis number 96, supported by Structural Buildings, Hansen Concrete, Mies Outland, Hatfield Racing Engines, and the 95X machine of Sean Walski out of Rolling Stone, that 26 MB Customs race car, supported by Crown Auto, Bob Brink Incorporated, Scenic Landscaping, and Cars Credit.
We are missing the 96 of Taton Hansen.
So two of the expected three on the track. The number 5 of Kurt Spalding gives us a first lap of 15.435, 15.435. First lap for Sean Walski is a 15.659. Second lap, 15.659 second lap, fourth fastest. Second lap for Spalding, 15.345, 15.345. That'll put him to second fastest in the group. Second lap for Walski, not quite as quick as his first lap. It was a 15.670 second lap. Sean Walski, fourth fastest. So your top 5 thus far: Foss, Spalding, Chisholm, Walski, and Phillips.
That second lap for Spalding, he hooked that right rear coming out of 4 as well. Almost looped it, but it made a save on it. Caden Blazer in the 428 from Chippewa Falls, Wisconsin. Next up, along with the 12F of Cole Falloway from Owensboro, Kentucky. And Tom Perry Judy from Marshalltown, Iowa in the 11X.
Caden Blazer, supported by MB Customs, Vonco, West Hill Bar and Grill, and CMB Shocks in that 428 machine, and the 12F of Cole Falloway, supported by Turner's Landscaping, Tank Lining of Paris, 27 Trucking, Falloway Auto, Wiles Drive Shaft. First lap for Blazer, 15.884. First lap for Barry, 15.765. So Barry, fifth fastest.
Falloway a no-show for his trial session here.
Second lap for Caden Blazer in the 428 will be a 15.545 second lap, fourth fastest. Second lap for Barry slows down a bit, 15.907. So your top 5 now: Foss, Spalding, Chisholm, Blazer, and Walski. I think they're splitting it up into 2-car groups.
Okay.
Unless we had a no-show. Yep, it'll be Shane Bailey leading the group out this time.
He's from Kearney, Missouri in car number 7. Darwin Carew from Casson, Minnesota in car number 23. And the third one is number 12, Lucas Lee from Paris, Tennessee.
Shane Bailey, supported by Jennings Cattle Company, Toot Toots Restaurant, Our Ground Concrete Works, Yeoman Race Engines, Hughes Chassis and Penske Shocks. Darwin Carew in the 23 machine, supported by Broadway Car Care, South Point Motors, and Joker's Custom. And the 12 of Lucas Lee on the track as well. First lap for Carew, 16.342, 16.342. First lap for Falloway, 15.385, third fastest. Looks like the 7 machine not timing in across the line that time. Darwin Carew's second lap, 18.028. Second lap for Falloway, 15.141. And that will put Cole Falloway to the top of the charts. Cole Falloway, 12F, fast qualifier in this group thus far with a 15.141. Keith Foss back to second with a 15.298. Spalding third with a 15.345. Chisholm fourth, and Blazer fifth. Not sure. Lucas Lee did not get a time, or at least I am not seeing a time for the 12. Falloway, here we go. 15.141 for Cole Falloway. Darwin Carew, 18.028.
Yeah, Darwin got loose coming out of turn number 2 on his second lap and almost turned it around. Got a little debris up in turn number 3 they're going to pick up before they bring out the next group of qualifiers here for qualifying number 4 of our 5 groups. Coming up next should be Dean Weil from Warrensboro, Missouri in car 68. Well, I think we have the 12F of Cole Falloway out there now. And there's the 68 of Dean Wiley.
Nope, that'll be the 12 of Lucas Lee.
Okay.
Dean Wiley in the 68, racing with support from Juravitz Motors. Excuse me. Dean Wiley with support from Gator Graphics, Royal Roofing and Solar, Get Her Done HVAC, and Cutting Up Meats. First lap for Lucas Lee, 15-second lap. Dean Willey's first lap, 16.232. And the first lap for Will Krupp will be a 15.365 second lap, good enough for top 5. Second lap for Lucas Lee, 15.150, second fastest for Lucas Lee. Second lap for Dean Wiley will be a 16.149 second lap, and second lap for Will Krupp will be a 14.927. New fast qualifier in the group, 14.927. Will Krupp to the top of the heap with a number 9 machine. So your top 5 now: Krupp with a 14.927, Falloway with a 15.141, Lee with a 15.150, Foss with a 15.298, and Spalding with a 15.345.
We have the 0 of Jake O'Neill out there, along with the 96 of Tayton Hansen from Spicer, Minnesota. Jake O'Neill coming to us from Tucson, Arizona.
O'Neill supported by Texas General Mechanical, Red Eye Radiator, Hodges Dredging, Wasilla Valley Transportation, McCartney Welding and Roustabout Services, First Construction, TDS Bulletproof Tees, amongst others. First lap for Jake O'Neill will be the 15.460 second lap, 7th fastest. First lap for Tayton Hansen will be a 16.158 second lap, 15th fastest thus far. Second lap for the 0X of O'Neill, 15.538, 7th fastest for O'Neill. Second lap for Hansen, 15.897, 14th fastest. So your top 5 will be Will Krupp, your fast qualifier in this group, 14.927 second lap in the number 9. Cole Falloway, second fastest with a 12F, 15.141. Lucas Lee, third fastest with a number 12, 15.150. Fourth fastest, Keith Foss with a 95, 15.298. Fifth fastest, Kurt Spalding with a 5S at 15.345 second lap.
Sixth fastest has Joe Chisholm in the 25 with a 15.425 lap. Jake O'Neill in the 0J with a 15.460. Caden Blazer in the 428 with a 15.545. Sean Walski in the 95X with a 15.659. And in the 10th position, it's Tom Berry Jr. in the 11X in the 15.765 time.
Third set of 5, Terry Phillips with a 75 machine, 15.774. 12th fastest, Kyle Strickler, number 8, with a 15.8 flat, 15.800. Trevor Hughes, 13th fastest with his 712 machine, 15.878. Tayton Hansen, 14th fastest with a 15.897 in the 96 machine. And Dean Wiley, 15th fastest with a 16.149 in the number 68.
Frank Gasparini in the 65G with a 16.309. Darwin Carew with a 16.342. And Shane Bailey, we do not have a time for in the 7 car.
And we lost a time for Shane Bailey in the 7. So that's the 4th group. 5th group now will be led out onto the track by a gentleman who knows his way to victory lane.
That's Joe Chisholm in car 24C from Osage, Iowa. He's in staging. He'll be coming out here in just a moment. Jason Pohl from Spring Lake, Minnesota, or Michigan, I should say, in the car 82. And Chad Melton from Mineral Wells, Texas, in car 71.
Jim Chisholm, the defending USMTS national champion, supported by Weir's Machine, Dan Standard, Red Can Sanitation, Carol's Corn, Casey Lawn Care, Buck Munson Photography, Heinz Enterprises, amongst others. The 82 of Jacob Pohl, supported by Lakeshore Custom Suspension, Hempro Fabrication, and Kittle Quality Roofing. And the 71 of Chad Melton, supported by Pet Western Inn and Suites, Pet Western Animal Hospital, Harris Auto Racing, and Dirt Defender. First lap For the 24C of Jim Chisholm, 15.599, 15.999. First lap for Jacob Pohl, 15.840. And first lap for Chad Melton, 16.339, 16.339. 24C of Jim Chisholm comes across the line to complete his second lap. It'll be better, a 15.467 second lap, 15.467. Second lap for Pohl, 16.823. Second lap for Melton, 16.146. So the first three out give us Chisholm as your fast qualifier with a 15.467, Pohl second fastest with a 15.840, and Melton third fastest with a 16.146.
Coming up next, we have the 442 of Aaron Johnson from Brainerd, Minnesota, the 22T of Michael Triscott from Chippewa Falls, Wisconsin, and Jake Gallardo from Las Cruces, New Mexico in the J17, your next trio for qualifying Group 5.
Aaron Johnson supported by Atwater GM and Johnson Performance with that Harris Chassis 442, the 22T of Michael Triscott supported by LLR Motorsports, Van Adam Plumbing, Southwest Chevrolet, Bobcat of Greenland, and Baxter Engines, and the J17 of Jake Gallardo out of Las Cruces, New Mexico, going to turn laps as well. First lap for the 442 of Johnson will be a 16.244 second lap, 16.244 fourth fastest. First lap for Triscott, 16.501, fifth fastest. And first lap for Gallardo, 16.680, sixth fastest. Second lap for Johnson, 16.490. First lap was better, he's still fourth fastest. Second lap for Triscott, 16.214, a little better than the first lap, fourth fastest for Triscott. Gallardo's second lap, a little quicker, 16.123, good for third fastest. So now your top three, Chisholm, Pohl, Gallardo. Jake compliments of that second lap, a 16.123 second circuit.
You wouldn't think a guy from Broken Bow, Oklahoma would be up here that often, but Gary Christian has been. He's had some success up here in car 58. He's going to lead the next trio out for qualifying. Jake Tim from Winona, Minnesota in car number 49, the second car out, and Rodney Sanders from Happy, Texas in car number 20, the third car for qualifying.
Gary Christian piloting the Hockatown Saloon Smith Equipment Pennell Chipping number 58. Jake Tim piloting the Gorilla Mill Herco Companies, Maciavella Transportation, Oak Ridge Fabrication, Horman's HVAC, River City Manufacturing and Machining number 49. And the 20 machine of Rodney Sanders, supported by Wichita Tank Racing, Polson Rock Products, Army Contractors, Mesilla Valley Transportation, and Keith Hammett. First lap for Jake Tim, 16.230. First lap for Rodney Sanders, 15.392. Sanders, your new fast qualifier. Second lap for Gary Christian, 16.239. Christian, third fastest. Second lap for Jake Tim, going to be a 16.092. Second lap, fifth. And Rodney Sanders, first lap, still fastest. Second lap was 15.397. So your fast qualifier thus far now, Rodney Sanders with a 15.392 second lap. Jim Chisholm, second fastest, 15.467. And Gary Christian rounds out the top three with a 15.686.
And it's nice to see the 18S of Kennedy Swan pulling on after breaking down during the hot lap session. 18S is from Chippewa Falls, Wisconsin. Andy Jones from Princeton, Minnesota in car number 73. Second car out there in the 80 XX is Jason Langford from Palestine, Texas.
Kennedy Swan racing with support from Mag Stainless, Superior Choice Credit Union, Greenwood Equipment, Greenwood Excavating and Concrete, Southworth Chevrolet, Collin Brothers Towing, amongst others. The 73 machine of Andy Jones, supported by M&B Services, Jones Chassis. First lap for the 18 of Kennedy Swan, 16.043, 16.043, fifth fastest. Langford's first lap, 16.858, 16.858, 11th fastest. And first lap for Jones in the 73, 16.21, ninth fastest. Kennedy Swan's second lap will be 16.303. Second lap for Langford, 16.170, 16.170, fifth fastest for Langford. And the second lap for the 73 of Jones, 16.439, 10th fastest. Kennedy Swan into the top six. The 18S, first lap, 16.043.
Up next, we have Brandon Dolman from Evansville, Minnesota in car number 24. Dan Ebert from Lakeshore, Minnesota in car number 60. And Nathan Smith from Anthony, New Mexico in car 88S.
Dolman racing with support from Dolman Auto Body, TRE Race Parts, the SSR Race Cars number 24 machine out of Evansville, Minnesota. The 60 machine of Dan Ebert racing with support from Collins Brothers Towing of St. Cloud, Minnesota Truck Headquarters, Woody's Racing. Country Pride Excavating, Amsoil Incorporated, Ryan Benjamin Diner Realty, and Iron City Construction, amongst others. And we also have the 88S machine of Nathan Smith, supported by Viva Chevrolet, BRZ Investments. First lap for Dolman will be a 16.161 second lap, good enough for 10th fastest. First lap for Dan Ebert, 15.709, fourth fastest. First lap for the 88 of Smith, 15.731, fifth fastest. Second lap for the 24 of Brandon Dolman, 15.864, seventh fastest. Second lap for Ebert, 15.938. His first lap was better, fourth fastest. Second lap for Smith, 15.469, third fastest. Nate Smith up to the top three with the 88S with a 15.469 second lap. Your top three right now, Sanders, Chisholm, and Smith.
And the final three for this qualifying group, for group number 5, has the 1D of Brad DeYoung from Wheatland, Indiana.
7D.
Or 7D. My eyes are failing, Dan. Derek Green in car 32 from Grenada, Minnesota. And the 56 of Nathan Thum from Wausau, Wisconsin.
Brad DeYoung racing with support from P&G Power, Extreme Style Graphics, and that Diamond KT3 chassis 7D machine. The 32 of Derek Green, supported by Jaeger Implement, Brent Clegg Racing, and Nutrient Ag Solutions. And the 56 of Nathan Thums, supported by Performance Welding, J-Tech Powder Coating. First lap for DeYoung, 15.383. New fast qualifier in this group, Brad DeYoung to the top of the heap. Derek Green, 14th fastest. Nathan Thum, 17th fastest. First lap, 16.215. Second lap for DeYoung, 15.431. That first lap will stand as the quickest. Second lap for Green, 16.577. And second lap for Thums, 16.543. So your top 5 qualifiers in this 5th group for Thursday qualifying. Brad DeYoung in the 7D, 15.383, fast lap. Rodney Sanders, second fastest in the 20 machine with a 15.392. Jim Chisholm, third fastest in the 24C with a 15.467. Nathan Smith with the 88S, fourth fastest with a 15.469. And Gary Christian rounds out the top 5 with the number 58 machine, fast lap of 15.686.
Dan Ebert, sixth fastest with a 15.709 time. Jacob Pohl with a 15.840 in car number 82. Eighth place, Brandon Dolman in the 15.864 time in car 24. Jason Langford in car 80XX with a 16.017 time. And in the top 10, Kennedy Swan.
So there's your top 10 for that 5th group. So that wraps up our Thursday qualifying.
Well, we can recap the top 5 here, Dan. I have them written down. First group, we have Dustin Sorensen, Lucas Schott, Tyler Nicely, Kyle Brown, and Jacob Leese, your top 5. Second group, we have David Stremme, number 1. Number 2, Brandon Davis. Number 3, Charlie Mefford. Oh, pardon me, Ricky Thornton Jr., third. Fourth, Charlie Mefford. Third group, Drake Troutman, fastest qualifier. Kate Dillard, Josh Anks, third. Reese Solander in car 5R. And fifth fastest, Parker Hale, qualifying 4. Group number 4, we have Will Krupp in number 1. Cole Falloway, the second fastest qualifier. Third goes Lucas Lee from Paris, Texas in car number 12. Fourth, Keith Foss from Winona in car number 4. And fifth, Kurt Spalding in the 5S. Fifth final qualifying group, like you just mentioned. Number 1, Brad DeYoung. Second, Rodney Sanders. Third, going to Jim Chisholm in the 24C. Fourth to Nathan Smith in car 88S. And fifth, Gary Christian in car 58.
So with that first group qualifying, fast qualifier was Dustin Sorensen, and his time was 15.011. 15.011. It was his second lap for Sorensen in the 19. Second group qualifying, the fast qualifier David Stremme, as Guy Hermannick was just telling us. His first lap was fastest, 15.275. Second lap, 15.275. Third qualifying group for Thursday qualifying, Drake Troutman was our fast qualifier, as Guy Hermannick just told us. His fast lap was his second circuit around the big third mile, a 15.035 second lap, 15.035. Fourth group of qualifying, as Guy Hermannick just told us, the fast qualifier was Will Krupp, 14.927. I believe that is the fastest lap of those 5 groups of qualifying, 14.927, 14.927. And the fifth group of qualifying that we just saw wrap up, Brad DeYoung with a 15.383 second lap. 15.383 put him top of the heap. So Thursday qualifying is in the books. We will let these drivers get realigned for Friday qualifying, which will be next. Take a quick break here from action at Mississippi Thunder Speedway as we have a short break between our Thursday and our Friday qualifying.
forward to racing this weekend for sure.
Yeah, this was one of the events this year after it got announced that I knew I wanted to come back to. And, I didn't have a modified, and we just purchased one not too long ago and finally got it rolling, I think, and just excited to get back here to Mississippi Thunder.
What do you like about this racetrack? It's way different than a lot of the places you go during the year.
Yeah, it's just big momentum, kind of fits my style a lot. The racetrack's awesome. So, and it's real cool to just be able to come out here and race with the USMTS guys and all that.
I kind of like the opportunity to run all those rules together. We don't get that very often. Obviously, it feels like different times of the night the rule packages shine better, depending on what you're racing on. What's your opinion?
Oh, yeah, you're right. I feel like the UMP cars will obviously have a little bit of advantage early just because the softer tires and a little bit bigger motor. But, and then typically the USMTS cars are faster whenever it's slick. But, last year we were really good there in that prelim feature and was able to drive up through there. And I just think as long as your race car's balanced, and I think it all works out.
You got a child on the way. It's pretty close, you told me.
Yeah, we went to the baby doctor yesterday, and, she is dilated. So I left it up to her. She told me to come race. So just hopefully it'll stay in there just to get through this week, and then we'll go from there.
Tyler Nicely, Owensboro, Kentucky, going to be one of the favorites out of the UMP stable.
So we've got our first round of qualifying in the books for the Modified World Championships. That qualifying that we just completed was for the Thursday program. Full program coming up on Thursday. We will have stock cars in addition on the Big Third Mile tomorrow night. Full program for our modifieds, and the qualifying that you just saw will be setting up the 10-lap heat races for the modifieds for tomorrow's program. Remember, both Thursday and Friday, 2 features for the modifieds, 2 qualifying features at the end of the night for the modifieds, and from each of those features, top 5 finishers will be seated directly into Saturday's big show for the $100,025 to win payday. Stock cars on Saturday racing for $10,025 to win. Next round of qualifying, which will be headed your direction, will be for Friday's program. Now, here's the interesting thing. Racers can race Thursday, and they can make a decision to either stand on the results of Thursday or give it a second shot on Friday. Even if they were to transfer in, if they think they could do even better on Friday, they could drop that Thursday performance and run on Friday. As we mentioned earlier, a couple of racers not even going to be here on Thursday. Kennedy Swan's got other commitments, even though she just qualified for a Thursday run, not expected to be at the track tomorrow night, but she will be back on Friday for the program. So for an individual such as Kennedy Swan, it all comes down to her performance on Friday, and specifically this upcoming qualifying run. Do have some of the cars rumbling in the staging area underneath the Weir's Machine high-rise viewing platform outside of turn number 2. For qualifying, a little different than how we enter the track under regular racing conditions. We normally stage outside of turn number 4, enter the track from turn number 4 down the front straightaway, around turns 1 and 2 down the back straightaway, get into formation, and turn them loose coming out of 4. But for qualifying, we're releasing them from turn number 2 so that they can come up to speed on the front straightaway, take the green flag immediately on the front straightaway underneath the Woodshed mobile wood-fired pizza starter stand. Slight shuffling. It's not a direct transition from Thursday to Friday qualifying. Just because you were in the first group in Thursday qualifying does not mean that you're going to be in the first group for Friday qualifying. So that's why we have this slight break here between the Thursday and Friday qualifying to rearrange the cars back there in the staging area and prepare to bring them out onto the track in the correct order. First group will have 19 cars. Second group will have 19 cars. Third group will have 18 cars, fourth group will have 18 cars, and fifth group will have 18 cars as well. In this first qualifying group, we'll have Kellogg, Iowa's David Brown, Happy Texas's Rodney Sanders, El Centro, California's Lance Murray, Rushford, Minnesota's Landon Volkman, Winona, Minnesota's Keith Foss, Tucson, Arizona's Jake O'Neill, and as a matter of fact, here comes our first car out onto the track. That is the 21D of David Brown out of Kellogg, Iowa. Brown racing with support from Penske Shocks, Farley's Wholesale and Tire, Juergens Enterprises, and the 20 machine of Rodney Sanders, supported by Wichita Tank Racing, and the 19 SB of Lance Murray, supported by M&M Pump, Sun Landscape, Durham Racing Engines. First lap for the 21. Across the line, David Brown, 18.681. Rodney Sanders, first lap, 15.264. Lance Murray's first lap, 15.622. Second lap for David Brown, 16.695. Second lap for Sanders, 15.449. And second lap for Lance Murray, 15.518. So your top three, first three out on the track. Rodney Sanders, fastest qualifier with a 15.449 second lap. Lance Murray, second fastest, 15.518. And David Brown, third fastest with a 16.695.
Brown almost hit the wall coming out of 4, getting up into the marbles there. Landon Volkman scheduled to appear next in the 97 Junior from Rushford, Minnesota. Keith Foss from Winona, Minnesota in car number 95. And Jake O'Neill from Tucson, Arizona in the 0J.
So Volkman takes the green flag with a 97 JR, followed by Foss and the 0 of Jake O'Neill. First lap for Landon Volkman as he crosses the line will be 16.805, 16.805, fourth fastest. First lap for Foss, 15.427, up to second fastest with his first lap. First lap for O'Neill, 15.674, fourth fastest for Jake O'Neill. Second lap for Volkman, 15.812, 15.812. Second lap for Foss, 15.442. And second lap for O'Neill will be 15.913. So your qualifying order thus far: Sanders, Foss, Murray, O'Neill, Volkman, and Brown.
Coming up next, we have Adam Ogie from Gatlinburg, Tennessee in the 12-0. Kennedy Swan from Chippewa Falls, Wisconsin in the 18S. And Tyler Grooms from Trenton, Missouri in car number 92.
First car to take the green flag will be that 12 machine.
Got Taden Hansen out there in the 90. Nope, that is 92. I'm sorry. That's Tyler Grooms in the 92.
Adam Ogle in the 12-0. First lap, 16.122, 16.122. Fast enough for sixth fastest. Kennedy Swan, 15.928. And Tyler Grooms, 16.738, 16.738. Swan sixth fastest, Groom ninth fastest. Second lap for Adam Ogle, 16.193, 16.193. Second lap for Swan, 15.826. And second lap for Grooms, 16.450. So Grooms will be eighth fastest. Swan will be sixth fastest. And Ogle will be seventh fastest.
Now coming up next, we have Taden Hansen from Spicer, Minnesota in car number 96. Brian Thomas from Brownstown, Indiana in car T9. And Nathan Thumes from Wausau, Wisconsin in car 56. There's Hansen in the 96, first car out.
So Hansen is on the clock with the 96 machine, followed by the T9 of Ryan Thomas and the 56 of Nathan Thumes. First lap for Hansen will be 15.926, seventh fastest. First lap for Thomas will be 15.606, fourth fastest. And first lap for Thumes will be 16.508, 11th fastest. Second lap for Hansen, 15.895. 15.895. Second lap for Thomas, 15.286. 15.286. And second lap for Thooms, 16:093. Top 5, Sanders, Thomas, Foss, Murray, and O'Neill.
Up next, Frank Gasparini from Iron Mountain, Michigan in the 65G. Brandon Givens from Wichita, Kansas in the car 10B. And Lucas Lee, who had a good run earlier in car number 12. He's from Paris, Texas. Your next trio of qualifiers for Group 1 for Friday.
Gasparini racing with support from Visual Concepts, New Vision Graphics, BW Classics, Mike Winter LLC, and 2G Contracting. The 10B. Givens and the 12 of Lee will also be joining on the track. Givens, followed by the 12, and the 24C of Jim Chisholm out there on the track. First lap for Givens, 15.829, 15.829. That's 8th fastest. First lap for Lee, 15.426. Third fastest. Great first lap by Lucas Lee. And the first lap for Chisholm, 15.623, 6th fastest. Second lap for Givens, 15.790, 15.790. Second lap for Lee, 15.217, fast qualifier in this group. And Chisholm, 15.380. So Lucas Lee jumps to the top of the pack with a 15.217 second lap with his number 12 machine. Sanders still second, Thomas third, Chisholm fourth, and Foss rounding out the top 5 for now.
Okay, we'll see who's coming up next in staging. Can't quite make it out. I think that's the 440. Nope, that's not the 442.
19K.
That's Kyle Slater from Muskogee, Oklahoma in the 19K. And the 99G of Jason Grimes from Jamestown, North Dakota.
First lap for Kyle Slater as he comes across the line will be a 16.144 second lap, 16.144, 14th fastest. First lap for Grimes, 16.495, 16.495, that'll be 16th fastest. Slater off the pace a bit. 15.800, 15.800, actually a little better, I apologize. There's Aaron Johnson in the 4.42 across the line. Grimes 16.335 second lap, 16.335 second lap.
Yeah, Johnson just kind of snuck in on the second lap of the qualifying there, so I think he's going to go through the infield and kind of tag into the next group, I imagine.
We'll see. So your fast qualifier in this group, Lucas Lee with a 15.217 second lap. Rodney Sanders second fastest, 15.449. Ryan Thomas third fastest with a 15.286. 15.380 of Jim Chisholm fourth fastest. Fifth fastest, Keith Foss with a 15.442 second lap in the 95. Those are your top 5 qualifiers for this group of qualifying. Second 5, Lance Murray with a 19 SB, 15.518. Jake O'Neill with a 0, 7th fastest, 15.913. Brandon Givens, 8th fastest with a 15.790. 15.800 of Kyle Slater, 9th fastest. And Landon Volkman, 10th fastest, 15.812 with a 97 JR. Kennedy Swan, 11th fastest, 15.826. Tatum Hansen, 12th, 15.895. Nathan Thooms, 13th, 16.093. Adam Ogle, 14th, 16.193. And Jason Grimes, 15th fastest with a 16.335. Final 2, Tyler Grooms, the 92 with a 16.450. And David Brown, the 21D with a 16.695.
Coming up next, we're going to have the qualifying group number 2 for Friday's program, as the competitors from the first group for Friday are exiting off at turn number 2. You see a couple cars in staging there getting ready to come out for their qualifying for Friday's program. First one scheduled to appear is Dave Kane from Corcoran, Minnesota in car 33X. I think that's Frank Gasparini from Iron Mountain, Michigan, who missed his session, so he's out there doing his qualifying right now. The last competitors got scrambled. I think they had a couple people that dropped out for whatever reason.
Gasparini's first lap of the 65G will be a 16.775 second lap, 18th fastest behind David Brown. Second lap for Gasparini as he comes out of turn number 4 and heads down the front straightaway underneath the Woodshed Mobile Wood Fired Pizza starter stand. 16.291, a little faster. 15th quickest. So he jumps up 3 positions, compliments of that 16.291 second lap. Gasparini in the 65G, 15th fastest. Dave Kane, who's going to be the first out, or who's expected to be the first out onto the track for the second group, supported by Wallach Construction, Weir's Machine and Racing Products, CMB Concrete, SD Erectors, Speedworks, AFCO Racing, QualityFreightRate.com, Old World Meats, Kane Designs and Wraps, TRE Race Parts, amongst others. Dave Kane in the 33X.
There's Benji Lacrosse from Casco, Wisconsin in car 54.
Cross Racing, supported by Quiet Woods RV and Sales, Prestige Custom Cabinetry, Paul J. Georgia, CPA, Vanderbilt Chassis, number 54.
Gary Christian from Broken Bow, Oklahoma in car number 58.
Christian in that Pennell Chipping, Smith Equipment, Hookatown Saloon, CDR Race Cars Chassis, number 58. First lap for Benji Lacrosse, 15.979, 15.979. First lap for Christian, 15.791, a little bit faster, 15.791. Christian, fastest qualifier thus far. Second lap for Benji Lacrosse, 15.904, 15.904. A little quicker, but still second fastest. Second lap for Christian, 15.632. So second lap better for both of these first 2 cars out on the track in the second group. Gary Christian, fast qualifier, 15.632. And Benji Lacrosse, second fast thus far out of these 2, 15.904.
Now we should see Cole Zarneski from Denmark, Wisconsin in the 21CZ. And I believe that's him there on the back stretch. And the 2S of Stormy Scott from Las Cruces, New Mexico. We also have the 7 of Shane Bailey from Kearney, Missouri in car number 7.
First lap for Cole Zarneski in the 21CZ. 15.620, fast qualifier in this group. 15.620. First lap for Stormy Scott as he crosses the line, 16.038, 16.038. And the first lap for Shane Bailey, 15.886, 15.886, third fastest. Zarneski, quicker on the second lap, 15.475, 15.475 second lap. Stormy Scott's second lap, 15.775. And the second lap for Bailey, 15.885, 15.885. So Zarneski, your fast qualifier now, 15.475. Christian second, Scott third, Bailey fourth, and Benji Lacrosse rounds out the top 5 of these first 5 qualifiers.
Next up from Mineral Wells, Texas, it should be car 71 of Chad Melton. And I better just wait because they're coming out a little bit different here. Mason McEvers in the 18M from Rochester, Minnesota. And Al Haina in the 777 from Clear Lake, Iowa.
Chad Melton racing with support from Pet Western Inn and Suites, Pet Western Animal Hospital. Dirt Defender, ABC Pick and Pull. First lap for Chad Melton in that 71 Harris chassis will be a 15.913 second lap, 15.913, sixth fastest. First lap for McEvers, 16.398. First lap for Haina, 16.167. Haina 7th fastest, McEvers 8th fastest. Second lap for Melton, 15.912, 15.912. 6th fastest. Second lap for McEvers, 17.217, 17.217, and second lap for Haina, 16.232. So of the 8 cars out, current order is Zarneski, Christian, Scott, Bailey, Lacrosse, Melton, Haina, and McEvers.
Next up should be the 88S of Nathan Smith from Anthony, New Mexico. Alex Williamson from Rushford, Minnesota in the 15W, Iceman in the next group. And Trevor Hughes from Westville, Oklahoma in car 712.
Nathan Smith in that Weir's Machine MSC, Maciavelli Transportation, BRZ Investments, Viva Chevrolet, MB Customs 88S machine. First car of the 3 on the track. And the first lap for Smith will be a 15.675 second lap. Third fastest for Nathan Smith. First lap for Williamson, 16.009, eighth fastest. And first lap for Trevor Hughes, 15.609, second fastest for Hughes. Second lap for Smith, 15.536, 15.536. Second lap for Williamson, 15.861, 15.861. And the second lap for Hughes, 15.790. So Zarneski, Smith, Hughes, Christian, Scott, your top five. Williamson, Bailey, Lacrosse, Melton, Hina, second set of five through 10th. And then Mason McEvers, 11th, with his 17.217 second lap.
Next up, we should see Harley Dice from Winona, Minnesota in the 87H. Jonathan Olmscheid from Dassel, Minnesota in the US car. And Mark Smith from Anthony, New Mexico in the 2SS, your next three qualifiers for group number 2.
And I just misspoke. Mason McEvers' fast lap was a 16.390. Sorry, 16.390. Harley Dice comes out of turn number 4. The Dice Man's first lap for Friday qualifying will be a 15.932 second lap, 15.932, 10th fastest. First lap for Olmscheid as he crosses the line, 16.860, 16.860, 13th fastest. And first lap for Smith, 15.830, 6th fastest. Second lap for Dice, 16.580, 16.580, Dice 11th fastest. Second lap for Olmscheid, 16.290, 13th fastest. And second lap for Smith, 15.767. Mark Smith's second lap will propel him into the top 5. 15.767, good enough for 5th fastest thus far.
Next up, we have Chippewa Falls Dylan Gadel in car number 24G. Lucas Schott from Chatfield, Minnesota in car 69. We'll see if they go with 2 or 3. Looks like 2 this time.
Gadel Racing this year, supported by Subway, Cadillac Chassis and Fab, Cyclone Race Cars, courtesy Ford. Lucas Schott Racing this year. Schott's hardwood floors, always along for the rise. CPD Integra shocks, Stone Racing engines, Rochester Chevrolet. First lap for Gadel, 15.957, 15.957, 12th fastest. First lap for Lucas Schott will be a 15.449, fast qualifier. Schott rockets to the top of the list, 15.549. Second lap for Gadel, 15.750, 15.750. Good enough for 6th fastest. Second lap for Schott, even quicker yet, 15.329, 15.329. So Lucas Schott, your new fast qualifier in this group, 15.329.
And next up, we should have Reese Solander from Emporia, Kansas in car 5R. And there's Reese on the back stretch. And A.J. Hoff from Manorville, Minnesota in car 55H, our last 2 qualifiers for Friday group qualifying group number 2.
Solander racing with support from Hodges Farms and Dredging, Hodges Brothers Racing, Murphy Agrite, and Balance Speed, and A.J. Hoff in the 55H racing with support from Winner's Edge. First lap for Solander will be a 15.450 second lap, 15.450. Second fastest for Reese Solander. A.J. Hoff, 15.772, 9th fastest. Let's see if Solander can sneak to the top of the heap. Second lap for Solander, 15.437, 15.437. He'll have to stand on that. 15.437, good enough for second fastest. A.J. Hoff's second lap, 15.662, 15.662. A.J. Hoff will time in 7th fastest thus far in that group. So all 18 across the line, your top 5, Schott, Solander, Zarneski, Smith, and Hughes. Second 5, Christian, Hoff, Gadel, Smith, and Scott. Third 5 will be Williamson, Bailey, Lacrosse, Melton, and Dice, with Hina, Olmscheid, and McEvers rounding out the qualifying run. Lucas Schott, though, fast qualifier in that group.
Coming up next, we have Friday's program qualifying group number 3. And Drake Troutman was the number 1 time, I believe, in the Thursday night program. Is that correct, Dan? Troutman? I think so. He's right up at the top anyway. He's from Hindman, Pennsylvania in car 5T. He will be the first car out, along with Darwin Carew from Casson, Minnesota in car number 23. And one known as Jake Tim in car number 49 will make up the first trio of drivers qualifying for Friday's program out of group number 3. We'll just take a moment here to clear off the group 2 qualifiers off of the turn 2 pit exit. We work our way through our Friday qualifying. Almost halfway through the Friday qualifying. There's Troutman in the 5T, followed by Carew in the 23. And Jake Tim in the 49.
So Drake Troutman will be the first car out in this group. Troutman on the back straightaway. He's fast in his first round of qualifying for Thursday. Now, of course, as Guy Hermannick just said, we're qualifying for Friday's program. Troutman's first lap, 15.962, 15.962. Darwin Cruz first lap, 16.431, 16.431. Jake Tim, fastest with his first lap, 15.634. 15.634. Second lap for Troutman, 15.186. Troutman back to the top. Carew, 16.335, third fastest. And Tim, 15.538. So of your first 3, Troutman's your fast qualifier with a 15.186. Jake Tim second with a 15.538 second lap. And Darwin Carew, 16.335 second lap.
One thing I noticed, Dan, is that the last 2 or 3 qualifiers from group number 2, and so far the competitors in group number 3 are all choosing a lower groove. There's Dean Wiley from Warrensburg, Missouri in car 68, Bryce Graber from Paris, Illinois in car 3G, and Tanner Mullins from Wichita, Kansas in the 02.
And I apologize for mispronouncing Dean Willey's name earlier. Dean Willey in the 68, supported by Gator Graphics, Royal Roofing and Solar, Get Her Done HVAC, Cutting Up Meats, Cornerstone Agency, Central Power, amongst others. First lap for Willey will be a 16.021 second lap. Good enough for third fastest. First lap for Bryce Graber, a 16.159. And first lap for Tanner Mullins, 15.703. Mullins third fastest. Second lap for Willey, 15.972. So Willey's second lap, good enough for fourth fastest. Second lap for Graber, 16.326. And second lap for Tanner Mullins, 15.655. So it's Troutman, Tim Mullins, your top 3. Willie Graber and Carew, your second 3, as we've had 6 cars time in this third group.
Next up should be Brad DeYoung from Wheatfield, Indiana in the 7D car. Tom Berry Jr. from Marshalltown, Iowa in the 11X. And Frito Gallardo from Las Cruces, New Mexico in the G17.
P&G Power Extreme Style Graphics supporting the Diamond KT3 chassis 7D of Brad DeYoung. Tom Berry Jr. with support from Paul and Jill Stone. Graveyard Auto and Towing, that lethal chassis 11X out of Marshalltown, Iowa. First lap for the 7D of DeYoung, 15.401, 15.401, second fastest. First lap for Berry Jr., 15.579, 15.579. And a 15.749 first lap for Fito Gallardo. Brad DeYoung second lap, 15.259, 15.259.
Oh, got the 11X pointing the wrong way. That's Tom Berry Jr.
Yeah, Gallardo comes across with a 15.879 second lap, but Berry Jr. loops it in turn number 4. And we'll wrap up those 3 cars' qualifying runs. Troutman, DeYoung, Tim, 1, 2, 3. Berry Jr., Mullins, and Gallardo, 4th, 5th, and 6th. Willie Graber and Carew, 7th, 8th, and 9th.
Looks like Gallardo gets a second lap on that spin. So we'll see what he can do on his second attempt.
$15.590 will be good enough to get Fito into the top 5. Fito Gallardo, 5th fastest of the 9 that have been out thus far. Top 3, Troutman, DeYoung, Tim. Second 3, Berry Gallardo, Mullins. Third 3, Willie Graber, Carew.
Charlie Mufford from Belton, Kentucky In car 13, next car out, along with AJ Diemel in 58D, but it's 89 actually on the side of the car. And Brandon Dolman from Evansville, Minnesota in car number 24, your next trio.
Charlie Mefford, supported by Mefford Construction, Valvoline Race Ranch, Kelly Trucking, Oakley Engine Performance, Kentucky Racer behind the wheel of an Elite Chassis. First lap, 15.574, 15.574, fourth fastest for Mefford. First lap for AJ Diemel, 15.835, 15.835, eighth fastest. Brandon Dolman, 16.139, 10th fastest. Second lap for Mefford. Hey, guess what? We've got a new fast qualifier. 15.181, 15.181. Second lap for Charlie Mefford. Propels him to the top of the heap. 15.762 second lap for AJ Diemel and a 15.945 second lap for Brandon Dolman. So Charlie Mefford, now your new fast qualifier in this group thus far with the number 13 machine. Compliments of a 15.181 second lap. Troutman second, DeYoung third, Tim fourth, Barry fifth. Then it's Gallardo, Mullins, Diemel, Dolman, and Willie. Graber and Carew round out the running order.
We just had Brandon Dolman. Here's Brandon Dolman from St. Charles, Minnesota in car number 0. Kind of odd, they're back-to-back. Trevor Neville from Mackinac, Illinois in the 777N. And Jacob Hull from Spring Lake, Michigan in car number 82.
Dolman Racing in that Dirt Dueler number 0, supported by Freedom Race Lifts, PEM Racing Gears and Drive Train, Bays End, Weir's Machine and Racing Products. First lap for Dolman, 15.997 second lap, 11th fastest. First lap for Neville, 15.454, fourth fastest. And the first lap for Pole, 15.890, 10th fastest. Second lap for Dolman, 15.824. Brandon Dolman will be 10th for now. Neville, 15.300, 15.300. And the second lap for Pole, 15.713. That actually helps Pole a bit. Pole up to 9th fastest. So your top 5 in qualifying: Mefford, Troutman, DeYoung, Neville, and Tim. Trevor Neville in the 777N jumps up to 4th fastest, pushing Tim back to the final car in the top 5 in this group of qualifying. We've got 3 left to go.
Next up is Tyler Nicely from Owensboro, Kentucky in the 25N. Trip Gaylord from Lakewood, Colorado in the 77T, and Jason Langford from Palestine, Texas in the 80XX.
Other supporters for Tyler Nicely include Fox Racing Shocks, Kevco Drive Shafts, Willie's Carb and Dyno Shop, Hudson Manufacturing and Machine Shop, Swift Springs, K1 Race Gear. First lap for Nicely, 15.358. Good enough for 5th fastest. 15.566, first lap for Trip Gaylord. Gaylord, 7th fastest thus far. Second lap for Tyler Nicely will be nicely done. 15.131 as he jumps to the top of the heap. And Gaylord, with a 15.367 second lap, jumps to 6th. So Tyler Nicely, your new fast qualifier in this group, compliments of a 15.131 second lap. Charlie Mefford, second fastest, 15.181. Drake Troutman, third fastest, 15.186. Brad DeYoung, 4th fastest, 15.259. And Trevor Neville, 5th fastest with a 15.300. Then it's Gaylord, Tim, Barry, Gallardo, and Mullins, your second set of 5. Pole, Diemel, Dolman, and Willie, your next set of 5. And Graber and Carew, 16th and 17th. Not sure if we're going to get Jason Langford out there or not. Does not appear so as we are exiting the infield.
Well, it seems like the drivers are choosing not to pound the cushion on the high side anymore and are choosing to take a more conservative low inside route around the big 3rd mile. So we'll see if that holds true for our qualifying group number 4. 2 groups left to go here for Friday's program. Qualifying group number 4 and qualifying group number 5 as group number 3 exits the Speedway off of turn number 2. See that beautiful shot there from just inside, or actually just outside turn number 2. So all the cars had pit side.
Thursday, May 29th, first green flag action of the Modified World Championship. Front gate's going to open up at 5 o'clock here at Mississippi Thunder Speedway. Stock car hot laps at 6:30. Opening ceremonies at 7 o'clock. Hope to see you either here in the grandstands or watching online via the great coverage from Racing Dirt and Flow.
There's the 80XX of Jason Langford.
Jason Langford Racing, supported by edX Energy Services, MB Customs, CMD Shocks, Langford Construction, Maxima Oil, and Smiley's Racing. First lap for Langford will be a 15.846. Second lap, 14th fastest. So he's able to put 4 competitors behind him, at least in this qualifying group. Second lap for the Gladewater, Texas racer will be 15.916, so not quite as quick as his first lap. 15.846, fast lap for Jason Langford, good enough for 14th fastest.
Okay, now I'll say it again. That's the last of the qualifying for group number 3 for Friday's program. Unless somebody else sneaks on the Speedway that we might have missed. So due up next for qualifying group number 4 for Friday's program, we have Caden Blazer from Chippewa Falls, Wisconsin in the 428. Little tiny 4 and a big 28. Matt Lear from Ladysmith, Wisconsin in car number 30. And Garrett Wilson from Carlisle, Iowa in the 3W.
Caden Blazer Racing with support from MB Customs, Vonco, West Hill Bar and Grill, CMD Shocks in that MB Customs number 428 machine. 30 of Matt Lear, supported by White City Glass, Olson Custom Farms, Skyrocket, Balance Speed, Go Lot and Angle Crushing. First lap for Caden Blazer, 15.794. 15.794. First lap for Matt Lear, 15.979. And first lap for Garrett Wilson, 16.340. 16.340. Second lap for Caden Blazer. Better. 15.526. 15.526. Second lap for Lear. Better. 15.744. 15.744. Second lap for Wilson. Not better, as he went around in turn number 4. So the 3W of Garrett Wilson sits idle right at the entry to turn number 4.
Looks like he has it rolling again now, so must have fired it up. Next 3, we have Ryan Gustin from Marshalltown, Iowa in the Hughes 12G car. He'll be coming out in this next group, along with Kurt Spalding from
While Garrett heads down to the infield, just let you know he's supported this year by Balance Speed Race Suspension, Skyrocket Chassis, Team Allen Lawn Care and Landscaping, and Capital Sign, amongst others.
Spalding from out of it, Michigan in the 5S, and Dustin Sorensen from Rochester, Minnesota in car number 19.
Ryan Gustin in the number 12 machine, first to take the green. Kurt Spalding, the 5S, second across the line, and Dustin Sorensen in the 19. First lap for Gustin, 15.719. 15.719, second fastest to Blazer. First lap for Spalding, 15.409, new fast qualifier in this group, 15.409. And first lap for Sorensen, 15.478. 15.478. Second lap for Gustin, 15.481. 15.481, a little better. Gustin third fastest. Second lap for Spalding, 15.546. 15.546. Second lap for Sorensen, better and good enough for the top of the heap, 15.338. 15.338. Second lap puts Dustin Sorensen at the top of the heap with his Paulson Rock Products, Altenburg Construction, JS Repair, CBR Drilling, Rochester Chevrolet Cadillac 63 Club, number 19.
Next up is Terry Phillips from Springfield, Missouri in car number 75. Michael Truscott from Chippewa Falls, Wisconsin in the 22T, and Steve Lavasser from River Falls, Wisconsin in the 99L.
Phillips Racing with support from MSD Ignitions, Performance Bodies, Peterson Fluid Systems, Andy's Frozen Custard, Karst Industries, and Wasilla Valley Transportation, along with Dombab Motorsports. First lap for Phillips will be a 15.971. Second lap, 15.971. Sixth fastest. First lap for Truscott, 16.614. And first lap for Lavasser, 15.980. Lavasser, seventh fastest. Second lap for Phillips, 15.812. 15.812, up to sixth fastest. Second lap for Truscott, 16.389. Ninth fastest. And second lap for Lavasser, 15.904. Seventh fastest for Lavasser. Dustin Sorensen, still your fast qualifier in this group thus far.
Coming up next, we'll have Sean Walski from Rolling Stone, Minnesota in the 95X. Cole Falloway from Owensboro, Kentucky in the 12F, and Devin Havlick from Waterloo, Iowa in the 5D, your next trio of competitors.
Sean Walski in that Crown Auto, Bob Brink Incorporated, Scenic Landscaping, Cars and Credit, Russell and Associates, Whalen Auto Body, MB Customs, number 95, X Machine. Cole Falloway in the 12F. Turner's Landscaping, Tank Lining of Paris, 27 Trucking, Falloway's Auto. First lap for Walski, 15.743, 15.743, fifth fastest. First lap for Falloway, 15.430, third fastest. Great first lap for Falloway there. Let's see if he can improve on it. Second lap for Sean Walski will be a 15.502, second lap, fifth fastest, 15.502. And the second lap for Falloway, 15.380. He did indeed improve upon it. Not quite good enough to dethrone Sorensen, but quite close. Second lap for Falloway, 15.380. So Sorensen, your fast qualifier thus far with a 15.338. Falloway second fastest with a 15.380.
Coming in next, we have Eric Lamb from Malacca, Minnesota in car 88L. Kyle Brown from Madrid, Iowa in the 21K, and Zach Benson from Princeton, Minnesota in the 17B.
Eric Lamb behind the wheel of the JJC Outdoors, B&L Custom Trailers, JDI Signs and Graphics, Gold Standard Transportation, MMB Services, number 88 L Machine. Eric Lamb comes out of turn number 4 to complete his first lap for Friday qualifying. And Lamb's first lap is a 16.217, second lap, good enough for 10th. First lap for Brown, 15.949. Takes over 10th, Lamb back to 11th. First lap for Benson, 15.635. Benson, 15.635, seventh fastest. Second lap for Lamb, 16.094. 16.094. Second lap for Brown, 15.834. And Benson's second lap, 15.609. So Sorensen still your fast qualifier. Falloway second, Spalding third, Gustin fourth, Walski fifth. Second set of 5, Blazer, Benson, Lear, Phillipson, Brown. Then Lavasser, Lamb, Wilson, and Triscott.
Next up on the Speedway, it's Sean Gaddis from Diana, Texas in the 7G. Jacob Lees from Chatfield, Minnesota in car number 21. And Will Krupp from Mark Carmel, Iowa in car number 9.
Gaddis Racing for Transmissions Unlimited, Big Texas Auto Parts, Day Motorsports, and NMB Customs 7G machine. Krupp was fast in Thursday qualifying. Let's see if he can back that up in Friday qualifying. First lap for Gaddis, 15.749, ninth fastest. First lap for Jacob Bleese, 15.807, 10th fastest. And first lap for Krupp, yep, he backed up his Thursday qualifying. He's fast qualifier thus far, 15.239. Second lap for Gaddis, 15.748. Second lap for Bleese, 15.643. And second lap for Krupp, 15.284, but that doesn't matter. That first lap was fast. 15.239, Will Krupp, your new fast qualifier for this group. With the number 9 machine, pushes Sorensen back to second with his 15.338 second lap. Still have, I believe, one more car to go, right, Guy?
Yeah, we are missing Devin Havlick, I believe, from Waterloo in car 5D. We'll see if he's over in staging there.
Yeah, they're cleaning the infield. So not sure if we're going to see Havlick or not. Doesn't look like it. We've already switched over to our next group in qualifying. So we'll get ready for our 5th and final group of qualifying for Friday and 5th and final group of qualifying for our Wednesday night portion of the Modified World Championships. Thought we were going to have 3 groups of practice earlier. Ran through 2 groups for all the drivers. Had some track reworking, and then we jumped into qualifying. We did all of our 5 groups of Thursday qualifying. Then we have done 4 of our 5 groups for Friday qualifying.
Yep, 1 group left to go here tonight.
Big thank you to all of you who have stuck with us here in the grandstands. Rain put us behind a bit earlier today. Big thank you to those of you watching the live streaming coverage on Racing Dirt and Flow. Welcome to Mississippi Thunder Speedway. Can't wait for the first green flag to fly tomorrow night for the Thursday night portion of the program. We will have hot lap sessions for the stock cars at 6:30. Opening ceremonies at 7 o'clock. Hope to see you here.
This guy packed, trying to back up his big deal win last year. That's Cade Dillard from Mobiline, Louisiana, in the 97D. Jake Gallardo from Las Cruces, New Mexico, in J17. And Kyle Strickler from Mooresville, North Carolina, in car number 8.
First lap for the $100,000 man from last year, Cade Dillard. First lap for Gallardo across the line. We're still waiting to get our qualifying laps. Dillard's first lap, 15.355. Gallardo's first lap, 15.863. Strickler's first lap, 15.440. Second lap for Dillard, 15.387. Second lap for Gallardo, 15.805. And second lap for Strickler, 15.396. So it's Dillard, Strickler, Gallardo, your first 3 out. And that's the way that they will qualify thus far. Dillard, fast qualifier with a 15.355 thus far.
Next up should be Brandon Davis from Hayfield, Minnesota, in the 50 to the 3rd car. That's 50 III. Josh Bevelow from Bemidji, Minnesota, in the 22B, and Jason Fall from Hammond, Wisconsin, in the 03F.
Two-time USRA Modified National Champion Brandon Davis, racing with support from Grain Handler, Land Pros, Kevco Racing Components, Weir's Machine, Mike Kramer Painting and Drywall in that tri-built chassis with Kevin Stowe Power. The 50 to the 3rd machine will come across the line to complete his first lap. For Friday qualifying, and that first lap is a 15.570 second lap, 3rd fastest, 15.570. First lap for Baloo, 16.264. And first lap for Fall, 16.606. Fall is 6th fastest. Second lap for Davis, 15.431. 15.431, 3rd fastest of the 6. Baloo's second lap, 16.398. And Fall's second lap, 16.642. So our 6 racers thus far clocked in: Dillard, Strickler, Davis, Gallardo, Baloo, and Fall. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Next up from Winona, Minnesota, it's the 99 of Josh Angst coming onto the Speedway on the backstretch. Out of staging, then it's Parker Hale from Grand Meadow, Minnesota, in car number 28. Also scheduled to appear in this group, it's Dan Ebert from Lakeshore, Minnesota, in car number 60.
Josh Hanks Racing, supported by Strategic Tax Retirement, Speedworks Headers, Stone Racing Engines, Dirt Dolls Racewear, Buck Munson Photography, along with Dynamic Drive Lines, with special thanks to Aaron and Haley Towner, Rob and Charity, and Puck and Amelia. First lap for Angst, the 7-time track champion here at Mississippi Thunder Speedway, 15.483 seconds, 15.483, 4th fastest. First lap for Parker Hale, 15.819, 15.819, 6th fastest. First lap for Dan Ebert, 15.821, Dan Ebert, 7th fastest. Second lap for Angst, 15.426, 15.426. A little bit quicker for Angst, he's 3rd fastest. Second lap for Hale, 15.884. And second lap for Ebert, 15.830.
Hey, guys, I know it's been a little bit since you heard from me. Real quick, I don't know if you guys caught this or not, but Strickler came out for the Friday qualifying here in this group, and he qualified his UMP car. I said, hey, didn't you qualify your USRA car for Thursday? He said, yes, but he didn't like where he was at. He qualified in 12th. So if he gets in tomorrow night, he plans to stick with his USRA car. If not, Friday night he has to run his UMP car. Whichever one he qualifies in on the corresponding night will be his Saturday car.
Great late breaking news, Trent Berry. Appreciate you noticing that as it slipped past us. We appreciate you giving us that information. Thornton Jr., Fuquay, and Stremme on the track now for their Friday qualifying. First lap for Ricky Thornton Jr. will be a 15.469. Second lap, 15.469. Good enough for 5th fastest. Fuquay's first lap, 16.321. 10th fastest. And Stremme's first lap, 15.533. 6th fastest. Second lap for Thornton Jr., 15.409. 3rd fastest for Ricky Thornton Jr. Second lap for Fuquay, 16.114. And David Stremme, top of the heap now with a 15.291 second lap. David Stremme in the 35, up to the top in this 5th and final group of qualifying with a few cars yet to go. And they are some quick ones, Guy Hammernick.
Yep, coming up next we have Calvin Iverson from Leva, Wisconsin in car number 27. Joe Chisholm from Osage, Iowa In car number 25, that's where Smoke and Joe Horgdahl from Manorville, Minnesota. In car number 29, your next trio of qualifiers.
Joe Chisholm racing with support from Bill and Brenda Weber, Kubley Farms, Rower Farms, Carroll's Corn, Cloud Express, Remark Logistics, and that Skyrocket chassis with KS Engineering Power from Kevin Stowe. The number 25 is Smoke, Joe Chisholm. But first car to turn a lap will be the 27X of Calvin Iverson. Big Tall Cal gives us a first lap of 15.953, 15.953 seconds. First lap for Chisholm, 15.678, seventh fastest. And first lap for Horgdahl, 15.660, seventh fastest. Second lap for Iverson, 15.956, 15.956, 3/1000ths of a second slower than the first lap. Joe Chisholm's second lap, 15.560, 15.560. And Joe Horgdahl's second lap, 15.474. So your top five: Stremme, Dillard, Strickler, Thornton Jr., and Angst. Second five: Davis, Horgdahl, Chisholm, Gallardo, and Hale. Followed by Ebert, Iverson, Fuqua, Ballou, and Fall through 15th. Three more to go in our final qualifying round of the Wednesday portion of the World Modified Championships.
And our final trio has Zach Brom from Winona, Minnesota in car 43, Derek Green from Granada, Minnesota in car 32, and Andy Jones from Princeton, Minnesota in car 73.
Zach Brom racing this year, supported by Crown Auto Service Center, Windy Ridge Auto Repair and Fabrication, Tyler Rankin Productions, photos by Fizzle, Jiggy Signs and Graphics, Freedom Race Lifts, K1 Race Gear. First lap for Zach Brom, 15.794 seconds, 15.794, good enough for ninth thus far. Derek Green's first lap, 16.802, 16.802, 17th. Andy Jones' first lap, 16.027, 14th fastest. Second lap for Brom, 15.624. Brom, ninth fastest with his runs. Derek Green, 16.181. Derek Green, 16.181. 16th fastest. And Andy Jones a bit quicker in that second lap, 15.824. Jones' second lap will move him up to 13th. So all 18 cars in with that fifth and final qualifying run for Friday qualifying. David Stremme, top of the heap with a 15.291 second fast lap with his number 35. Cade Dillard, second fastest with a 15.355. Kyle Strickler, third fastest with a 15.396. Followed by Ricky Thornton Jr. with a 15.409. And Josh Angst completing the top five with a 15.426. Second set of five, Brandon Davis, 15.431. Joe Horgdahl, 15.474. Joe Chisholm, 15.560. Zach Brom, 15.624. And Jake Gallardo with a 15.805. Third five, Parker Hale in 11th, 15.819. Dan Ebert, 12th with a 15.821. Andy Jones, 13th with a 15.824. Calvin Iverson, 14th with a 15.953. And Rob Fuqua rounds out the top 15 with a 16.114. Last three, 16th, 17th, and 18th. Derek Green with a 16.181. Joshua Ballou with a 16.264. And Jason Fall with a 16.606. Guy Hammernick and Trenton Berry, we've had some fun tonight with practice and qualifying thoughts as we wrap up the Wednesday night portion of our Modified World Championships.
Well, I think we're just getting started here. Tomorrow's when the action really begins, and we start really throwing the dirt around the big third mile. So I'm excited for that to begin. Don't forget, you can get tickets here 2 o'clock, and the gates open at 5, you said?
Yeah,
hot laps for the stock car
Thursday
at 6:30.
portion of the program. Front gate opens at 5 o'clock. Drivers will have their drivers meeting at 6 o'clock. Stock car hot laps at 6:30 because they obviously did not get any time tonight, and they were not on the schedule at all for tonight. And then we'll have our opening ceremonies at 7 o'clock. Our program for tomorrow includes 10-lap heats for the modifieds, 8-lap heats for the stock cars. We will have B mains for the modifieds and the stock cars. Stock cars will have a 20-lap feature, and remember, the modifieds will have 2 separate 30-lap features, from which the top 5 finishers in each of those 2 30-lap features will transfer, or at least earn, a transfer position into the Saturday portion of the Modified World Championships. On behalf of the entire cast and crew here at Mississippi Thunder Speedway, thank you for checking out practice. Not too often that you turn on the TV and just watch practice, but we had some fun watching the track develop, watching the racers figure out the best way around the track, and then, of course, you and we stuck around for qualifying, saw some fast laps, saw some laps that maybe surprised us, some laps perhaps that did not surprise us, and some laps perhaps that didn't stand up to what we had expected. So on behalf of everybody at Racing Dirt, FloRacing, Mississippi Thunder Speedway, Guy Hammernick, Trenton Berry, I'm Dan Bailey saying thanks for tuning in tonight. Can't wait to see you tomorrow for the first green flag action of the Modified World Championships live from Mississippi Thunder Speedway. Good night, everybody.
Kubota High Limit Season 2 is here. The dirt track series that shook the world is back. Bigger, faster, and ready to make history. It all begins under the bright lights of Sin City. Catch up with Dirt Season 2 on Flow March 12th. Join Brad Sweet, Tyler Courtney, and the biggest names in dirt racing as they battle for glory and take fans along for the wildest ride of the year. From the first green flag to the epic finale, High Limit is more than racing, it's a movement.